Chapter 32-25. Martial Uncle He. Are you afraid? Trash trash. Do you know who he is? The silence of Lin Ling and the others caused the youth to shake his head in disdain. The people around him began to laugh. What a bunch of clowns. These youths were all half-sages. With their strength, they didn't even place Meng Lu in their eyes. Of course, he didn't care about their provocation. Brother Demon is still the best. Seeing Lin Ling and the others lower their heads, those fellows laughed even more wildly. Of course, Brother Demon is the son of Demon, the leader of the God-slaying alliance, the one who slayed God. In the current 9 provinces, who isn't afraid of him? One of them lightly said, his voice extremely loud. There were other martial artists hurrying through the void. After hearing this, their complexions changed and awe appeared in their eyes. Son of Demon. It was him again. The divine dreamland, the eternal forbidden forest, and finally the God-slaying alliance. The son of Demon was extremely famous in the 9 provinces. Even Lin Ling and the others' complexions changed. You are the son of Demon, Sakura said in disbelief. You only know now? You have a pair of dog eyes. Let me tell you, he is the son of Demon whose name shakes the 9 provinces. How about it? Are you afraid? Have your dog eyes gone blind? Hearing Sakura's words, those people puffed out their chests. As for the youth called Son of Demon, he looked up at the sky at a 75-degree angle. Lin Ling and the others. It's an honor to meet you. Finally, Sakura bowed to them. Not only did they not blame them, but they were also very happy. This was because a fake Son of Demon had appeared. This would make them even safer. Do you want an autograph? Hee. Even if you want it, the Son of Demon won't give it to you. Let me tell you, the Son of Demon is going to the Flame State, and he is going to the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. The Grand Simplicity martial ancestor has personally said that he wants to take the Son of Demon as his disciple. The youth proudly said. After speaking, he puffed out his chest and strode forward. As soon as these words came out, Lin Ling and the others felt as if they had been struck by lightning. All of them stood there stupidly. Wait, you are going to the Yen State, and then to the Grand Change Nebula sect. Lin Ling couldn't help but open his mouth. Of course, it's time to recruit disciples over there. The son of the devil and the others didn't even look at Lin Ling and the others as they continued to proudly walk forward. There's no need to be jealous. Not everyone can enter the Yen province. Other than people like the son of the devil, you ordinary people can only look up. However, before they could finish their words, Lin Ling and the others had already pounced over, looking ferocious. Rumble. One by one, they burst out with powerful martial arts and beat up the fake devil's son and the others. I'll make you the son of devil. I'll make you the son of devil. I'll make you the son of devil. I'll make your whole family change your name. If you don't change your name, I'll beat you to death. Why did you have to go to the Yen State of all places? Do you want to get us killed? Scram, go to the myriad worlds, go back to your hometown. You can go anywhere, but not the Yen State. Are you going to scram or not? If you don't, I'll beat you until your father doesn't recognize you. Lin Ling and the others seemed to have gone berserk. Stop fighting, spare my life. With the strength of those people, they couldn't block Lin Ling and the others' attacks at all. All of them were beaten black and blue. This appearance undoubtedly scared the passers-by. Son of the devil? That's too fucking unbearable, like a piece of trash. Sirs, why did you hit us? The young man called the son of the devil was beaten the most fiercely. Half of his teeth had been knocked out. What made him most depressed was that he still didn't know why the other party had beaten him. After all, this group of people had been extremely respectful to them, and even worshipped them. In the blink of an eye, they were like wolves baring their teeth. How could he know that if he, the fake son of the devil, went to the Yen State and the Grand Change Nebula sect, wouldn't that lead when Tian martial god there? Lin Ling and the others had gone to the Yen State to avoid the limelight, and when Tian martial god had also been lured there. How could they avoid the limelight? Therefore, this fake son of the devil had to be beaten up. Scram, don't go to the Yen State. Lin Ling shouted angrily. Big brother, hero grandpa, don't hit us. Whatever you say is true. Then let's go. Where are we going? Those people were even more confused after being beaten up. Anyway, you're not allowed to go to the Yin state. You can go anywhere else. Of course, you can go to the myriad realms, because there should be news of the son of the devil in the myriad realms. Go there, eat good food and drink, and there are beauties everywhere. Lin Ling's face was all smiles. That's right, with my reputation as the son of the devil, ordinary people will definitely worship me. We should go to the myriad realms. That's right, eat good food and drink, and there are beauties everywhere. Thank you for your reminder. Those young men's eyes lit up. Not only did they not resent Lin Ling and the others, but they were also grateful. Understood, then scram. Lin Ling scolded with a smile. Hero, farewell. If you encounter any trouble in the future, just say that you think I'm the son of the devil. This will definitely let you escape. The group of people ran away in high spirits. Lin Ling and the others shook their heads helplessly. They knew in their hearts that if martial god Wen Tian came looking for them, these people would probably be scapegoats. Let's go. After half a month, an ancient continent finally appeared in front of them. This continent was so vast that Lin Ling and the others had never seen it before. On the ground, strands of invisible air waves that seemed to be the power of gods floated into the sky from time to time. When they landed on the ground, Lin Ling and the others felt that the gravity of the earth was extremely strong. They were afraid that even if they used all their strength here, they would not be able to shake the earth. And this was the Yin state, an existence that surpassed the Yu state. It was also the place with the most gods and martial gods. Moreover, countless secrets from the era of gods were hidden here. In this place, even if a very ordinary martial artist suddenly wanted to jump off a cliff one day, he might be able to find a treasure at the bottom of the cliff, and from then on, reach the heavens in one step. Because this was also a continent full of miracles. Are you Xing Shiyun's disciple? According to the Jade Token, Lin Ling's group spent another 10 days before they finally arrived at an ancient green mountain range. They had just landed when a voice was transmitted from the front. A middle-aged man walked over with a smile. His pace was not fast, but he appeared in front of Lin Ling's group in the blink of an eye. This person's strength was at the 5th level of the Saint Realm. He was also sizing up Lin Ling and the others. Are you martial uncle he? Lin Ling instantly smiled and asked. Xing Xian had reminded him that he would send his junior brother to pick him up. It should be this person in front of him. Yes, you should be senior brother Yun's disciples. Not bad, seedlings, follow me. Martial uncle he smiled with satisfaction and led Lin Ling and the others forward. Chapter 32-26. Silvermoon Mountain. However, this is the Yin state. There are many people who are stronger than your master. Don't be too arrogant. Even I'm only a small elder in the sect. In the next month, the Great Simplicity Nebula sect will be recruiting disciples. You must work hard to pass the 2 major tests. Only then can you become a member of the Great Simplicity Nebula sect. If you fail, even I can't help you. You can only leave the Yin province. Martial uncle he kept reminding him. Thank you for your reminder. We'll work hard. Lin Ling and Dreamflow looked at each other and nodded. Moving forward, 8 green mountains appeared in front of him. They were connected head to tail, as if a huge green dragon was sitting on the ground. In the sky above the green mountains, a bright moonlight hung there, sprinkling a cold light, making people feel very comfortable all over. We've reached Silvermoon Mountain. Martial uncle he smiled and led Lin Ling and the others forward. He Xingshan? Not long after, an old man led a few young men over from the mountain range ahead. These are? He asked with a smile before the old man even got close. He's senior brother Xing's disciple. Martial uncle he immediately explained. Senior brother Xing? Which senior brother? So it's Xing Shiyun. I haven't seen him since he left the Yin province. If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have remembered. Sai Master has mentioned Senior Xing before. I didn't think that he would abandon himself and go to the Spirit Province. I'm afraid that Master has forgotten about this disciple. The old man frowned when he heard Master's words, but he didn't think that he would abandon himself and go to the Spirit Province. It could be seen that the sect leader of Grand Change Nebula sect had many disciples, and Xing Shiyun could only be considered average among them. The eyes of Lin Ling and the others flickered as they were curious about the strength of this martial progenitor. Even though Lin Ling had only killed a few martial progenitors with the help of the god-slaying formation, the martial progenitors from the era of the gods were definitely extraordinary. Of course, Lin Ling was only slightly curious. He wasn't really surprised. They are Xing Xiyun's disciples? Looks like Lao Xing knows his limits, so he placed his hopes on these few disciples. However, the strength of these few brats is also not strong. The old ancestor glanced at Lin Ling and the others. His words carried a trace of contempt. Seeing this, junior uncle he smiled and didn't say anything. On the other hand, the young men behind the old man were looking at Lin Ling, and the others provocatively. They were obviously here to participate in the test as well. All of them were at the half-step saint realm. The weakest among them was at the 7th level of the half-step saint realm. There were even existences at the 9th level of the half-step saint realm. Furthermore, their talents all exceeded a 5th grade desolate body. Perhaps, in the assessment of the Great Change Nebula sect, the lowest cultivation level would be at the 5th level of the half-saint realm, and the talent of a 5th grade wild body. No wonder those young men provoked Lin Ling's group. Obviously, they felt a strong sense of superiority in front of Lin Ling's group. This is Xiao Lu from the evil warding Xia family. He is a good seedling. This is Huan Juesher from the Great Celestial Demon Mansion. He is the most talented among the seedlings that I recommended this year. After the old man smiled, he introduced the young man behind him. Although his tone was calm, it was filled with pride. He, junior uncle, he could only laugh dryly. The two of them walked together. From the spirit state? Small place. I am from the evil warding Xia family, which is famous in the 9 states. Along the way, the young men greeted each other. One of them looked at Lin Ling and the others and said. Lin Ling held Xiao Yu's hand and chatted with Meng Lu and the others. His face was calm and relaxed. This made the young men's faces turn ugly. One had to know that the geniuses who could come to the flame state all had strong backing. Lin Ling and the others were only from the spirit state. They were insignificant. How dare they ignore them? I think that you will have a hard time in this assessment. You might be chased away. Xiao Lu from the evil warding Xia family said again. Evil warding Xia family? Lin Ling felt a sense of familiarity. If he wasn't mistaken, in the divine dreamland he had also encountered people from this family. Thank you for your concern. If you don't pass the assessment, then that means we are only SOSO. When the time comes and you pass the assessment, we will cheer for you. That's right, that's right. You are a great person who doesn't care about the past offenses of lowly people like us. Please forgive us. Lin Ling and Sakura both spoke out. Their words caused the young men's jaws to drop open. This was because these people were all geniuses of the 9 states. They were all proud and arrogant. They had never seen someone like Lin Ling and the others, surrendering with just a few words. And this sort of humble attitude left them unable to refute for a while. Instead, there was a stifling feeling in their hearts. It was like they had punched cotton. It was like although Lin Ling and the others were flattering them, this sort of flattery didn't come from their hearts. Good luck. Dreamflow also spoke out. He followed Lin Ling as he strode forwards. Even Xiao Yu waved her fists at them. Damn, they are only at the 5th level of half-saints. Why do I feel like they are speaking to little children? I also have this feeling. But what makes me feel the most aggrieved is that I feel like a little child instead. Perhaps we have wronged them. They never had the heart to compete with us. These youths all had different opinions, but they all gradually stuck out their chests. As they walked, they felt as if they were floating. How could they know that Lin Ling truly didn't have the heart to compete with them? Although they might be powerful half-saints of the 9 states. But Lin Ling was the son of the demon race. In addition, they had come here to avoid the limelight. Lin Ling didn't want to be in the limelight. Evil warding Xia family? Second brother, I remember now. Do you still remember that Tian who was struck twice by us in the divine dreamland? As they walked forwards, Sakura suddenly said. Dreamflow and Lin Ling were stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. Speaking of which, Tian had also traveled with them. However, the second time they met, he was once again knocked unconscious by Lin Ling's large sword. At that time, Lin Ling felt a little guilty. He had planned to return the favor when they met again. I wonder if he came to the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect's disciple recruitment this time. He is the nemesis of the ghost demons. However, the Yen state is so big. He shouldn't only appear in the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. I am curious about his strength. In the past, we were a little afraid of him and relied on those spirit talismans to crush him. Now, if we were to fight, I have 60% confidence that I can defeat him. Subsequently, Lin Ling and the other two spoke one after another. Dreamflow also glanced at Lin Ling. He had a feeling that Tian was no match for Lin Ling. As for Martial Uncle He, when he saw Lin Ling and the others talking and laughing, he couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. Chapter 32-27. Goodbye, Xia Tianyi. Wow, isn't that Xia Tianyi from the evil warding Xia family? He's here too. As they continued forward, a commotion suddenly broke out in front of them. Looking around, it was actually filled with the geniuses of the 9 prefectures. The number of people was beyond imagination. Obviously, some of these young men had powerful backgrounds, and some of them were the juniors who were specially groomed by the big forces. They were recommended to join the Great Change Nebula sect. What surprised Lin Ling and the others was that Xia Tianyi really came. Is that Yi Lingtian, the #1 half-step saint stage genius in Yuzhou? It's him? His brother is the #1 sage in Yuzhou, Yi Linyan. I didn't expect him to come too. There are so many geniuses today. The exclamations continued to ring out on Green Mountain. Yi Linyan. Lin Ling and Sakura looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. It's that big brother. Even Xiaoyu smiled. In the Godslayer Alliance, apart from the 3 leaders, there was another person who had a good relationship with Lin Ling and the others. It was none other than Yuzhou's #1 genius, Yi Linyan. He did not know where that guy was hiding now. Would he appear in the Grand Change Nebula sect? Young master, you know Yi Linyan? Do Afterimage asked curiously. I know him. He's also from the Godslayer Alliance. Tisk. The Godslayer Alliance has gathered all the powerful geniuses of the 9 prefectures. They are all hot-blooded youths. In my opinion, the half-saint realm geniuses present here are no match for the Godslayer Alliance. Hearing this, Dokening couldn't help but praise. He was glad that Lin Ling was able to join the God-slaying alliance, because this was also a type of affirmation. Yi Lingtian, long time no see. Just as everyone was staring at Yi Lingtian, a chuckle was heard. Then lightning struck, turning into thunder and lightning under the Green Mountain. Finally, it formed a man in purple. This man had his hands behind his back and was extremely handsome. However, this wasn't just handsome, it was the aura of a brave man. Could it be Zilong, the #1 genius of the half-saint realm in the Yen state, who once lost to Sanzi? The power of purple lightning. That's right, it's him. After a brief moment of astonishment, the people's exclamations were like waves. I heard that this guy has the speed of 90 worlds. Who in the half-saint realm has the speed of 90 boundaries? Behind the young men were some guards and attendants. They were all at the saint realm, but at this moment, they all cried out in surprise. Unless one was a saint realm expert that was skilled in movement techniques, otherwise even a saint realm expert would be inferior to that young man called Zilong. The desolate body is at least in the range of grade 8, or even stronger. Meng Lu stared at the young man calmly. He knew how powerful the young man was. Apart from second brother, it will be difficult for the rest of us to defeat him. The corner of Sakura's mouth revealed a trace of battle intent. Ever since Lin Ling gave him the Nether Dragon Companion liquid, his strength and talent had greatly increased, so he didn't fear the #1 half-step saint stage genius of the Yen province. Lost to the triplets? Young master, in the divine dreamland, that triplet fellow was killed by me. Do Afterimage seemed to have thought of something and suddenly reminded him. Lin Ling nodded in realization. At that time, they were fighting for the Boat of Gods. Then a young man appeared and attacked Lin Ling, but he was killed by Do Afterimage. If he remembered correctly, that was the #1 half-step saint stage genius of the Yen province, the triplets, and Zilong was defeated by him. Zilong, if you have the ability, don't use that extreme weapon of yours. Let's see who's stronger. Haha, Yi Lingtian, even if I don't use an extreme weapon, with my talent and strength, Defeating you is as easy as flipping my hand. At this moment, the two number one geniuses of the divine prefecture were tit for tat. Hey, you guys seem to be ignoring me. Not to be outdone, Xia Tianyi said in a cold voice. The two geniuses of the divine prefecture had obviously heard of this person, so they didn't underestimate him. Perhaps among the half-step saints present today, he was the only one who could be taken seriously. Bixia Xiao family, although you have some ability, if we really fight, you're not my match. Within 100 moves, who knows who will win and who will lose, but within 1,000 moves, you'll lose. Zilong said lightly, his words mixed with confidence. Within 1,000 moves, who knows who will win and who will lose. However, Xia Tianyi wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Whoosh. The three of them were undoubtedly the focus of attention, but soon, a strong wind blew. Then, a woman in a black dress stepped on the strong wind and appeared before everyone's eyes at the speed of 80 worlds. Although the speed of 80 worlds was slightly weaker than Zilong's, compared to the other youths, it was still far beyond them. So strong, who is this beauty? Iyuru, the bloodline of the dragon clan. She's one of the few in the dragon clan who has a human form and the aura of a dragon. Moreover, she's a true disciple of Miaoshen. In the past, I saw her walking very close to Iyeshua. Bloodline of the dragon clan? At present, apart from Iyuru, there's also someone called Longyang who has a human form and the aura of a dragon. She's also very powerful. It's not just the two of them. I heard that the son of the demon also has the aura of a dragon. The son of the demon doesn't count. He's a member of the God-Slayer Alliance. He's someone we have to look up to. How can we compare to him? There was a lot of discussion. Lin Ling looked at Iyuru curiously and said lightly, the aura of the nether dragon. Second brother, I've also noticed it. Sakura had also used the nether dragon's half-life liquid, so he naturally felt it too. At the same time, the black-robed woman also looked at Lin Ling's side. She seemed to have sensed something and immediately smiled at Lin Ling and Zilong. This smile shocked everyone. They all looked at Lin Ling's side and found that there was no outstanding person. Could it be an illusion? Even Zilong and Yi Lingtian's experts looked at Lin Ling, but quickly shook their heads. It's you guys? On the contrary, Xia Tianyi recognized Lin Ling's group and walked over with a hearty laugh. I didn't expect to have a chance to see you guys again after we parted last time. Sigh, after we parted last time, I wanted to look for you guys. Unfortunately, I was hit by a stick and fainted on the spot. Despicable son of the demon and son of bone, it's them. Xia Tianyi shouted as he walked. Lin Ling and the rest smiled bitterly. This guy still didn't know that they were the ones who hit him? However, when Xia Tianyi walked over like this, it caused many people to look over. This made Lin Ling and the rest somewhat unhappy. They were here to avoid the limelight and not to show off. With Xia Tianyi doing this, they had no choice but to show off. They hoped that no one would recognize them. But luckily, 9 regions was very big. Many people had heard of the son of the demon, but very few had seen him. Damn, speaking of the son of the demon, I'm filled with anger. Look at the bumps on my head. They haven't disappeared yet. There are 2 of them. That guy is really ruthless. Arriving in front of Lin Ling, Xia Tianyi showed the 2 bumps on his head. Sakura and the rest were tongue-tied. Lin Ling was speechless. Xia Tianyi, who are these guys? They aren't strong. You even know such ants? This doesn't seem to be your style. Chapter 32-28. Crystal Ball Test. They are my brothers in the Grand Change Nebula sect. Brother, protect them. Attacking them is the same as attacking me. Unexpectedly, Xia Tianyi walked out, patted his chest and said. Everyone's expression changed slightly. They were a little envious of Lin Ling and the others. This was because even though they had powerful escorts with them, their escorts were not allowed to enter the Great Change Nebula sect. Therefore, if they were humiliated in the sect, they could only rely on the people around them. Interesting. If I have the chance to meet them, I will teach them a lesson. Zilong suddenly smiled. Only they were not afraid of Xia Tianyi. How dare you? Xia Tian immediately roared. Dong dong dong. However, at this moment, the ancient bell rang. It was only one sound, but it echoed through the green mountains that were connected to each other. Endless echoes immediately appeared. There was a fairy in everyone's mind that seemed to have been electrocuted. Only Lin Ling, who had a strong defense, remained unmoved. However, he was slightly shocked and said, "The power of rank. A bell has the power of rank. The Grand Change Nebula sect is stronger than I thought." At the same time, an old voice sounded. "Dear heavens of Jiuzhou, thank you for choosing Grand Change Nebula sect. Let's begin the assessment. If you pass, you will become a citizen of Yin State. From now on, you can enter and leave Yin State at will. If you fail, you will have to leave and come back next year." Everyone was in high spirits. In fact, the purpose of these young geniuses coming to the Great Change Nebula sect was not only to attend the Martial Ancestors Forum discussion, but also to obtain the identity of the Yin province. Not just anyone could come to the Yin state. Experts like Afterimage could only stay for a short period of time, not including the people of this miracle continent. Talent test. Those with 5 rays of light pass. At the same time, a meteor shower fell from the sky and landed on the ground, turning into transparent glass balls. Lin Ling, hurry up and get the glazed balls. These glazed balls have to be handed over in an hour. Uncle Master, he also walked over quickly and exhorted. This is a test of talent. Those without a desolate body will definitely encounter a powerful attack when holding the ball. As for those with a desolate body, the ball will acknowledge their existence. However, if they cannot make the glass ball emit 5 beams of light, they will also be eliminated. Hearing that, Lin Ling, Sakura, and the others hurried forward. In the Green Mountain, there was chaos as well. All the young men were fighting for the glazed balls. Get lost, I saw it first. What are you in such a hurry for? There are so many of these colored glass balls. Are you afraid there won't be any left? I like it. What can you do about it? It was related to whether or not they could become a citizen of the Yin state. So everyone was a little restless. Lin Ling and the others repeatedly tried to pick up the glazed balls, but they were all snatched away by others. In the end, Lin Ling and the others' expressions turned cold, and they decided to erupt with a portion of their strength. Get out of here. Someone immediately wanted to snatch the crystal ball that he had just taken a fancy to. Do you know what you're talking about? Lin Ling immediately looked over. The young man smiled disdainfully and turned back to look at Lin Ling. However, the next moment, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. In Lin Ling's eyes, he saw a terrifying scene. It was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. There was the illusion god, the dragon god, and the 4 ferocious creatures. Here. The young man retreated. As for Lin Ling, he retracted his gaze and picked up a few glazed balls. He handed them to Sakura and the others and then left the crowd. At this moment, at the edge of the Green Mountain, those who had obtained the glazed balls sat down cross-legged and used their desolate bodies to activate the glazed balls. Bang! Some people failed. Without a desolate body, they were sent flying by the glazed ball's feedback and were directly eliminated. Some people who had cultivated for more than 2,500 years were also directly eliminated. Seeing this, Sakura and the others became nervous. This was because if Lin Ling entered the Yin state and they failed, it would be ugly. Therefore, they had to work harder. As for Meng Lu, he held the glazed ball in his hand and closed his eyes. Immediately, the originally transparent glazed ball turned pitch black. Ghostly aura rippled, and the scene of the demon god's tomb appeared. At the same time, the glazed ball bloomed with 7 beams of light. This meant that he had a 7th grade desolate body. You actually improved your desolate body by so much after returning home. Seeing this, Sakura cried out in surprise and also activated the glazed ball. Moments later, 6 beams of light bloomed, making him chuckle. As for Lin Ling, he sat cross-legged and also looked at the glazed ball. Brother, can you see your talent from this? Beside him, Xiaoyu leaned forward and curiously stared at the glazed ball. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. This thing seems to be made from a boulder left behind from the era of the gods. It can indeed see one's talent. Hurry! Xiaoyu wants to see your brother's talent. Hurry! Xiaoyu had the heart of a child, and was curious about everything. All right. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Closing his eyes, he activated his talent. The glazed ball immediately emitted 5 beams of flame, representing a 5th grade desolate body. However, this was not the end. Lin Ling was still activating his talent, causing a dragon god to appear in the glazed ball. It continued to roar and another 5 beams of light bloomed. Beside him, Xiao Yu immediately exclaimed. Furthermore, this was not the end. A ferocious creature appeared in the glazed ball. It opened its mouth wide and wanted to devour the world. It was a realm-devouring beast. Another 5 beams of light appeared. This meant that among Lin Ling's 4 Dantians, 3 of them were 5th-grade desolate bodies. At the same time, Lin Ling opened his eyes and could not help but be surprised. Following that, his expression changed, and he quickly retracted all his power. He only allowed the glazed ball to release its fire elemental talent. This was because he did not expect the glazed ball to be so powerful that it could detect everything about him. And the 3 desolate bodies were all 5th grade, which added up to a 5th grade desolate body. This would definitely alarm the Grand Change Nebula sect. At this moment, he did not want to be in the limelight. In fact, he was indeed alarmed. At this moment, in the upper echelons of the Grand Change Nebula sect, there was a void filled with bamboo slips. A large number of elders sat quietly. They looked at the bamboo slips that filled the sky as if they were investigating something. TSK, a 7th grade desolate body has appeared. I have an 8th grade one here. Heavens, a 9th grade one has appeared here. Those old men all smiled with satisfaction. Suddenly, one of the elders' expression changed greatly. He pointed at one of the bamboo slips and exclaimed, "Ah!" This sudden exclamation completely frightened the surrounding people. "Elder Hu, why are you so surprised?" Everyone looked over with resentment. "I just saw a 5th grade desolate body." The elder began to speak incoherently. His words silenced the void. There was a 5th grade desolate body in the land of the 9 prefectures? This must be a joke. According to logic, if it exceeded the 10th grade, it would be an ultimate desolate body. Elder Hu, you must be seeing things. Everyone shook their heads. Do you think someone with the Heavenly Tiger Sacred Realm physique would be seeing things? Elder Hu immediately retorted, causing everyone to frown. This was indeed impossible. Chapter 32-29. The Long March of the Starry Sky. How would I know? The feedback from the bamboo scroll is that there are indeed 15 lights. Furthermore, the lights are all different. Tell me, if this person has different desolate bodies, is it possible to have a 5th grade desolate body when added together? It's indeed possible. That's not right. How can a warrior have so many desolate bodies? It's too heaven-defying. Instantly, the elders were confused. A 5th grade desolate body seemed impossible, but having 3 5th grade desolate bodies was also impossible. Finally, they could only stare at the bamboo scroll, wanting to know who the owner of the bamboo scroll was. However, Lin Ling had already thrown away the glass ball from before and found a new one. As for the group of elders in the void, they were still staring at the bamboo scroll, but in the end, their eyes hurt and they could not see anything. This must be a disciple of constellation clouds. His talent barely qualifies. The other 2 are not bad. One is a 6th grade and the other is a 7th grade. Instead, in a corner, 2 elders looked at the bamboo scroll and said, "Sigh, such talent does not catch Master's eye." Following that, they ignored the bamboo scroll and treated it as the most ordinary thing in the assessment. Those who have 5 lights have successfully passed the first assessment. The second assessment is the Long March of the Starry Sky. Remember, you only have 2 hours. Before the time is up, you must traverse the myriad of worlds and find a token that belongs to you. Of course, if you are confident in yourself, you can go to the end. There is a source of life there that can greatly increase your strength. Of course, the Long March of the Starry Sky also has fey beasts. They are estimated to be at the peak of the half-saint realm. There are also weaker ones. If you know you are no match for them, you can think of ways to escape. Furthermore, there are stellar stones in the starry sky. They are treasures used to refine extreme weapons. If you can obtain them, they will be yours. If you pass this major assessment, you can also become a citizen of the Yen state. When the voice drifted out, those who had passed the test were all excited. Source of life? Sakura was very interested in the ultimate treasure. TSK. This is a treasure slightly weaker than the Nether Dragon's half-life liquid. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Lin Ling, this treasure belongs to us. Dreamflow licked his lips, but Lin Ling smiled and said, the long march of the nebula is all about speed, and there are many people here who aren't weak in terms of speed. Therefore, I'll leave the source of life to you. You guys go and get the stellar stone. All right. Dreamflow and the others nodded. Brother. Xiao Yu tugged at Lin Ling's clothes. Lin Ling smiled and said, Xiao Yu, you won't be able to enter the nebula expedition. Follow old Do. Big brother will be out in 2 hours. All right. Xiao Yu nodded obediently. She hugged the little rabbit and held the little deer as she waited for Lin Ling to wake up. As for the others, their eyes flickered strangely. Clearly, they were all very interested in the source of life. As expected of a big sect in the Yen state, if such a treasure were placed in other divine prefectures, it would be regarded as a regional treasure. However, the Grand Change Nebula sect is using it as a reward. They are a sect left behind from the era of gods. The treasures they obtained during the era of gods far exceed our imaginations. There is no comparison. The source of life belongs to me. After a huge black hole appeared in the sky, the young men were in high spirits as they rushed into it. So did Lin Ling and the others. The black hole was like a universe with a myriad of worlds. It was like another 9 prefectures. However, Lin Ling knew that this was just a means of a martial ancestor expert. Unless Lin Ling used the deity's formation, he would not be able to break this means. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the pitch-black void, the people started to rush forward. Some of them were lucky enough to get their own tokens and passed the test smoothly. However, they still wanted to get more rewards, so they continued to rush forward. There were 50 realms speed, 60 realms speed, and even 70 realms speed. This kind of speed could be said to be unique among the Sage to Be realm. Lin Ling and the others followed behind the crowd leisurely. They were not in a hurry. After an unknown period of time, when there were fewer and fewer people around, Lin Ling and the other 2 looked at each other and said in unison, "Let's go." Lin Ling's 70 realms speed had not reached the peak. Sakura's speed was the slowest, 50 realms speed. As for Dreamflow, 60 realms speed. Lin Ling, let's get a token first. Dreamflow was secretly surprised by Lin Ling's speed, but he still spoke up. Lin Ling nodded. They wildly dashed through the pitch-black void. Before long, he found his own token. Next was Sakura and the others. With a token in hand, they had passed. But Lin Ling and the others weren't willing to stop here. Let's go and get more star stones. Hide your identity and don't show off. Okay. The 3 of them put on large cloaks and concealed their auras. Then they madly dashed forwards. Before long, a great battle appeared in front of them. This was because a human-sized star stone had appeared. 2 groups of people were competing for it. One side had over a dozen people, and the other side only had a single person. Attack. Follow the plan of the divine dreamland. Lin Ling's eyes shined with a sharp light. He immediately attacked the strongest person. With the tyrant song sword in hand, the divinity and demon body erupted. This sword was like the era of gods. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The strongest youth didn't think that someone would sneak up on him. His head was smashed and a small bump floated out. He struggled to turn his head and look at the cloaked Lin Ling. Motherfucker, is it you again? In the divine dreamland, in the flame state. Why do you always sneak up on me? As he finished speaking, he fainted. Damn, it's Xia Tianyi again. Not too far away, Sakura cried out in alarm. Dreamflow was dumbfounded. Lin Ling was speechless. What, him again? This was the 3rd time. Brother Tianyi, I'm sorry. If there is a chance next time, I, Lin Ling, will return your favor. Then Lin Ling began to attack the remaining people. With their strength, they were no different from hungry wolves jumping into a flock of sheep. After 3 incense sticks of time, everyone was knocked unconscious and their harvests were seized by Lin Ling and the others. There was no time to lose. Lin Ling and the others once again set foot on their journey. They plundered everything along the way and seized a massive number of stellar stones. Although these treasures could be used to temper extreme tools, to Lin Ling, they could also enhance the strength of his divinity and demon body. He had already treated his mortal body as a treasure to temper. Lin Ling, we've already obtained many stellar stones. You can go to the finish line now. The remaining stellar stones will be seized by me and Sakura. Dreamflow's voice carried a trace of excitement. He knew that following Lin Ling, life would be extraordinary. All right. Lin Ling finally erupted with a formidable speed, reaching 90 worlds of speed. This fellow. Seeing this, Dreamflow was startled. His speed isn't just this. Sakura had already experienced Lin Ling's speed, so he was accustomed to it. Where did Lin Ling go during this time? How did his strength increase so much? I can never catch up to him, and I am the young master of the Gravekeeper race. Dreamflow was clearly struck. Young master? Roast a pig, hurry up and get to work. Unfortunately, Sakura didn't give him any face. Chapter 3230. A great battle against the realm-swallowing beast. What is this? What incredible speed! I can't see it at all. The young geniuses that Lin Ling passed by all had their mouths agape. It's at least 90 world speed. One of the black-clothed women said with a frown. She was Yuro. Then, she waved her hands to create a barrier. She wanted to freeze time and see who was coming. However, it was useless. The speed of this person seemed to be faster than time. Awesome. At this moment, Lin Ling was running madly, surpassing many young geniuses in the 9 provinces. Not long after, 2 people finally appeared in front of them. One was Zilong, and the other was Yi Lingtian. They were actually the last ones to walk. Their speed was clearly the fastest among everyone present. However, the arrival of Lin Ling from behind immediately gave them a fright. Among so many young people this year, there was actually someone who could reach the speed of 90 realms. Who are you, sir? The purple dragon said angrily, as if the light that belonged to him had been snatched away by someone else. Someone you need to look up to. Lin Ling glanced at the 2 of them indifferently. The rain technique descended like a storm. The power of cultivation level was extremely terrifying. 120 world speed erupted. Then it turned into a beautiful afterimage and shot past the 2 of them. The 2 of them were dumbstruck. They looked at each other only to see the shock in each other's eyes. Weren't they the strongest half-saints among the geniuses of the 9 prefectures? But who was this person who suddenly ran over? While they were still in disbelief, Lin Ling had already disappeared into the distance. If it were anyone else, they would need half a day to reach the end of this long journey. However, for Lin Ling, an hour was more than enough. With his current speed, if he wanted to travel through the eastern, western, southern and southern realms, this would undoubtedly save a lot of time. At the same time, the surroundings began to change quietly. Ancient stone tablets floated in the void, as if they were rocks left behind by the gods. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Activating his myriad mammoth magic eyes, he could vaguely make out a huge city wall up ahead. The city wall blocked off the path ahead, and within the city wall was a green jade bottle. The origin of life. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. However, he was also a little shocked. That wall was simply too huge. Only a martial ancestor-level expert could set up such a wall in the starry sky. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling shot forward. At the same time, in the void of the Great Change Nebula sect, the old men smiled. Amazing! In such a short time, someone actually reached the finish line. It seems like there are good seedlings among the geniuses of the 9 prefectures this time. I think it should be Purple Dragon. That guy has the desolate lightning physique, one of the 100 great bloodlines. Speed is his forte. Perhaps he's still hiding his strength in this assessment. You want to know his strength? Then release a stronger demonic beast. Finally, an old man said as he stroked his beard. Everyone nodded their heads. Although they couldn't see who was at the finish line, they guessed that it must be Purple Dragon. Okay, I've released it. After a while, another person said with a smile. His words made the old men look at him. When they saw the black bamboo slip in his hand, the old men's faces changed drastically. Elder Hu, don't tell me you've released that demonic beast. Yes, don't you want to see his strength? Oh my god, although that demonic beast is still in its growth stage, its strength is comparable to that of a second heaven sage. You're going to kill Purple Dragon. Ah, didn't you ask me to release it? What should we do now? What else can we do? I hope Purple Dragon can sense the aura of that demonic beast, and leave the finish line immediately. Sighs could be heard one after another. At this moment, Lin Ling wasn't really vigilant at the finish line, because he'd heard that the dangers he encountered on the Starry Sky journey were at most at the peak of the half-saint realm. So he was obviously not afraid of such strength. Therefore, he quickly went to the Spring of Life and collected the treasure. Then he turned around and left. However, the walls had turned pitch black all of a sudden. A strong murderous aura was emitted from the walls. When Lin Ling rushed forward, something strange happened. A huge mouth appeared and tried to swallow Lin Ling. The mouth was also pitch black. If one didn't look carefully, they would think it was a starry sky. However, Lin Ling reacted quickly. After his expression changed, he immediately burst out with speed and frantically retreated. Then he stared at the huge mouth and couldn't help but curse. Realm-devouring beast? Who the fuck said that there are only demonic beasts at the peak of the Sage-to-Be realm in the Starry Sky expedition? He was extremely depressed at the moment. He couldn't figure out what had happened. However, the realm-devouring beast didn't give Lin Ling time to think. It was like a black sea rolling and trying to swallow Lin Ling. Bastard! Lin Ling cursed angrily and unleashed his rain technique. Only then did he manage to avoid the gigantic mouth. He couldn't help but feel annoyed because the realm-devouring beast was immortal. For so many years, he had seen countless realm-devouring beasts, but he had only seen one corpse horror in Qingzhou's Grand Court Commandery. Rumble. The realm-devouring beast seemed determined to swallow Lin Ling obviously. It had sensed the ominous aura hidden in Lin Ling's body. Most importantly, the area within the wall was very small. Therefore, as time passed, Lin Ling became more and more dangerous. Oh no! At the same time, Lin Ling screamed because he had been sealed by the Black Sea. There was no way to escape. Instead, a huge mouth directly swallowed him whole. This was the first time he had been swallowed by the realm-devouring beast. Fight! Lin Ling was in the body of the realm-devouring beast. He let out a roar. He didn't die when he destroyed the god. How could he die in the mouth of the realm-devouring beast? Plus, was it the only realm-devouring beast? He used all of his godly demon body. He also used the talent of the realm-devouring beast to fight back. In the body of the realm-devouring beast, a mysterious black substance spread out. It seemed to be able to corrode any power. That was why the realm-devouring beast was so scary. However, after Lin Ling's realm-devouring beast burst out, the black substance ignored Lin Ling. It was as if it recognized Lin Ling's existence. Although Lin Ling didn't know why it was like that, at this moment, he would definitely fight back with all his might. The time and space tablet descended and smashed into the body of the realm-devouring beast. It caused the Black Sea to become even more turbulent. The Tyrant Song Sword appeared and Lin Ling kept slashing. The steps of the demon sword actually separated the Black Sea. But then Lin Ling discovered that in the Black Sea, there was something floating. Upon closer inspection, it was a calf-sized aphid. It was a product of the realm-devouring beast's body. It was said that it could refine and swallow everything. Chapter 32-31. Who would swallow who? Although Lin Ling had 120 world speed, he could not unleash this speed in the body of the realm-swallowing beast. At the critical moment, Lin Ling shouted, "1,000 transformations!" Countless Lin Ling appeared, attracting the attention of the aphids. Using this opportunity, Lin Ling kept slashing with his sword, killing the aphids. However, there were too many aphids. There were still aphids entangling Lin Ling, and a sharp mouth pierced towards Lin Ling's body. This change was too sudden, and Lin Ling could not react in time. Dragon Bone. However, Lin Ling's pupils constricted, and a sharp light bloomed. Ka. Terrifying physical strength erupted, and the dragon bone formed a strong defense, blocking the sharp mouth. If the mouth entered Lin Ling's body, Lin Ling would be sucked clean. After blocking the sharp mouth, Lin Ling unleashed all his strength, and his 4 dantians merged with his body. Boom! A terrifying thing happened. The aphids, which were the size of calves, were crushed by Lin Ling. Smelly black blood splattered all over Lin Ling. The sword god is coming. At the same time, Lin Ling slashed with his sword, cutting all the aphids that tried to pounce on him in half. Using this opportunity, he rushed forward. The surrounding illusions were also swallowed by the aphids, and Lin Ling became more and more anxious. Slash, slash, slash. At this moment, Lin Ling could only rush forward, cutting open the Black Sea. In the end, even little Kunlun appeared, forming a sharp vine array around Lin Ling, cutting everything. However, little Kunlun's appearance did not help much, because the surrounding Black Sea was swallowing little Kunlun. Obviously, Lin Ling had a fierce aura, so he was only afraid of the aphids. However, little Kunlun was not. Little Kunlun, come back now. Lin Ling made the call, and he had no choice but to use the catastrophe-destroying Sunbow. He had already made up his mind. If he could not get out of the world-swallowing beast's body, then he would risk his life to activate the true inheritance dark sword. Xiao, 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 xiao. The Black Sea was stirred up and scattered, revealing a large space. Suddenly, Lin Ling saw a black sarcoma in the center of the space. It was like a heart. Is this the heart of the realm-swallowing beast? Lin Ling's expression changed. He did not care whether he guessed it or not. He pounced on the sarcoma, and then he slashed. In an instant, the entire black ocean started to shake, and numerous cries of pain resounded. Lin Ling knew that he had made the right bet. We are both realm-swallowing beasts. If you want to swallow me, why don't I swallow you? Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He chopped the black tumor into pieces and stuffed them all into his mouth. The taste was bloody, and Lin Ling almost vomited. But he knew that this was more precious than the corpse of the realm-swallowing beast, so he forced himself to swallow it. It had to be said that the sarcoma was disgusting, but the effect was very obvious. Lin Ling felt a mysterious power surging into his limbs and bones. It made the murderous aura move. Boom. He could not help it. It was as if something in his body had exploded. His whole body exploded. At the same time, in the Black Sea, a mud appeared. Its giant mouth was moving. It was a new one of the 4 great murderous beasts, the realm-swallowing beast. Shit, I have completely become a realm-swallowing beast. The scariest thing was that the realm-swallowing beast was speaking in human language. And he was Lin Ling. Looking at the Black Sea around him, he saw that it had dried up and turned into gray rocks. It was like the city wall that Lin Ling saw in Qing State's Grand Court County. This was the corpse of the realm-swallowing beast. I have become a realm-swallowing beast? Lin Ling was still in shock. Could it be that he was going to swallow 10,000 worlds, or even Jiuzhou? After the shock, he could not help but feel happy. But thinking of the test, he knew that now was not the time to check on the realm-swallowing beast. How can I change back? Lin Ling muttered to himself. As if it knew what he was thinking, the black mud began to change. It turned into a human shape and gradually became Lin Ling's silhouette. I have returned to my original body. Lin Ling was suddenly happy. Looking at his naked body, he knew that the flesh and blood of this body had turned into that of the realm-swallowing beast, and the bones were dragon bones. Then he took out his clothes and put them on. He quickly left the place. When he was outside, he saw that the entire giant realm-swallowing beast had turned into rock. Realm-swallowing beast corpse horror. Lin Ling could not help but lick his lips. But after estimating the time, he reluctantly gave up on the corpse horror. Because he needed to collect the corpse horror, it would take some time. Moreover, he was afraid that he would be discovered by the Grand Change Nebula sect if he swallowed the realm-swallowing beast. So he burst out at full speed and rushed toward the exit. After half an hour, he finally saw the scattered people leaving toward the exit. This let Lin Ling know that he had finally made it. He slowed down and followed the crowd toward the exit. At the moment, under the Green Mountain, there was a lot of noise. Some people had obviously passed and some had failed. Lin Ling. After seeing Lin Ling, a voice came from afar. It was Dream Flow. Seeing this, Lin Ling blinked and walked over in an extremely low-key manner. Did you get the token? Uncle He also walked over and looked at Lin Ling expectantly. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Haha, that's great. This also allows me to account to Senior Xing. Congratulations to the 3 of you for becoming citizens of the Yen State. The citizens of the Yen State have an outstanding status in the 9 states. With this status alone, other than the Yen State and the Miao State, no one in the 9 states would dare to provoke you. Even the Emperor God is no exception. Martial Uncle, he said with a smile. Then he left after giving some instructions. It seemed like he had some matters to attend to. Thank you, Uncle He. Lin Ling and the others immediately bowed. They could tell that Uncle Master He was taking good care of them for Xing Xian's sake. No need. Your master saved me once in the past. Today, I am repaying his kindness. Rest for a while. I will take care of everything for you. Uncle He replied faintly from afar. After he left, Sakura and Dreamflow winked at Lin Ling, and so did Lin Ling. How's the Star Stone? He don't worry. We took a lot. We won't let you down. What about the source of life? Got it. After hearing Lin Ling's words, Sakura and Dreamflow were obviously excited. Dreamflow asked curiously, You surpassed Zilong and the others? You reached the end faster than them? Or did you get it during the battle? Those guys aren't much of a threat to me, but this is the end point. Speaking of this, Lin Ling was obviously angry. Grand Change Nebula sect is lying. This end is not a demonic beast of the half-step saint realm, but a demonic beast of the sage realm. A demonic beast of the sage realm? What is that? Sakura and Dreamflow were shocked. Realm-devouring beast. Chapter 32-32. New Heavenly Court. That's not true. The beast swallowed me, but I swallowed it instead. Lin Ling shook his head. Silence. Meng Lu and Meng Lu were dead silent. They looked at Lin Ling as if they were looking at a monster. This guy even killed the realm-swallowing beast? That was too fierce. Congratulations, congratulations. You've crossed the 10,000 worlds and reached the end in 2 hours. You're indeed the #1 sage to be genius of the Yen state. At this moment, an old man with his hands behind his back walked out from the crowd with a smile on his face. Everyone was still immersed in the joy of passing the test, but after hearing those words, their expressions changed greatly. Could it be that the purple dragon had reached the end? One had to know that they were also transmigrating through the starry sky, but in the end, they didn't even touch the hair of the destination. As expected of Zilong. Everyone looked at Zilong. Unexpectedly, the other party's expression was extremely ugly. He said angrily, Senior, I didn't go to the end. What? Hearing that, the old man's expression changed. He looked at Yi Lingtian and asked, Did you escape from the mouth of the realm-swallowing beast? Senior, it wasn't me either. Yi Lingtian's expression also turned ugly. It felt as if this senior was teasing them. It was because they weren't #1 at all. Instead, they saw an arrogant person pass by in front of them and seize #1. Ah. The old man's expression changed again. Then he transmitted his voice. Senior brothers, please go to the finish line and take a look. I think the #1 mystery chaser is in trouble. As soon as the voice was transmitted, the old men in the void also sensed that something was wrong. Could the mysterious #1 have been swallowed by the realm-swallowing beast? They hurriedly rushed into the starry sky, and a moment later, they appeared at the end. Then all of them fell silent, because an enormous corpse terror had appeared there. Did someone kill the realm-swallowing beast? Isn't the truth right in front of us? Do you still need us to explain? Although the realm-swallowing beast at the end is immature, it is still not something a half-step saint can handle. Yes, the realm-swallowing beast's immortal body is very famous in the 10,000 realms. The hearts of the old men began to race. Suddenly, they were filled with curiosity about the person who had killed the realm-swallowing beast. When the news spread, the old man's expression changed drastically, and he swept his gaze towards all the young geniuses as if he wanted to see through all of them. His gaze naturally went past Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling trio concealed themselves very well, resulting in the old man only giving them a cursory glance. In the end, the elder shook his head helplessly. There were too many people, and he couldn't find that ferocious person. However, as long as this powerful man entered the Grand Change Nebula sect, he would be discovered sooner or later. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. Next, he was going to arrange positions for the young geniuses in the Great Change Nebula sect. But at this moment, a whistling sound came from the sky, and a large number of people appeared in the sky. The young man in the lead wore a green robe, had a sword on his back, and stood on a golden flying dragon as he looked down at the ground below. Shi Feilong of the Heavenly Court. The young man glanced at the group of young men in disdain before bowing to the old man. Heavenly Court? The old man immediately frowned. Among the crowd, Lin Ling Trio's expressions changed, and they immediately calmed down. They didn't expect the Heavenly Court to not be destroyed, and they had even found the Great Change Nebula sect. Could it be that martial god Wen Tian knew where they were? However, it was apparent that they were overthinking. Although the Heavenly Court was destroyed, Master didn't want martial god Qilin to waste his life's efforts, so he rebuilt the Heavenly Court. The young man said proudly, and the old man nodded his head. With martial god Wen Tian's influence, it was not difficult for him to rebuild the Heavenly Court. This also meant that the Heavenly Court was actually destroyed. These people were from the new Heavenly Court. Then may I know why you're here? The old man said expressionlessly. We're looking for the son of the demon young beast, Yi Shui, and Yi Linyun. I hope you can inform them when you see them. Master will reward them handsomely. The young man said indifferently. I've never seen them before. The old man's face turned even colder. This young man was only a martial sage. Although he might be powerful, his words were too arrogant. I'm sorry, I'm just doing my job. Since you've never seen them before, we'll have to look for them ourselves. Please forgive us if we've offended you. The young man shook his head and said helplessly. How dare you? The old man shouted angrily. Martial god Wen Tian. To everyone's surprise, the young man was not afraid at all. Instead, he took a step forward. Although the Great Change Nebula sect was famous in the Yen state, the sect leader was only a martial progenitor. He was no match for martial god Wen Tian. Dong. At that moment, a bell suddenly rang in the endless green mountains. Pht. The people of the Heavenly Court spat out mouthfuls of blood, and their faces changed greatly. The golden dragon beneath the young man in the lead started to tremble. After all, this was a dragon god from the dragon clan. If you want them, let martial god Wen Tian do it himself. Old man. From the green mountains, an old voice with endless majesty quietly sounded. Hearing this, the Heavenly Court's faces turned pale. The young man in the lead hurriedly transmitted his voice, and seemed to have received a reply. He immediately smiled apologetically and said, Senior, we're not sure that those people are in the Great Change Nebula sect. We're just casually checking. However, we're sure that those people are definitely not here. Since you're so sincere in apologizing, I'll let bygones be bygones. However, I'd like to remind martial god Wen Tian that those people might be in the myriad of worlds. You should look for them there. The Green Mountains spoke again. Thank you, Senior. The people of the Heavenly Court quickly left. Seeing this, Lin Ling and the others finally heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were hiding in the Great Change Nebula sect. If they were anywhere else, no one would be able to stop the Heavenly Court's plundering. Now that the people of the Heavenly Court had left, they would not be able to guess that they were in the Yen state in the short term. I hope young Master Yao and the others can escape this round, Lin Ling said to himself. His gaze swept across and suddenly fell on a young man. This young man was Yi Lingtian. He was obviously also exhaling a sigh of relief. This was because his elder brother was Yi Lingyun, one of the people wanted by the martial god. Alright, don't take what happened before to heart. The Heavenly Court is just here to go through the motions. Next, I'll arrange for everyone to enter the Great Change Nebula sect and announce your positions. The old man also looked at the crowd. Position? Senior, what's the position? Someone asked curiously. Chapter 32-33. Position. I understand. Everyone nodded their heads one after another, but they still couldn't let it go. It should be known that in the 9 prefectures, each and every one of them was an extremely powerful existence. It would not be difficult for them to become god emperors. But now they had to work for someone else. This made them feel somewhat embarrassed. Setbacks are necessary if you want to obtain the martial ancestors' Tao discussion. Only a mediocre person would care about such things. Of course, there were also people who were not afraid to work for the Grand Change Nebula sect. Alright, after I tell you my name, you can walk out yourselves. Su Pengfei Su Yuan, Demon Army's son of heaven, Tai Wu Zun, go to the back of the mountain to feed the demon beasts. Ah, we feed demonic beasts? Senior, with our status, we can only eat demonic beasts. How dare you? Do you think the demonic beasts of the Grand Change Nebula sect are ordinary demonic beasts? Let me tell you, those demonic beasts are extremely powerful. They are the seeds of the divine era. Each and every one of them can easily devour all of you. Also, are you going or not? Go, go, go. Alright, next Fairy Shui Hai, Tong Tsai Lu Man. Go to Eastern Mountain to plant the Earth Spirit. Senior, what is an Earth Spirit? It's a kind of natural treasure. To put it bluntly, it's to plant it. Farming. Obviously, although the people present here had strong backgrounds, they were very ordinary in the Great Change Nebula sect. Everything was done by someone else. In this land full of miracles, there was nothing impossible. However, people also noticed that the talented and powerful young geniuses were given very good positions. For example, a person who was given the position of cleaning a martial arts training ground was obviously a good job. The other one was accompanying a martial progenitor realm elder as his servant. What a great job! This made many people envious and jealous. However, those people were not weak at all. Therefore, there was nothing they could do. Motherfucker, I'll leave this godforsaken place as soon as I'm done with this. Knowing that he had to work, Sakura's expression also turned unusually ugly. On the other hand, Lin Ling didn't care. However, it was soon time to read the names of Lin Ling and the other two. Their positions were to accompany Martial Uncle He to watch over the Western Mountains. Obviously, this was another great job. Basically, it was absolutely a great job to follow the seniors of the Grand Change Nebula. For a moment, everyone was even more envious. When they saw that it was Lin Ling and the other two, their eyes turned even redder. Wow, I'm envious. Even Xia Tianyi walked over with 3 small bags on her head and a smile on her face. When they saw him, Lin Ling and the others did not dare to look him in the eye. They could only laugh dryly. The old man finally spoke. What do you want to say? The old man looked at him coldly, causing the young man to stutter. He didn't dare to speak for a while. Go ahead, Sixth Spectre Venerable. What you said is actually what everyone wants to say. However, many people were supporting the young man. The young man finally raised his head and looked at Lin Ling and the other two. He said, the 3 of them only have a 5th grade desolate body. Their cultivation has just reached the 5th heaven of the half-saint realm. I think they should be given some positions. Am I right? Yes. Everyone agreed immediately. In fact, they weren't targeting Lin Ling and the other two. They just wanted to let Lin Ling and the other two get off to a good start. As long as Lin Ling and the other 3 handed over their positions, they could snatch the other good positions. Do you know who the 3 of them are? The old man guessed their thoughts. Their master used to be a member of the Grand Change Nebula sect. In other words, they are half a member of the Grand Change Nebula sect. Do you agree? When their master was working for the Grand Change Nebula sect, you didn't even know where they were. The Grand Change Nebula sect is the fairest. Their master left behind the karma, and they took the karma. Everyone was silent when they heard that. Lin Ling and the other 2 finally understood that it was Martial Uncle He who had helped them. Although they couldn't refute him, they wouldn't give up easily. Senior, why don't we do it this way? Let's use strength to determine the winner. Look at some of the talented geniuses from before. They all got good positions. We're convinced of that. However, if those geniuses want to get good positions, they'll have to go through everyone's challenge. The young man said again. Yes, Senior. The Grand Change Nebula sect doesn't raise useless people. We are from various forces in the 9 states. How can we be willing to be inferior to useless people? Senior, please make an exception for us. Voices drifted out from the Green Mountain one after another. Seeing that, the old man frowned. He glanced at the young men who were assigned positions but had average talents. Those young men were also frowning. They were obviously unhappy, but they didn't dare to say anything. Finally, the old man looked at Lin Ling and the other 2 and said, What do you think? Senior, I'm here to learn martial arts. I don't want to challenge you. I don't like fighting. Of course, Lin Ling wouldn't agree. It was better to have less trouble than more trouble. Hehe, you're afraid. Boy, where are you from? Who is your master? I'm the 6 demons honored son of the Divine Weapon Mansion. If you don't dare to fight, apologize in the name of your master, and I'll let it go. Seeing Lin Ling shaking his head, the young man said indifferently, "He was trying to provoke him." Lin Ling sneered when he heard that. Although he wanted to keep a low profile, the young man deliberately used the constellation nebula. Although he was trying to provoke him, Lin Ling couldn't help it. "Are you sure you want to fight with me?" "That's right. You can use any weapon. I'll take it. If you're afraid, apologize in the name of your master." Seeing that Lin Ling had relented, the young man smiled proudly. He was afraid that Lin Ling was spineless. Now that Lin Ling had shown his unyielding character, it was great. "I'm afraid that you're not a match for me." Lin Ling finally walked out. The crowd immediately roared with laughter. The 6 demons' honored son had a 7th-grade desolate body, and was at the 7th layer of the half-saint realm. He was the Divine Weapon Mansion's bodyguard, and was very famous in the land of the 9 continents. No one knew Lin Ling. He only had a 5th-grade desolate body, and was at the 5th layer of the half-saint realm. How could he be so arrogant? Moreover, even some of the good-looking women were disgusted by Lin Ling. At the beginning they sympathized with Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling said that the young man was not a match for him. This kind of arrogance was undoubtedly the most shameful. He really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Chapter 32-34. What a stunning punch! "Come out!" The 6 fiend saints stepped into the green mountain. Moreover, with every step he took, he released a powerful desolate physique aura. A black rock snake slithered out from under his feet. It opened its mouth angrily and a wave of ferocious aura surged out like a weak tide. It was the rock god's bloodline, one of the 100 bloodlines. The cultivation of the 7th level of the half-saint realm had arrived. Apparently, he wanted to show Lin Ling the difference between the two of them. After all, his goal was to get the position. He did not want to offend a senior from the Great Simplicity Nebula sect. "You are so weak." However, Lin Ling also walked out. He stared at the 6 Reaper Honorable, and shook his head in disdain. A simple sentence immediately caused even more people to be dissatisfied. Although the 6 Reaper Honorable was not the most powerful person present, the strength that he had displayed earlier had won everyone's respect. However, Lin Ling only knew how to brag. If their master had not been a member of the Great Simplicity Nebula sect, they would have scolded him. "Humph!" The 6 Reaper Honorable snorted coldly. He was a proud person who had come to the Yen state. He had never been looked down upon like this before. 6 Reaper Honorable, we support you." "Yes." But soon many voices rose up from beneath the green mountain, causing 6 Demon Venerable to nod. Then he turned into a cold beam of light that shot towards Lin Ling. If a martial artist's perception was strong, they would be able to see that this was like a snake attacking, incomparably fast. Moreover, the seniors of the Great Simplicity Nebula sect could see that the 6 Reaper Honorable was covered in a gray rock armor. It was formed by his talent. It was extremely powerful. Even Lin Ling's eyes lit up. The desolate body is not bad. However, the most important thing is that this guy's rank strength is extraordinary. He can attack and defend and has reached 70% of his rank strength. Yes, the 6 Reaper Honorable was much stronger than the half-saint realm experts that Lin Ling had seen before. Everyone was looking at Lin Ling. They didn't know how Lin Ling, who was only at the 5th layer of the half-saint realm, would fight back against the 6 Demon Venerable. This was especially true for the geniuses with great backgrounds. They began to assess the situation and realized that the only way to deal with 6 Spectre Venerable's fatal blow was to retreat. However, doing so would weaken their momentum, and they would have to face 6 Spectre Venerable's storm of attacks. However, Lin Ling finally made his move. He did not retreat, nor did he use any martial arts. He stretched out his left hand and clenched it into a fist. Then he lightly punched out. The fist collided with the rock snake in an instant, causing the air to explode and the green mountain to reverberate incessantly. Looking at Lin Ling again, he was still standing there like a pine tree. Everyone's pupils immediately trembled violently. So strong. The 6 Demons Venerable's complexion also changed slightly. He had discovered that Lin Ling's innate talent was fire attribute after he had exchanged a blow with Lin Ling. It didn't seem very strong on the surface, but the density of his boundary essence was beyond his imagination. It didn't seem like a 5th level half-saint at all. Again, Of course, the 9 prefectures' geniuses who could appear here naturally wouldn't be easily defeated. The 6 demons venerable slithered like a snake, causing a huge gray whirlpool. Upon closer inspection, it was a rock whirlpool. Although you have some ability, I have the rock god's bloodline. My defense is extremely strong, so I might not be able to defeat you in one move. However, after 10 or 100 moves, you will definitely reveal your flaws. In the air, the ferocious aura was extremely terrifying. A fatal blow appeared behind Lin Ling and shot towards Lin Ling. Bang! A dull sound was heard. What everyone expected did not happen. Instead, Lin Ling did not even look behind him. He lightly punched out and blocked the fatal blow once again. How is this possible? This time, it was impossible for people not to be shocked. One had to know that not many people in the late stage of the half-saint realm would dare to easily receive a blow from the 6 demons venerable. If one encountered a warrior with a desolate body below the 5th grade, even a peak half-saint would lose to the 6 demons venerable. Bang! 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 However, nothing was impossible for Lin Ling facing the 6 demons venerable's attacks. Lin Ling had blocked all of them. The 6 demons venerable even saw Lin Ling block his attacks with one hand behind his back. Is the 6 demons venerable going to be defeated? Many people exclaimed secretly. In fact, even the 6 demons venerable was secretly feeling uneasy. Oh no, what is this person's strength? Why can't I take him down even though my talent and cultivation level are higher than his? Most importantly, I have 70% of my cultivation level power. Lin Ling spoke at this moment. You have made so many moves previously. It should be my turn now. I will defeat you with one punch. Lin Ling retracted his left fist as though it was an arrow that was about to leave the bow. Not good. Although Lin Ling looked very ordinary and his realm essence was not turbulent, the 6 demons venerable did not dare to underestimate him. Suddenly, gray rocks appeared all over his body, and he turned into an ancient divine mountain. Defeat him with one punch? That's impossible. Many people were shaking their heads, but they couldn't be sure because they had all witnessed Lin Ling's miraculous feats before. At the same time, Lin Ling also threw out a punch. However, it was like an arrow that was shot out from a bow. At the beginning, there was fire elemental boundary energy spreading out. However, when it got close to the gray rock, a terrifying thing finally happened. An incomparably ferocious aura erupted like a ferocious beast. This made Lin Ling's punch faster and more powerful. The combination of his physical strength and the 4 dantians formed a punch that could destroy 10,000 worlds. Boom! The gray rocks were shaken by the punch. Inside the rocks, the 6 demons venerable's expression changed drastically. He felt an unparalleled force colliding with his body. He could not resist at all. This was not the strength of a half-step saint, but the strength of a saint. Ka, 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 ka. Cracks began to appear on the gray rocks. Then a figure flew out and smashed into the green hills in the distance, causing the hills to shake. Under the green hills, there was a dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. They never thought that Lin Ling, who was only a half-step saint, would win in such an easy way. He defeated the 6 demons venerable with only one arm. Even the eyes of the seniors of the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect flickered. Previously, Lin Ling had burst out with ferocious aura. Could it be that he had practiced a technique related to ferocious aura? Or, could it be that he was hiding some other talent that was related to ferocious aura? Most importantly, they did not understand why Lin Ling's punch was so powerful. Could it be the strength of his physical body? But during the assessment of the glaze ball, this guy only had the talent of fire element, right? Who else is not convinced? At this moment, under the green hills, Lin Ling glanced at the crowd and said indifferently. But no one spoke. Everyone was silent. The reason was that the 6 demons venerable was ranked among the top. Now that he had been defeated, it was meaningless for others to challenge him. Most importantly, Lin Ling had defeated the 6 demons venerable with only one arm. Perhaps his full strength was in that arm, or perhaps he did not use his full strength at all. Chapter 32-35. The Tai martial ancestor. Lin Ling did not use his full strength. Otherwise, the 6 Reaper honored master would not have been defeated so easily. Seeing that no one answered him, Lin Ling turned around and left. He glanced at the Six Reaper honored master and said, I have said that you will not be able to withstand a single blow from me unless you reach the peak of the Sage-to-Be realm. The Six Reaper honored master spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes turned gray. He had been able to come to the flame state because of his strength. He had developed an arrogant character. Now his arrogance had been suppressed by Sumo. Indeed, in the continent of miracles, miracles were born all the time. The Green Mountain was silent. Only Meng Lu and the rest smiled. They were not surprised by the outcome. In fact, if they had gone up against Sumo, they would have won too. However, they would not have won as easily and beautifully as Lin Ling. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge him? The old man asked. However, after the incident with Lin Ling, everyone was much more cautious and fell silent for a moment. This caused those who had been given good positions, but were not powerful, to look at Lin Ling gratefully. Since there is no one else, please follow me in. In the end, the old man led everyone into the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. Wow, I did not expect you to be so powerful. Xia Tianyi followed Lin Ling and looked at Lin Ling as if it was the first time she had met him. She looked at Lin Ling from head to toe. Lin Ling smiled and said, I was just lucky. Lin Ling felt guilty for attacking Xia Tianyi 3 times and knocking her out. If he had the chance, he would like to make it up to her. Hee, congratulations, congratulations. After entering the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect, Martial Uncle he walked over and led Lin Ling and the rest forward. They had been assigned to guard the West Mountain. This area was relatively remote and there were many demonic beasts. Moreover, they were all the seeds of deities. Lin Ling and the other 2 followed Martial Uncle he to live on top of a mountain peak. There was an ancient stone sword stabbed into the mountain peak. This sword was extraordinary and could intimidate all the demonic beasts. As for guarding, there was nothing to guard. To put it bluntly, it was indeed a good job. This good job used to belong to your master. After he left, it was left to me. Since you are here, you can see where your master grew up. Martial Uncle he looked at Lin Ling and the rest, and started introducing the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. However, Lin Ling and the others were here to seek refuge. They did not plan to stay here for too long, so they quickly dealt with the situation. At night, Uncle Master he left. Lin Ling and the other 2 stayed in the small house at the top of the mountain. Looking at the moon in the sky, they realized that the Yen state seemed to be closer to the moon. Even the sky was filled with the aura of a god. What a clean sky! The miracle mainland, the godly mainland, is indeed extraordinary. Meng Lu and Sakura said. Lin Ling smiled, and then took out the spring of life. Meng Lu and the rest also took out a large number of starstones. To Lin Ling's surprise, the amount of starstones Meng Lu and the rest had plundered was beyond his imagination. Equally. The 3 of them looked at each other, and were all excited. Lin Ling asked for the most starstones, so he gave out more spring of life. After dividing the treasures, the 3 of them began to cultivate. Although they were safe now, no one could guarantee when the heavenly court would find them. Therefore, improving their strength was the most important thing. After Lin Ling entered the house, he immediately sat down cross-legged. Just as he was about to cultivate, he found that the moonlight shone through the window, and a large number of words were written on the wall. Work hard. It was a very simple word, but it covered the entire room. Is this written by Master? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Finally, he saw a line of words in the corner of the house. It turned out that Xing Xiuyin used to be a very ordinary person in the Grand Change Nebula sect. However, he made a great contribution during the demonic beast tide, and was praised by his master. Then he was specially trained. At that time, Xing Xiuyin went from an unknown existence to a meteoric rise. However, during an extremely important mission, Xing Xiuyin disappointed master. He was defeated and returned. Since then he suffered a disastrous decline. In the end, he left the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect in disappointment. I didn't expect Master to have such a story in the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. Lin Ling thought to himself. Suddenly, he was curious about the sect leader of the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. Of course, he didn't think too much about it and quickly cultivated. The heart of the realm-devouring beast that he had obtained in the starry sky was now being refined by Lin Ling. The ferocious aura on his body became more intense. He could transform into the realm-devouring beast. His physical strength was also increasing crazily. In the end, it increased to the power of 800 worlds. His speed also reached the speed of 90 worlds. If he used the rain technique, he could reach the speed of 140 worlds. As for the talent of the realm-devouring beast, it had entered the 9th grade. Apparently, the talent of devouring its own kind was really terrifying. This made Lin Ling happy. Immediately, he started cultivating again. This time he was refining the Star Stone, which was a material for forging supreme weapons. Lin Ling operated the Chaos Divine formula and forcibly refined it. He let this force flow into his bones. His dragon bone was also increasing crazily. His dragon dantian had also reached the 7th grade wild body. During this process, because of the nourishment of the 2 treasures, Lin Ling's cultivation had also entered the 6th stage of the half-saint realm. Moreover, the boundary essence of the 4 major dantians was extremely complete. Looking at Sakura and the others, their strength had also increased greatly. Moreover, the 3 of them had come here to lie low. Therefore, they rarely walked around the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. This made many people feel strange. After all, who didn't come here to have a discussion with the martial ancestor? However, the people didn't pay much attention to them. Gradually, they forgot about Lin Ling and the other 2. On the contrary, the higher-ups of the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect seemed to be looking for something. The glazed ball emitted 15 rays of light? A 5th grade wild body? Nonsense. How can there be a 5th grade wild body in this world? This kid has other talents. That's why he can shine so brightly. After an old man heard the news from the elders, he let out a laugh. The old man sat under an ancient tree. The fruits on the ancient tree shone like stars, making him look like a god descending. His eyebrows were very long, reaching the ground. He looked like an immortal. He was the Grand Simplicity martial ancestor. He was also the current sect leader of the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. Moreover, there's something even more terrifying. The realm-devouring beast was actually killed. Another elder said. His tone was filled with shock. Amazing. It would be great if this kid was in our Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. However, there's no need for everyone to look for him. He will surface sooner or later. The old man's eyes lit up. He nodded his head in appreciation and said, "All of you can leave first." Everyone hurriedly bowed and took their leave. Chapter 32-36. Broken Bone Demon Elephant. Looks like Xing Shiyun's disciple is only SSO. He was obviously very disappointed. Although he had taken in many disciples in his life, there were very few who could become his last disciple. In the past, Xing Shiyun was lucky enough to catch his eye and become one of his last disciples. However, Xing Shiyun failed in a major mission and declined from then on, leaving Grand Change Nebula sect. He felt very uncomfortable about this. He had never blamed Xing Shiyun. As long as it was his last disciple, he would treat them with importance. Who knew that although he didn't care, Xing Shiyun would feel inferior. This was also why Xing Shiyun didn't dare to return to Yen State for so many years. Even if he was lucky enough to come back, it was in secret and he didn't dare to meet him. This inferiority complex seemed to have been passed on to his 3 disciples. On the path of martial arts, with such a personality, it would be difficult for them to go further. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention to Xing Shiyun's 3 disciples. The days passed quietly just like that. Lin Ling and the other 2 were still cultivating in seclusion. It was quite relaxing. Of course, during this period, there were also people who came to provoke them. Because Lin Ling's stunning punch not long ago had actually made many 9 States youths unhappy. They had been cultivating hard in the sect, and their strength had increased greatly. Therefore, they came to look for Lin Ling to get back at him. However, when Lin Ling and the other 2 were about to kick them out, someone stopped them first. The appearance of that person made those who wanted to provoke them leave with their tails between their legs. Then that person also left. This made Lin Ling and the other 2 curious. Who exactly was helping them secretly? Of course, they guessed that the person who helped them secretly was Xia Tianyi. Regarding this, they didn't pay much attention. because if they really wanted to provoke them, the unlucky ones would be those who overestimated themselves. After that, the days were still peaceful. Disher Tian and Meng Lu's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. They had reached the 8th stage of the half-sage realm. This was because of the spring of life and the treasures hidden in the West Mountain. In terms of combat strength, they could fight against a first stage of the sage realm. This was because Lin Ling had used the Star Stone to reforge their weapons. As for Lin Ling, he had used up all his spring of life and only reached the 7th stage of the half-sage realm. This made him sigh, because among the 3 of them, he had used up the most treasures, but his realm improvement was the slowest. At the end of the day, it was because he had 4 dantians. However, his physical strength and soul force had improved greatly. If he could reach the late half-saint realm, he would be able to open his 5th dantian. Lin Ling was looking forward to it. Rumble. On this day, the ancient forest of the West Mountains suddenly rumbled, shaking a large number of ancient trees. The aura's aura, as if it was a battle. Translator Xianzas Meng Lu Mengs and Meng Lu, what's happened? Someone is killing demonic beasts in the forest. How bold. Most of the demonic beasts in the forest are in the growth stage. They are also the seeds of the gods. Their strength is comparable to the sage realm. Even we don't dare to enter the forest. During this period of time, Lin Ling and Meng Lu had become familiar with the ancient forest. That was why they were surprised by the person's courage. Because even Martial Uncle he didn't dare to enter the ancient forest. Martial Uncle he rarely appears here. Second brother, what should we do now? Disher Tian looked at Lin Ling and said. Let's go and take a look. Lin Ling finally made up his mind. The 3 of them descended from the mountain peak and dashed into the ancient forest. The ancient forest was an existence that was comparable to the ancient forbidden forest. However, it was not as mysterious as the ancient forbidden forest. Therefore, the 3 of them were extremely cautious. Following the sound, a deafening sound came from the front. Roar. The sound was so terrifying that it made Lin Ling and the other 2's blood boil. Their dantians became unstable, especially their bones, which emitted an indescribable pain. What is that sound? Disher Tian sucked in a breath of cold air. They were considered people who had explored many miracles, but this was the first time they heard such a fierce sound. Quickly, sink your chi into your dantian, and seal your ears with boundary essence. Only hear the sound within 100 meters. Lin Ling said solemnly. Disher Tian and the other 2 hurriedly did as they were told. Only then did the sound's influence weaken. The 3 of them looked at each other, and didn't dare to increase their speed. Instead, they moved forward cautiously. Not long later, strong winds filled the sky in front of them. Sand and stones flew everywhere. The ancient tree that was surrounded by several people was now tumbling in the sky like straw. A huge black ancient elephant appeared in front of them. This ancient elephant was incomparably ferocious. Its 2 tusks were like 2 shining blades. Moreover, the ancient elephant's body was covered with thick hair. When it moved its legs, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Second brother, what the hell is this? Disher Tian was frightened by the ancient elephant's ferocious aura. Bone-shattering demonic elephant, and it's in the growth stage. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. That huge black ancient elephant was the seed of gods. Master's uncle he once said that this bone-shattering demonic elephant was also a tyrant of the ancient forest. Bone-shattering. No wonder its sound made our bones uncomfortable. Meng Lu's eyes were filled with solemnity. The seed of gods was a mature body. This was obviously not something they could fight against. One had to know that the realm-swallowing beast was also a seed of gods and one of the 4 most ferocious creatures in the universe. However, even if it was an immature body, it wasn't something that ordinary people could kill. Not to mention a mature body. There are people over there. Lin Ling's gaze also looked to the other side. He saw more than a dozen figures distributed around the ancient elephant. From time to time, they would attack the ancient elephant, causing it to roar. It turned out to be them. Are these guys crazy? Disher Tian frowned and said. At the same time, he also noticed that this group of guys were only in the half-sage realm. They have many people and their methods are extraordinary. Although it's dangerous, They won't be swept away by the bone-shattering demonic elephant. Lin Ling activated his myriad elephant demon eyes and saw everything clearly. This bone-shattering demonic elephant's body is a treasure. Their goal should be to kill the demonic elephant. However, they don't seem to be from the Grand Change Nebula sect. Meng Lu said as he looked expectantly at Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled. He knew what Meng Lu was thinking. He nodded and said, "Let's wait and see." Rumble. The warriors in front were indeed very strong. None of them had a desolate body lower than a 5th grade. Under their full strength, they caused the bone-shattering demonic elephant to roar angrily. It also suffered some injuries, especially a thin youth. His methods were the most ruthless. Every time he attacked, large amounts of flesh and blood would be torn from the bone-shattering demonic elephant. However, the bone-shattering demonic elephant also began to stare at the youth. It took a step forward and pounced over. "Wangu Wuji, be careful!" The others shouted anxiously. At the same time, the bone-shattering demonic elephant's gigantic trunk swept out ruthlessly. If it was placed in the myriad worlds, it would probably be able to easily destroy the myriad worlds. And at this moment, the thin youth narrowed his eyes. His left eye began to emit a purple glow as a wisp of savage aura emanated out. The surrounding space quietly turned blood red. Chapter 32-37. Snatching the Prey. Rumble, 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 rumble. Amidst the dust, Lin Ling could clearly see that the thin young man was fine. He was only slightly injured. After all, a fully grown bone-shattering devil elephant was capable of annihilating an initial stage Saint Realm expert. He's a terrifying genius. Lin Ling couldn't help but be shocked. Wangu? Is he from the Wangu clan? That's the #1 clan in the Yen state. Meng Lu was also secretly impressed. He finally understood that there was always someone stronger. Rumble. Although the demonic elephant was injured, its demonic nature was even more violent as it pounced on the thin young man. The young man's expression changed slightly. He raised his evil eyes and stared at the huge monster in front of him. He was slightly injured and his realm essence was greatly consumed. He couldn't fight the demonic elephant head-on. "Wangu Wuji, let us help you. Go." The others attacked one after another, but the bone-shattering demonic elephant ignored them and wanted to kill the young man. Moreover, everyone's attacks were only harassment and restraint. They couldn't do much. Roar. On the contrary, after the bone-shattering demonic elephant roared, everyone felt pain in their bones. Desolate God. Desolate God. At the same time, the young man let out a cold voice. The surroundings turned blood red again. A huge claw descended and collided with the huge nose again. Without any suspense, the young man was sent flying again, and the bone-shattering demonic elephant was also heavily injured. This shocked Sakura and the others. What a powerful half-step saint. The young man was entangled by the demonic elephant, so he could only use all his strength. He was at the peak of the half-step saint realm, so he wasn't killed by the demonic elephant immediately. But it was only a matter of time. Finally, the bone-shattering demonic elephant appeared in front of him, and its 2 huge feet were raised high. Blood flowed from the corner of the young man's mouth. For a moment he couldn't resist. Many exclamations came from all around. The others wanted to help, but they couldn't. But in a flash, arrows shot over. 4 arrows in a row. Clang, clang, clang. These arrows were extremely tricky. They actually hit the bone-shattering demonic elephant's left eye. At first, the first arrow didn't have much effect, but as the other 3 arrows arrived, they actually blinded the demonic elephant's left eye, causing blood to spurt out. Everyone was stunned. The young man named Wangu Wuji sucked in a breath of cold air. Roar. The demonic elephant's left eye was blinded. It became even more violent and began to wreak havoc. However, it could not find the culprit. Far away from the ancient forest, Lin Ling frowned. What a thick-skinned beast. He was the one who had shot the arrow earlier. He had already fired 4 arrows from the Great Sun Calamity destroying bow, and they were all aimed at the demonic elephant's weak points. However, he still couldn't kill the demonic elephant. One could imagine that if these arrows were shot at the demonic elephant, the effect would be even weaker. At this moment, the devil mammoth was even crazier. With a sweep of its huge trunk, many people around it died. The young man named Wuxia had also recovered some of his strength. Suddenly, a claw descended and landed on the demonic elephant's nose. The demonic elephant's nose had already been injured, and now, the wound was torn open again, causing blood to spurt out. Of course, fighting the bone-shattering demonic elephant was a matter of killing 1,000 enemies, but suffering 800 casualties. Therefore, the young man was also swept by the demonic elephant's attack, causing him to spit out blood. Most importantly, in the next moment, the demonic elephant raised its legs high, wanting to trample the young man to death. However, at this moment, a huge white skeleton arrived. Moreover, the aura of the ancient gravekeeper race also arrived. Sakura and Meng Lu made their move. Both of them attacked the demonic elephant's wound crazily. The demonic elephant's blood continued to spurt out. After a furious roar, it finally gave up on the skinny young man and fled into the depths of the ancient forest. Sakura and Meng Lu wouldn't let their prey go. With a roar, they chased after it. Above everyone's heads, a figure flashed past at a terrifying speed. It was Lin Ling, and he was also chasing after the demonic elephant. In the ancient forest, all the people who had been there were stunned. Thinking back to the previous scene, they still felt their hearts tremble with fear. Wuxia, someone is interfering with our prey. All of a sudden, a young man said coldly. His strength was only below Wuxia's. The moment his words fell, everyone's faces turned cold. It's not that they are interfering with our prey. If it weren't for them, we would have been completely wiped out. However, Wuxia also shook his head. If we hadn't been fighting with the bone-shattering demonic elephant for so long, they wouldn't have been able to deal with it with their strength. Therefore, they are taking advantage of us. That's right. Let's chase after it and take a look. The demonic elephant is at its weakest right now. Everyone looked at each other. Unwilling to let their prey be snatched away, they also chased after it. As for Wuxia, he pondered for a moment before chasing after it. At this moment, the ancient forest was being overturned. A huge demonic elephant was running through it. Even though it was injured, its speed wasn't slow at all. Big brother, stop it. Meng Lu, attack its wound. Lin Ling's voice floated out from behind them. All right. Hearing that, the two of them gave it their all. Sakura appeared in front of the demonic elephant, attempting to block its path. On the other hand, Meng Lu continuously attacked the demonic elephant's wound, causing the ground to be dyed red with blood. With life and death approaching, the demonic elephant became even more frenzied, causing Sakura, who was at the front, to be in extreme danger. However, Sakura didn't retreat. He turned into a white bone giant with a long halberd in his hand, giving off an imposing aura. Roar. The demonic elephant's huge feet were raised high. If it stomped down, it would probably crush Sakura's bones. Rumble. However, Sakura also roared and waved his halberd. In midair, he blocked those two huge feet. Second brother, I can't block it anymore. At the same time, cracks began to appear on his white bones. Swoosh. Swoosh. In the blink of an eye, the 4 arrows finally arrived. With the protection of the heavenly dragon, the dragon god roared. With Sakura's obstruction coupled with Meng Lu's harassment, this time, the bone-shattering demonic elephant had obviously missed Lin Ling. Those 4 arrows, without missing, all shot into the demonic elephant's right eye. The huge demonic elephant trembled and made a weak sound, finally collapsing like a mountain. Rumble. At this moment, the ancient forest seemed to be stirred up. The momentum was extremely terrifying. Success. Lin Ling's body finally appeared. He looked at Sakura and smiled. This demonic elephant was full of treasures they had profited. Next, Lin Ling and the other two didn't immediately take away the prey. Instead, they sat on the huge demonic elephant and waited for the people to come. Because they knew that to take away the prey, it would take a certain amount of time. And the group of people from before definitely wouldn't give them this time. Therefore, Lin Ling and the rest waited for the other party to arrive. Not long after, the group of people finally arrived. When they saw the huge demonic elephant, their expressions changed drastically. In the end, their surprised gazes also fell on the 3 young men on the demonic elephant. The 3 young men were sitting, sitting extremely lazily and drinking wine. After noticing the arrival of the people, they narrowed their eyes and said indifferently, "You're finally here. We want 2/3 of this demonic elephant." Chapter 32-38. Compromise. 2/3. There are only 3 of you and so many of us, but you want the lion's share? Do you think we're fools? At most, we'll give you some elephant fur. We'll take the rest. The group of people was furious. Many of them had died, but they could only take 1/3? Elephant fur? Hearing that, Lin Ling and the other 2 looked at each other and laughed. The reason why they dared to stay here and talk about the price was because this group of people was already exhausted, especially the strongest young man. He had obviously suffered heavy injuries. If the 2 sides really fought, they would definitely be the ones at a disadvantage. 2/3 is the final condition. If you don't want it, then you won't get a single hair. Lin Ling's eyes revealed a domineering look. Although this group of people did put in a lot of effort to kill the bone-shattering demonic elephant, Lin Ling and the others had saved their lives. Could it be that the lives of this group of people could not be compared to a bone-shattering demonic elephant? Not to mention, the demonic elephant was killed by Lin Ling, and the other 2. Boom. Just as Lin Ling finished speaking, the group of people exploded with powerful auras. Their strength was definitely at the king level of the half-saint realm. "Since you don't want face, then we won't give you the elephant fur." One of the youths shouted angrily, and took the lead to attack. The cultivation of a half-saint realm 8 and the 7th grade desolate body shocked everyone. Haha. Seeing that, Sakura drank a mouthful of wine and shot forward. In midair, he transformed into a giant white skeleton. The destructive aura was extremely terrifying. A long halberd was ruthlessly slashed over. Boom. The void suddenly exploded. The moment Sakura attacked, the sword in the opponent's hand was immediately shattered. That person's eyes widened. So strong? Although Sakura was a half-saint realm 8, they had a powerful background. Therefore they did not take them seriously. This was also because they had defeated a half-saint realm 1st grade desolate body. However, this confidence was instantly shattered by Sakura. The power of cultivation level, and the long halberd in his hand must be an extreme weapon. I'm afraid it has reached the 3rd grade. That person muttered to himself. The long halberd was pointed at him, making him not dare to act rashly. Impudent. Do you know who we are? Seeing this, the others were enraged. Mad Dragon Domain. A young man who was clearly not weak among the crowd roared and attacked. A large amount of silver scales appeared on his body, and his fist was like mercury flowing down the ground. The sky was filled with dazzling fist imprints, and their speed had reached 50 world speed. What a terrifying strength. This was because he had punched in the Yen state. If he had punched in a place like the Qing state, the entire divine prefecture would have been shaken. 70% berserker rank. The people around immediately cheered because the young man who had attacked had the Mad God bloodline, which was one of the 100 great bloodlines. He had already obtained the approval of the Mad God from the era of gods. As for the Mad God, the more he fought, the crazier he became. Even if he was facing someone with a higher cultivation base, he would still be able to beat them into submission with his stormy attacks. However, this time he met his nemesis. Dreamflow's white hair fluttered as he floated out like a ghost, forcefully resisting the young man's attack. When the young man's attack landed on Meng Lu, something terrifying happened. The sky changed and the scene of the ancient tomb of the gods appeared. The young man seemed to have lost his soul, and he froze on the spot. No matter how arrogant he was, he couldn't move anymore. Everyone raised their heads to look at the sky, and they saw a man floating there. He held a ball of light in his hand, and it seemed to be the young man's soul. His soul has been seized. Not good. Someone sucked in a breath of cold air as he looked at Wangu Wuji, waiting for him to make a move. Wangu Wuji furrowed his brows as he condensed his world essence around his body. However, at this moment, a sword that seemed to belong to the era of gods arrived. Its speed had already reached 100 world speed. In the next instant, a sword hung by Wangu Wuji's neck. If you were at your peak, you would still have some qualifications to bargain. However, it seems like you can only accept it now. Blue. The person who appeared in front of Wangu Wuji was a young man in blue robes. He was only in the 7th level of the half-saint realm, and although his cultivation base was the lowest, his speed was terrifying. Even an early-stage true saint wouldn't be able to catch up to him. This shit. At the same time, everyone's expression changed drastically. These 3 people were each more ferocious than the other. What kind of background did they have? You're 3 cultivation realms lower than me, but your strength isn't any weaker than mine. How rare. Wangu Wuji raised his head and a cold smile appeared on his face. However, I don't like it when people threaten me with their swords. His eyes slowly turned purple. I don't like ungrateful people either. The young man in blue robes chuckled, and the cold light on his sword became even denser. All right, since you saved my life, we'll take 1/3 of the bone-shattering devil elephant. Wangu Wuji fell into deep thought for a moment, before he finally compromised. The moment his words left his mouth, everyone gritted their teeth. This was especially true for the 2 people who were threatened by Sakura Heavenly Emperor. They roared, "Dream on. Don't tell me that you haven't embarrassed yourselves enough." However, Wangu Wuji spoke up, and the 2 of them had no choice but to suppress their unwillingness in their hearts. "Sir, may I know your name? I've seen most of the half-saint realm experts in the Yen province, but it's rare to see people like the 3 of you." Wangu Wuji looked at Lin Ling indifferently. Lin Ling sheathed his sword and said, "Lin Ling." "Sakura Heavenly Emperor." "Menglu." Sakura Heavenly Emperor and the others spoke up as well. Wangu Wuji nodded his head and said, "If there's a chance, let's spar." "It's my honor. However, let's talk about it after you've recovered. Let's split the spoils of war." Lin Ling shrugged nonchalantly. Although his words seemed casual, Wangu Wuji knew that the young man in blue robes was still hiding his strength. "Sir, we'll take 1/3 of the spoils. You can have the rest." "All right." Both parties began to slice the bone-shattering devil elephant apart. It had to be said that the bone-shattering devil elephant was as huge as a mountain, and it was extremely troublesome to slice it apart. Even though it was dead, its fur was still extremely tough. After several hours, the bone-shattering devil elephant was finally sliced apart. Everyone began to collect their spoils of war. Lin Ling and the others did the same as well. Goodbye. Lin Ling and the other 2 took their leave. Wangu Wuji stared at the backs of the 3 of them as they left. "Wangu Wuji, are we going to let them leave just like that? Many of our men have died." However, there were still some people who were unwilling to give up. "If we were to fight, all of us would be annihilated. That's why it's best for us to shake hands and make peace. Furthermore, they only gave us face because of the Wangu clan. If we didn't have a powerful background, they would have attacked us directly. Furthermore, the 3 of them have great potential. If they reach the true saint realm, even the world of true saints would be shaken." Wangu Wuji said indifferently. His words caused the faces of those who were unwilling to give up to change as they stared in the direction that Lin Ling and the others had left. Chapter 32-39. Half-Saint Nebula Tournament. Wangu Wuji's guess was right. If they weren't from the Wangu clan, Lin Ling wouldn't have given them any face. That was because Lin Ling and the other 2 had already offended the Heavenly Court. If they offended the Wangu clan, there would be no place for them to stay in the Yen province. Thus, it was better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Of course, if their strength had increased, they wouldn't have such fear. But now they were still in the process of growth. Not long after, Lin Ling and the other 2 returned to the mountain peak and returned to their peaceful days. Moreover, with a treasure like the bone-shattering demonic elephant, they did not lack cultivation resources for the time being. Seed of the gods, the flesh and blood of this demonic elephant is probably not weak. Lin Ling began to refine the devil elephant's flesh and blood. He didn't even let go of the elephant's tusks. However, during this period of time, the strength of his physical body had increased too quickly. So after refining it, the effect was not good. Therefore, Lin Ling also temporarily stored the bone-shattering demonic elephant's flesh and blood, waiting for a period of time to refine it. He now had the blood of martial god Qilin, and the flesh of the bone-shattering demon elephant. He did not lack cultivation resources in the short term. However, he lacked fire attribute cultivation resources. After all, the space-time divine steel was progressing at a snail's pace. This made him rather anxious. In the following days, Little Rain, Shadow Afterimage, and the others came. When Shadow Afterimage saw the progress of Lin Ling and the others, he couldn't help but be shocked. But when he thought of the miracle that Lin Ling had created, Doing gradually became numb. The few of them stayed at the foot of the mountain, and their days were extremely comfortable. However, 3 days later, Martial Uncle he returned with a piece of news. Lin Ling, Dream Flow, Sakura. 1 month later, there will be a Half-Saint Nebula tournament at the Grand Change Nebula Gate. I have already registered for you. Ah. Hearing this, Lin Ling and the other two opened their mouths wide. Master, he was surprised. You don't want to participate? The way he saw it, Xing Xiyun had recommended Lin Ling and the others to come here for the sake of learning martial arts. How could he have known that Lin Ling and the others were here to avoid the limelight? They really had no interest in the competition. Lin Ling and the others even planned to leave the Great Change Nebula sect if their strength reached the Sage Realm. Well, our strength is too weak. We haven't even reached the peak of the Half-Sage Realm. So, we'll only be defeated if we participate. Lin Ling and Sakura looked at each other and laughed dryly. I know that too. Uncle Master, he nodded and said seriously. Although you are not as strong as others, you still need to broaden your horizons. Only by knowing the strength of your peers will you be motivated to become stronger. He was very clearly aware that even though Lin Ling's group of 3 had made obvious improvements, the youths of the 9 prefectures that came with Lin Ling's group had already attained the peak of the half-saint realm, and were half a step into the ranks of saints. Therefore, it was understandable that Lin Ling and the others felt inferior. As long as you can enter the top 10, everyone will be able to obtain a grade crystal of various attributes. In order to encourage Lin Ling and the others to work harder, Senior Uncle he spoke again. Grade crystal? Lin Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. He had heard that this treasure could enhance one's strength, and could also be used for cultivation. Most importantly, it had various attributes. He could ask the Great Change Nebula sect for a grade crystal of the fire element, to enhance the talent of the space-time steel. What about the top 3? Sakura's curiosity was also aroused. The top 3 will be rewarded handsomely. You can meet Master. Speaking of the top 3, Senior Uncle he was a little excited. However, Lin Ling and the others rolled their eyes. Meet the martial ancestor of Tai? They were not interested at all. It would be better to reward them with treasures. Therefore, they planned to enter the top 10. Have you all decided to participate? Well, follow me to register. Then Lin Ling and the others followed Senior Uncle he and left West Mountain. They had been in the Great Change Nebula sect for so long, but this was the first time they had left West Mountain. After a while, they arrived at the ancient Great Change Nebula sect. This sect was built in the mountains. When they looked up, they saw that they were surrounded by green mountains. The environment was very good. Then Senior Uncle he stopped in front of an ancient hall. After giving some instructions, he strode in. At this moment, people were entering the hall one after another. Some were led by seniors, while others entered in groups of 3 to 5. Obviously, they were here to register for the competition. Lin Ling even heard Senior Uncle he's voice coming from inside. Xing Xiyun's disciples? That cowardly disciple? Well, since they are his disciples, let them participate. They will be exempted from the preliminary round. They only need to go through one challenge. If they pass, they will enter the elimination round and compete for the top 10. Thank you, senior brother. It was obvious that the senior in charge of registration did not think highly of Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling and the others were unhappy about this. They did not like it when others mocked Xing Xiyun as a cowardly disciple. It's you? While Lin Ling and the others were waiting, someone suddenly looked at Lin Ling and said, "This person was 6 demons honorable." This person was one of the few people that Lin Ling and the others knew in the Great Change Nebula sect. Oh, it's you, the loser. Sakura suddenly laughed. Perhaps he had heard someone mocking Xing Xiyun, so he was very unhappy at this moment. Therefore, he did not show any respect to Xing Xiyun. 6 demons honorable. Who are these people? They look unfamiliar. The people beside 6 demons honorable frowned and looked at Lin Ling and the others. This was because Lin Ling and the others were fearless. Have you forgotten that they are the people who defeated me when I first entered the Great Change Nebula sect? Six demons honorable said in a low voice. He had reached the 10th heaven of the sage-to-be realm, so his eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Obviously, he wanted to wash away the humiliation. It's them. I thought that they had left the Great Change Nebula sect. It turns out that they are still here. What are they doing in the Great Change Nebula sect? Are they here to live in seclusion? Why haven't I seen them in the past few days? The surrounding people also reacted and let out cries of surprise. Subsequently, they squinted their eyes. In the previous battle, Lin Ling's strength was considered to be above average among all of them. However, they felt that they had surpassed Lin Ling and the others. Six demons honorable. Didn't you lose the previous time? Why don't we have another round? Someone suddenly suggested. Six demons honorable wanted to fight, but he had some scruples. When he heard the suggestion, he immediately mustered up his courage. You are no match for me. If you want to die, you won't just be injured this time. I will trample you under my feet. Lin Ling knew what Six Demons Honorable was thinking, so he said flatly. His words were blunt. This was because he really did not take Six Demons Honorable seriously. Moreover, he did not have time to talk to him. Although he had come here to lie low, it did not mean that he was a pushover. You. Chapter 3240. Top 10. He wanted to take a step forward, but after meeting Lin Ling's gaze, he suddenly felt an irresistible feeling in his heart. Perhaps the blow that Lin Ling gave him last time was too great, causing him to still have inner demons. Step out. Why wouldn't you dare to take this step? Lin Ling looked at his footsteps and said indifferently, Six demons venerable, I'll fight him for you. At this time, a young man walked out from the six revered lord's side. Apparently, he was also from the divine escort mansion. However, it was obvious that he had a higher status than the six revered lord. Okay, thank you Brother Wenda. In the end, Six Demon Venerable did not dare to take that step. He wanted to use this young man's strength to see if Lin Ling had become stronger. I am Lin Wenda, at the peak of the half-step saint realm, with an 8th grade desolate body. Today, I would like to exchange pointers with you. Since my realm is higher than yours, I won't take advantage of you. I'll let you have 3 moves. The young man's aura was calm, and his words carried a hint of arrogance. He also wanted to seize glory for the godly escort mansion. You'll give me 3 moves? That's too little. How about I give you 10 moves? Lin Ling nodded and also walked out. However, his words caused the expressions of the surrounding people to change. Half-Saint 7th layer, 10 moves? Could it be that his strength had greatly increased during this period of time? However, no matter how much he improved, he shouldn't be a match for someone at the peak of the half-saint realm. 10 moves. On the other hand, Lin Ling was very angry. He was a godly bodyguard who was even stronger than the 6 evil venerable. But he still came out and wanted to use his strength to make Lin Ling regret. How arrogant. Let's see what he'll say when he loses. 6 Demon Venerable's face was also extremely ugly. 10 moves? Where does his confidence come from? Maybe he thinks he'll lose in the end, so he said that. Seeing that the two of them were finally going to fight, many people were not optimistic about Lin Ling. Since they had entered the Great Change Nebula sect, they had experienced many small battles. Therefore, they had a general understanding of each other's strength. Especially Lin Wenda. Supposedly, he's ranked in the top 20 amongst half-saints. Excuse me. At this moment, Lin Wenda had already made his move. An 8th grade desolate body descended. It was the Snow God bloodline, one of the 100 great bloodlines. It was as famous as the Ice God bloodline. The wind and snow fluttered, and the sky and earth were instantly frozen. Based on his aura, if this person appeared elsewhere, he would definitely be a godly existence. The first move is not bad. Lin Ling clasped his hands behind his back and looked over indifferently. In the wind and snow he punched out. Boom. The snow continued to fall, and the hair and eyebrows of those who were weak were covered in snow. In a short period of time, the two of them had exchanged 3 blows. A moment later, a figure surged up as if he had appeared out of thin air. He staggered backwards, and every step he took caused the ground to tremble. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Because the one who was forced to retreat was actually Lin Wenda. A blizzard immediately appeared under Lin Wenda's feet, locking onto his legs. Finally, this terrifying retreat came to a stop. His expression was extremely gloomy. How can this guy's boundary essence be so strong? My boundary essence at the peak of the sage-to-be realm can't even shake him. He let out a low voice. There is always someone better than you. Not everyone likes to participate in some show-off competition. Therefore, to make a decision without seeing the strength of others is a taboo for warriors. Lin Ling smiled and said indifferently, "Previously, I only used 70% of my strength." Again. Lin Wenda's eyes flashed coldly, and he immediately made his move again. He did not believe that Lin Ling was so powerful. Moreover, with so many people watching, he could not lose completely. After all, his opponent was giving him a handicap. Great Snow World destroying palm. This time, he had used 60% of his cultivation level's power. The people in the distance immediately noticed that a cold intent entered their bodies and froze their boundary essence. One had to know that at their level of strength, ordinary ice and snow techniques could not affect them at all. There was even a warrior with fire talent who had flames on the surface of his body. He wanted to resist the ice and snow, but in the end his flames were also frozen. This is the fourth move. Looking ahead, Lin Ling nodded slightly. Lin Wenda's talent was indeed not bad. This was because he had also noticed that there was divine energy entering his body and freezing everything. However, the realm-devouring beast had appeared in his body and swallowed all the ice and snow energy. Therefore, not only was he fine, but he had also made use of the ice and snow energy to raise his cultivation level slightly. Bang! Without looking at Lin Wenda, Lin Ling punched out again. Ka ka ka. Lin Wenda's move was broken again. After he retreated, he shook his head continuously. Impossible. He could clearly sense that Lin Ling was not affected by his ice and snow at all. This was far beyond his expectations. One had to know that his ice and snow energy could even freeze a first heaven sage. I don't believe it. Next, Lin Wenda's body turned snow white, and he shone brightly. He entered the ice and snow and unleashed a storm of attacks on Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling stood there like a pine tree. With one hand behind his back, he easily blocked the attacks with the other hand. His body was frozen from time to time. However, when he moved slightly, all the ice and snow disintegrated. This guy's defense is too terrifying. Can you tell what talent he has? Why can't I understand it at all? Could it be the strength of his physical body? But isn't he a fire talent? Everyone was dumbfounded. At this moment, they finally knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. He had lived in seclusion in the Grand Change Nebula sect, and seemed to be stagnant. However, in reality, his strength was more than 90% of them. Alright, 10 moves have passed. You can't defeat me. Let's end this. At the same time, Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out. He had said that he would give Suemo 10 moves. He had indeed given Suemo 10 moves. Most importantly, he had defeated 6 demons venerable not long ago with one hand behind his back. He had defeated 6 demons venerable with one hand behind his back. It was the same today. I've lost. The wind and snow began to stop. A dispirited figure walked out. Blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Lin Ling with eyes full of unwillingness. He was Lin Wenda. He was a rising star who had been groomed by the divine escort mansion. He was even more valued than 6 demons venerable. In the past, he had traveled all over the world and the 9 states. However, he had suffered a heavy blow at this moment. No wonder the divine escort mansion had told him to go to the Yen state if he wanted to become stronger. After entering the Great Change Nebula sect, I have sparred with many experts. I have been defeated, and I have won. However, this is the first time I have seen someone like you who is completely incomprehensible. I estimate that you can already enter the top 10. Lin Wenda said again. We will definitely enter the top 10. Chapter 3241. The competition had begun. Lin Wenda sighed and walked towards the crowd. He stopped beside 6 Spectre Venerable and looked deeply at him. I know you want to wash away your shame, but let me tell you, you don't have any more chances. Sometimes, when it's time to accept your fate, you have to accept it. 6 Spectre Venerable's face turned pale, and his heart became dispirited. What happened, Lin Ling? Someone dares to bully you? At this moment, The crowd was forcibly separated and a figure appeared. It was Xia Tianyi. Obviously, he had also received the news that Lin Ling and the other two had come out from the western mountain. He thought that someone was going to harm Lin Ling. Xia Tianyi, you don't have to worry. These three guys don't need your protection. I'm afraid their strength can enter the top 10. Someone immediately said, causing Xia Tianyi to suck in a breath of cold air. When he first met Lin Ling and the others in the Divine Dreamland, he thought that Lin Ling and the others were just passers-by. They were just like-minded people, so he treated them as friends. Who would have thought that the passers-by of the past would be so strong today? Lin Ling looked at Xia Tianyi and felt warmth in his heart. He immediately nodded. Amazing, amazing. I think the three of you must have had a fortuitous encounter. Xia Tianyi was undoubtedly happy for Lin Ling. He didn't know that when Lin Ling had just entered the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect, Lin Ling was already stronger than him. The only people who could make Lin Ling fear were the Sage Realm powerhouses of the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. Lin Ling. At this time, Martial Uncle He also rushed over. He also thought that something had happened. It's nothing. Before Lin Ling could speak, Xiaoyu smiled and said, Martial Uncle He was stunned. He then looked at the crowd seriously and said, in the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect, the strong cannot bully the weak. This is a principle. If I find out that you dare bully them, don't blame me for being impolite. Although he was only a small elder in the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect, he had no problem intimidating these people. Hearing this, everyone smiled bitterly. With Lin Ling's strength, who could bully him? Let's go, I've already signed you up. After which, Martial Uncle He left with Lin Ling and the rest to prepare for the competition. And to martial artists, a month's time was merely the blink of an eye. Therefore, Lin Ling did not cultivate much this month. Firstly, it would be difficult for him to make any progress in the short term. Secondly, he didn't have any opponents he was afraid of in this competition. On the other hand, Lin Ling had used the space-time divine steel to secretly return to Qing province to visit his grandfather and the others. It had to be said that the space-time divine steel had yet to unleash its full power, but its teleportation ability was truly terrifying. From the third princess, Lin Ling learned that the Heavenly Court's people were still hiding in Qing province, waiting for Lin Ling's return. Moreover, the spirit state was the same. This made Lin Ling feel that something was amiss. He realized that the power of the new Heavenly Court was growing stronger and stronger. Of course, with Wentian Martial God's power, he indeed had the power to rally supporters. After killing Martial God Qilin, Wentian Martial God has resurfaced again. The flames of revenge in Lin Ling's heart burned even more vigorously. Then he suppressed those thoughts and asked Xing Xiuyin about it. Master, it seems that many people in the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect look down on you. This. After being pointed out by Lin Ling, Xing Xiuyin was undoubtedly extremely embarrassed. In the end he could only say, those people are just jealous of me. Hearing this, Lin Ling chuckled. Sakura and the rest also chuckled. This was because they had roughly guessed that Xing Xiuyin had disappointed the Grand Simplicity Patriarch, causing him to feel extremely inferior and finally escape from Yen Province. Master, if there's a chance, I'll clear your name. Looking at Xing Xiuyin, who kept laughing dryly, Lin Ling secretly swore. He knew that this would be the pain of Xing Xiuyin's life. The competition was getting closer and closer. At this moment, in the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect, under the ancient star tree, an old man sat cross-legged. His eyebrows touched the ground as if he had merged with the ancient tree. Master, tomorrow is the day of the competition. At this moment, a few figures approached the ancient tree and bowed slightly. Hearing this, the old man opened his eyes. Starlight bloomed in his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. The purpose of this competition is to find that person. I hope that person will reveal his secret when facing an attack from his peers. Definitely. Those who enter the top 3 will be able to meet Master. They might even be accepted as Master's last disciple. Therefore, that person will definitely do his best to show off. Those people laughed one after another. The purpose of this competition was obviously to find that mysterious junior. This was because the realm-swallowing beast had been destroyed in the Glaze Ball assessment. This made the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect very curious about that junior. Originally, they thought that even if that junior hid, the truth would come out sooner or later. However, that junior was really good at hiding. Until now, no one knew who that junior was. He can really keep his composure. I'm getting more and more interested in him. The old man looked at the tree behind him and muttered to himself. Time passed quietly and the competition arrived as scheduled. On this day, all the sage-to-be and sage realms of the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect gathered. Everyone wanted to see how much the strength of these rising stars had improved in this short period of time. Early in the morning, Lin Ling and the others arrived and saw a few familiar faces. Zilong, the former #1 sage-to-be in the Yen state. Yi Ling Tian, the former #1 sage-to-be in the Yu state. Yu, the successor of Miao Shun's true teachings. Lin Ling saw that their strength had greatly improved. They were only one step away from the sage realm. To cross the sage-to-be realm, one must go through the sage's tribulation. Some of them have already broken through, but they don't have the confidence to cross the sage's tribulation. Therefore, they remain at the peak of the sage-to-be realm. Second brother, is the sage's tribulation very difficult? It's very difficult. In the sage-to-be realm, except for the sage-to-be realm from the early stage to the middle stage, and from the late stage to the middle stage, the rest of the sage's tribulation is very easy. However, the sage's tribulation is several times more difficult than the sage-to-be realm. If you can't cross it, you'll definitely turn into ashes. But why are there so many sage-to-be realm cultivators? It depends on the talent. The stronger the talent, the stronger the sage's tribulation. Therefore, when you reach the peak of the sage-to-be realm, you must be fully prepared before you break through. Lin Ling kept talking to Sakura and the others. He stared at Zilong and the others and asked curiously, with the talent of these guys, there should be many forces in the Yen state that want to recruit them. But why did they come to the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect? Perhaps for some inheritance. Although there are many sects in the Yen state that are bigger than the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect, in terms of age, the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect is older. Meng Lu said thoughtfully. Lin Ling nodded. While they were talking, the competition had already begun. The contestants had already passed the preliminary round and were preparing for the knockout round. Lin Ling and the others joined later. Although they did not need to go through the preliminary round, they still needed to go through a challenge. Therefore, not long after, Lin Ling and the others' names were called. Chapter 32-42. Translator. Nyoibo Studio he easily passed. As soon as the name came out, the eyes of the seniors of the Grand Change Nebula sect lit up. I heard he's a disciple of Xing Shiyun. Some of the seniors who were jealous of Xing Shiyun in the past were now gloating over his misfortune. In the past, Xing Shiyun had failed his mission and was too ashamed to face the Grand Simplicity Patriarch. Hence, he escaped from the Grand Simplicity Nebula sect. This made them think that Xing Shiyun's disciples were similar to him. They were all cowardly bandits. 8th stage half-saint? Their strength isn't very strong. I think that there should be many people who want to challenge them and snatch their spots. That's for sure. Those seniors were all laughing and chatting. Who's coming? On the martial stage, Sakura looked around and waved his hand faintly. That martial uncle, he was incomparably nervous, deeply afraid that Sakura would be eliminated. However, the surroundings were completely silent. Finally, after the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn, Sakura got impatient and successfully entered the knockout round. At this moment, the seniors of the Great Change Nebula sect were confused. What was going on? Dreamstream. Next, it was Dreamflow's turn. However, the surroundings were still silent. The faces of those young geniuses were gloomy. They had long heard of the battle a month ago, so they didn't dare to provoke Lin Ling's group. Everyone's silence had undoubtedly left all the seniors dumbfounded. Perhaps because the first person's cultivation was too low, the others didn't want to bully him, so he was lucky enough to pass. But no one challenged the second person? Trash. However, what surprised all the seniors was that Meng Lu didn't even bother to speak. This time, someone must have gone up. A senior said with great certainty. After being mocked as trash, anyone with a backbone would probably go up and teach Xing Shiyun's disciple a lesson. However, there was still nothing. Even Uncle Master He's mouth was agape. Even though he was very familiar with Lin Ling and the others, Lin Ling and the others rarely fought in the sect, so he was utterly unaware of the strength of Lin Ling and the others. Next, Lin Ling. It was finally Lin Ling's turn. Half-Saint 7th layer? That's a very low cultivation level. There should be someone this time. Many seniors widened their eyes and waited for the outcome. They didn't believe that all 3 Xing Shiyun's disciples could enter the knockout round. Who's coming? I'll fight you with one hand. On the martial stage, Lin said indifferently. Unfortunately, the surroundings was still silent. You don't? Then I'll fight you with 2 hands. Lin Studio Linli said. Although he didn't he Shiyun, he was Shiyun's Xian Studio Shiyun. Who's fighting? Who's Shiyun Studio is Studio. Who's Shiyun Studio NN Studio? Martial Sex Studio. Sex Studio among the seniors Studio. On the other hand, Uncle He's heart was pounding violently. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. If he was defeated, it would be troublesome. Senior Brother Xing already did not have a good reputation in the sect. If his disciple also lost face, his reputation would fall to the bottom of the valley. However, Sect Nexuan Sect Yunxiu Studio the Jiuzhou geniuses were whispering among themselves. Only a fool would go up. That guy has defeated Lin Wenda. He's bound to enter the top 10. Isn't he looking for trouble? Obviously, everyone had witnessed the battle a month ago. At that time, Lin Ling had generously allowed Lin Wenda 10 moves and defeated him with one hand. If such a fierce person were to go all out, his strength would be unimaginable. Therefore, other than those who had entered the knockout round, ordinary people could only look up to the 3 of them. Under the astonishment of the sect elders, Lin Ling and the other 2 had successfully passed the round and started to compete for the top 10 positions. What's going on? Even Zilong, Yilingtian, and Yiyuru, the top half-sage realm cultivators, frowned. Obviously, they weren't clear about the battle a month ago. The 3 of them defeated Lin Wenda. However, at this moment, Xia Tianyi laughed from the side. Without a doubt, Zilong and the others' expressions changed. Although Lin Wenda's strength wasn't as strong as theirs, he wasn't weak either. If they could defeat him, it meant that they could enter the top 10. Interesting. Those who can enter the top 10 are either at the peak of the half-sage realm, or at the 10th heaven of the half-sage realm. The 3 of them actually defeated their opponents. This means that they're really strong. However, I'm the king below the half-sage realm. Therefore they're still my subordinates. While Zilong and the others were surprised, an arrogant voice suddenly came from the side. Such a voice would usually attract hostility from them. However, when they saw the person who spoke, Zilong and the others fell silent. That was because this person was called Zhuo Yunfei. He joined the sect Nexuan sect later. It was said that he was one of the Flame Emperor's men. His strength was extremely terrifying. He had once defeated thousands of half-sage realm cultivators at the same time. This matter had once caused an uproar in the Yin state. There were also rumors that even the former number 1 half-sage realm cultivator in the Yin state, Sanzi, would be defeated by this person. This was because he was an invincible half-sage realm cultivator. Of course, as the current number 1 half-sage realm cultivator in the Yin state, Zilong naturally wasn't convinced. However, in the sect Nexuan sect, he had been severely defeated by this person several times. He finally knew that unless he stepped into the sage realm, he wouldn't be a match for him. I know that you're very strong. However, there's always someone better than you. At this moment, Xia Tianyi said faintly. Oh, you're not convinced? Zhuo Yunfei looked at Xia Tianyi with a smile. Ancient flames appeared in his eyes. With just a glance, Xia Tianyi felt immense pressure. It was said that Zhuo Yunfei had a 10th grade desolate body. He was even half a step into the ultimate desolate body. This was the fiery demon divine body, a powerful talent that combined flames and flesh into one. Xia Tianyi couldn't win against such a talent. Junior sister Iyuru, what do you think? Seeing that Xia Tianyi didn't speak, Zhuo Yunfei looked at the girl beside him and smiled. Senior brother Zhuo, you're really strong. Iyuru replied faintly. She looked a little cold. Seeing this, Zhuo Yunfei smiled. However, he thought to himself, one of the true disciples of Miao Shen. I'll get my hands on such a beauty sooner or later. His smile was well hidden, but it was still caught by Zilong and the others. They also knew that Zui Yunfei was pursuing Iyuru. However, Iyuru didn't seem to be interested in Zui Yunfei. In fact, they were also attracted to a beauty like Iyuru. Firstly, she was a true disciple of Miao Shen, and had the backing of a powerful boundary god. Secondly, Iyuru was a powerful boundary master. It was said that she was only slightly weaker than Yeshua. Therefore, if they could win her heart, it would mean that they had a virtuous wife who could help them forge weapons and set up ancient arrays. Chapter 32-43. Lin Ling entered the battle. Even on the distant Green Mountain, some divine cranes, unicorns, and other divine beings were watching the competition at this moment. Regardless of whether these divine beasts could understand it or not, if they could absorb some fur, it would be of great help to them. This was because even though the matches in the tournament were merely a clash of fists and kicks, every punch and kick contained the secrets of the universe's chaos. And during this process, Lin Ling and the other two also appeared one after another. Everyone was looking forward to it. However, the result was that all the opponents that appeared were defeated by Lin Ling, and the others in a clean and efficient manner. In the end, when the contestant saw Lin Ling and the other two, he immediately admitted defeat. This result undoubtedly shocked the seniors of the Great Change Nebula sect. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect Xing Shiyun's disciples to be so strong. Even Master's junior master, he was shocked. Then he burst out laughing. As for Lin Ling and the other two, they smoothly entered the top 10. These 10 people also became the focus of attention, and began to compete for the top 3. These 10 people are the same as us. They all come from various places in the 9 provinces, and are all proud sons of heaven. However, the gap between them and us is too big. I heard that the top 3 can meet the Tai martial ancestor. I wonder who will be in the top 3. Everyone's emotions surged, and they were incomparably excited. Even those 10 people were the same. If there was an exception, it would naturally be Lin Ling's group of 3, because their goal was to enter the top 10. And now they had accomplished their goal. However, Master's junior uncle, he was extremely excited. He hoped that Lin Ling and the other two could enter the top 3 and finally meet Master. At that time, Master would definitely remember Xing Shiyun. As for the top 3, they would be able to challenge each other on their own. And only the top 5 would be able to choose the corresponding level crystal. This news made Lin Ling surprised. He hurriedly looked at Sakura and the others, but they shrugged indifferently. Second brother, we only need the rank crystal. As for the attributes, that's not a big problem. Yes, and even if I want the corresponding attributes, I'm afraid the Grand Change Nebula sect doesn't have it. Sakura and Minglu spoke at the same time. Their talents were related to the underworld, so the rank crystal was naturally rare. In fact, if Lin Ling wanted the rank crystals of other attributes, the Grand Change Nebula sect might not have it. For example, rank crystal that was related to the Dragon Clan. Fortunately, he only needed fire elemental crystals. It should not be difficult for the Grand Change Nebula sect to find such crystals. Then, I'll compete for the top 5. Lin Ling nodded his head and looked at the martial arts stage. The battle on the stage was the battle. Rank is that's the Star Realm Martial sect is Martial's Heaven Dragon editor. Is his stage Nebulb is Martial. This young man was extremely mysterious. His face was dark and his eyes were cold. If he had not defeated Xia Tianyi, no one would have noticed him. Is Xia Tianyi said dispiritedly after she left. Even Sakura and the others were a little surprised. They hurriedly looked at Lin Ling and asked. Lin Ling stared at the young man indifferently and then nodded. This person is an assassin from the Flying Dragon organization. Hearing this, Sakura and the others finally understood. No wonder Xia Tianyi couldn't restrain the young man's aura. It turned out that the cold aura was murderous aura. Murderous aura seemed similar to the ghost demon Dao, but in fact it belonged to 2 different martial arts. Next battle, Iyuru. Soon it was the turn of the next battle. When Iyuru went on the stage, the whole audience was in an uproar. Iyuru's strength was indeed tyrannical. With a wave of her hand, she set up a spirit barrier and defeated her opponent easily. This also made the atmosphere of the Grand Change Nebula sect reach its peak. Although everyone knew that Iyuru's strength was not weak, they didn't expect her to be so strong. Good spirit barrier Dao Iyuru. You should have set up a spirit barrier around your body. When you meet an opponent, you set up the spirit barrier with a wave of your hand. It seems that among all the half-step saints, you are the best in terms of spirit barrier. Some elders of the Grand Change Nebula sect praised her. Iyuru revealed a faint smile and shook her head. Among the half-step saints of the Grand Change Nebula sect, except for those seniors, there is one person of the same age who is not inferior to me in terms of spirit barrier Dao. In front of him, I am just showing off my slight skill before an expert. As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed. Iyuru came from the true inheritance of Miaoshen. In terms of spirit barrier Dao, if she claimed to be the second, who would dare to claim to be the first? But now, she said that there was someone of the same age who was more powerful than her. What? Zhou Yunfei, who had been closing his eyes, finally opened his eyes and stared at Iyuru. He found that this beauty didn't seem to be joking. Instead, there was a clear light of admiration in her eyes. Who is it? Zhou Yunfei felt extremely uncomfortable. His eyes were also searching among the crowd. In fact, the others were also doing the same, but in the end, there was no result. On the contrary, Iyuru quietly glanced at Lin Ling. After a faint smile, she left the martial stage. Others didn't notice this glance, but Lin Ling and the other two saw it. She recognized us? Di Shitian frowned. It should be Yeshua who told her. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and smiled faintly. He didn't care because as long as it was Yeshua's people, it was also one of them. Following that, the competition continued. It was Yi Lingtian's turn to fight. This person's strength was recognized as strong, so he easily defeated his opponent. It was the same for Zilong. If there were no accidents, these two would definitely enter the top 3. After they fought, it was Lin Ling's turn soon. Lin Ling wanted to enter the top 5, so he had to fight in this battle no matter what. When he walked out, the entire Grand Change Nebula sect was silent, because Lin Ling could be considered as an expert who came out of nowhere. Although his strength was not as strong as the top 3, he couldn't be underestimated. Since he can defeat Lin Wenda, his strength must be in the top 10. But the top 10 aren't weak. Will he move forward or be at the bottom? Many people were curious. As for Lin Ling, he chose his opponent at will. His gaze swept across the 9 people. Di Shitian and Meng Lu didn't need to fight. To enter the top 5, they only needed to challenge one of the strongest 5. Finally, Lin Ling's gaze fell on Zilong and Yi Lingtian. Seeing this, people's hearts immediately felt as if they were struck by lightning. Could it be that Lin Ling wanted to challenge the second and third strongest? Zilong and Yi Lingtian had mysterious smiles on their faces. Yi Lingtian's smile was a kind of anticipation, while Zilong's was a kind of disdain. But soon, Lin Ling's gaze passed over them. Chapter 3244. Defeated in one move. After all, as the son of the devil, he was famous for many of his skills, such as the calamity-annihilating Sun Bao. If he used it, with so many people watching, he couldn't guarantee that no one would recognize him. At this moment, Zhou Yunfei's long hair fluttered in the wind. He noticed that Lin Ling was looking at him. This made him want to laugh. A mere 7th-layer half-sage dares to challenge him? This was courting death. Therefore, he believed that this guy called Lin Ling wouldn't court death. However, this was indeed the case. I choose you. Lin Ling finally spoke. His opponent was the cold-faced youth who had defeated Xia Tianyi. It's him. Everyone's gaze landed on the young man, and their eyes were filled with surprise. Because the cold and indifferent young man's strength wasn't weak, and he was already ranked at the 4th position. According to common sense, Lin Ling should start from the weakest to the strongest, and not attempt to reach the top 5 in a single bound. Interesting. The cold young man smiled for the first time. He floated over from the front like a ghost. Most importantly, his speed was extremely fast, almost comparable to the purple dragon's. The surroundings of the square were in an uproar when they saw this scene. Who do you think is more powerful, that mysterious young man or Lin Ling? In the previous battle between the mysterious youth and Xia Tianyi, he seemed to have used his full strength. So far, Lin Ling has defeated his opponents with one hand. I think Lin Ling is stronger. That might not be the case. A series of discussions could be heard among the crowd. Even Zilong and the others were evaluating the situation. In the end, they came to a conclusion that Lin Ling had a 60% chance of winning. Of course, the process would be very difficult, and he would win by luck. At this moment, the mysterious young man looked at Lin Ling indifferently and said in a cold voice, I estimate that your strength is about the same as Xia Tianyi's. Even he lost to me. I don't understand why you chose me. Because it's simpler. Lin Ling smiled and replied indifferently. His words caused the mysterious young man's pupils to constrict. Xia Tianyi, who was at the edge of the martial arts platform, opened her mouth wide. Simple? That mysterious youth wasn't simple at all. No matter if it was in terms of natural talent or cultivation base, he was a top figure in the half-saint realm. Especially the 9th grade desolate body. It was extremely mystical. To this day, no one knew what kind of desolate body it was. Very well, I will let you know that Jane is not simple. The mysterious young man didn't say much. After nodding his head, he also attacked. The shadow quietly spread out. The sky and the earth seemed to be dyed with ink. The most frightening thing was that these shadows could isolate everything, making it impossible for people to see through them. Eugene's bloodline. At the same time, the seniors of the Grand Change Nebula sect shouted in a low voice. This was also one of the 100 great bloodlines, and it was an extremely mysterious bloodline talent. The shadow shrouded Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to nod slightly. This mysterious youth was indeed somewhat powerful. He was sure that if this young man was placed in the 9 prefectures, he would definitely be an emperor amongst half-saints. In the Grand Change Nebula sect, he was indeed ranked 4th. Unfortunately, he met Lin Ling. The reason why Lin Ling chose him as his opponent was because the mysterious young man's techniques were similar to Do afterimages. In fact, he was not as powerful as Do afterimages. Lin Ling was extremely familiar with Do afterimages techniques. Therefore, he didn't need to use his full strength. The shadow began to disperse, and everything returned to normal. However, it seemed to have formed some kind of domain. This was a domain of an assassin. The quieter it was, the more dangerous it was. This also allowed people to see the scene on the martial arts platform clearly. However, the mysterious young man had disappeared. Only Lin Ling was standing there. Almost at the same time, a cold light finally appeared. It seemed to have come from the void and slashed towards Lin Ling. Although the cold light didn't seem powerful, it was a fatal blow from an assassin. At this moment, the seniors of the Grand Change Nebula sect stood up. Their expressions changed drastically. What a ruthless blow. Martial uncle, he shouted anxiously, warning Lin Ling to be careful. However, Lin Ling, who was in the domain, didn't seem to hear anything from the outside. On the contrary, he slowly stretched out his fist and placed his other hand behind his back. Oh my God, he's not going to use another punch, is he? His appearance undoubtedly made people's expressions extremely interesting. After all, Lin Ling only had a 50% chance of defeating the mysterious young man. But now, Lin Ling was underestimating his opponent so much. Could it be that after he came out of nowhere, all the opponents he met were too weak, causing him to be arrogant and complacent? An arrogant soldier is bound to be defeated. Defeat him. Many people were unhappy with Lin Ling. With one hand behind his back, he was using only one hand to fight against his opponent. Such arrogance naturally made them feel uncomfortable. The mysterious young man snorted in his heart. You're so arrogant. I'll make you fail miserably. In fact, he wasn't very confident in fighting against Lin Ling. The reason was that he still didn't know what Lin Ling's techniques were. But now, he felt that Lin Ling was going to lose without a doubt. Almost at the same time, the cold light finally reached Lin Ling's back. The light flashed and was about to slash Lin Ling's back. However, Lin Ling seemed to have eyes behind his back. He waved his left hand lightly and casually. Smack. The fatal blow was caught by the mysterious young man's arm. It was like hitting a snake at its weakest point. The mysterious young man couldn't exert any strength at all. You've lost. At the same time, Lin Ling said with a smile. He waved his left hand and swatted the young man's arm away from the dagger. Then he threw a light punch. Boom. The punch seemed calm, but when it landed on the mysterious young man, he immediately felt a surge of power. The power was comparable to the sage stage. Whoosh! He spat out blood and flew backward, crashing onto the ground. Everyone was shocked. Without martial arts, without using the power of cultivation level, and without using his talent, Lin Ling won easily. And it was only one move. Most importantly, it was only one hand. How is this possible? The young man sat on the ground and kept recalling the previous scene. His mind was confused. He could only be sure that Lin Ling could see through his means, and that his attack was very powerful. He won. In the crowd, Uncle Master, he was stunned. His eyes were wet. At this moment, he wished he could find Xing Xiaoyun and tell him that his disciple had won and entered the top 4. Lin Ling won, haha. Then he looked at Sakura and the rest excitedly. He thought that Sakura and the rest would be very excited too. In the end, the two of them were drinking and talking about other topics. When they talked about the key points, they laughed loudly. They didn't even look at the martial stage. Uncle Master, he was speechless. Were these two guys worried about Lin Ling? You guys are still drinking? Stop drinking. Look, Lin Ling won. Uncle Master, he hurriedly said to the two of them excitedly. It's just a win. What's the big deal? Sakura and the others subconsciously said. Their words made Martial Uncle he flabbergasted. However, after Sakura and the others reacted quickly, their faces became incomparably excited. They looked up to the sky and laughed. However, this kind of excitement gave Martial Uncle he a feeling that it was fake. Chapter 3245. He was ranked 4th. Physical strength? At this moment, among the higher-ups of the Great Change Nebula sect, an old man muttered to himself. He defeated his opponent with a single punch without using his talent. He didn't even use his boundary essence. This should be the strength of his physical body. Do you guys think that this young man will be the one taking the test? Master, I don't think so. Although the physical strength displayed by the youth so far is very curious, that mysterious person was able to defeat the realm-swallowing beast. Therefore, I don't think it's him. It should be Zhuo Yunfei, who is ranked 1st. There was a group of people in front of the old man, but at this moment, a man in his 30s laughed. Your analysis is right. The old man looked at him with admiration and nodded in satisfaction. In fact, he already had an answer in his heart. He was just testing these people. These people were all his closed-door disciples, and among them, that man was the one he valued the most. Next, let's see Zhuo Yunfei's strength. The man was still smiling. He was slightly older than Lin Ling, but he had already reached the Saint Realm. From the perspective of talent, this person was indeed extraordinary. That was because he possessed the ultimate desolate body. After Lin Ling entered the top 4, it was Zhuo Yunfei's turn to fight very quickly. Without a doubt, the Grand Change Nebula sect was shaken. Because Zhuo Yunfei's strength has already been recognized, everyone knows how powerful he is. Zhuo Yunfei was also extremely domineering, directly declaring war on Zilong and Yiling Tian. This action shocked everyone once again. He's worthy of being able to defeat 1,000 experts at the initial stage of the half-saint stage. Zilong and the others had already lost to Zhuo Yunfei. They knew that they were no match for Zhuo Yunfei, so they decided to join forces. Moreover, they were quite angry in their hearts. They planned to join hands and humiliate Zhuo Yunfei greatly, who asked him to be so domineering and arrogant. However, the result was that the two of them were not Zhuo Yunfei's match even after joining forces. Zhuo Yunfei was someone who could break through to the half-step sage realm at any time. His talent was already half a step into the ultimate desolate body. He possessed a powerful flame energy and his physical strength. In the end, he even unleashed the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. The Grand Change Nebula sect was in an uproar. After the famous Longyang and Yuru of the 9 regions, this was another person who was in human form, but possessed the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. Without a doubt, after using his trump card, Zhuo Yunfei won easily. Furthermore, his eyes were filled with arrogance as he looked at Yuru calmly. It was as if he was saying that both of them had the aura of the Dragon Clan, and were a match made in heaven. Unfortunately, Yuru did not pay attention to his gaze. She was only surprised by Zhuo Yunfei's dragon aura. That was because Zhu Yunfei had hidden himself too deeply. Even she had not sensed it. In fact, even Lin Ling didn't notice it. Indra and Menglu's expressions had even changed violently as they gazed at Lin Ling. Obviously, they were extremely surprised as well. Second brother, is his dragon bloodline stronger or is yours? Sakura couldn't help but ask curiously. Of course it's mine. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Not only did he possess the dragon bone, but the dragon bone had also undergone a great deal of tempering. It contained the nether dragon-associated fluid, and the 4 ferocious world-devouring beasts. To him, Zhu Yunfei was just a small dragon. Hearing that, Indra and the others finally relaxed. After Zhu Yunfei won, his expression and gaze were as if he was looking down on the world. It was as if all the half-sage realm experts were his subordinates. He had also become the well-deserved number 1. Now that the number 1 position had been determined, all that was left was the competition for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place. Unfortunately, no one dared to challenge the top 5. Instead, the top 5 were competing for the ranking. Soon it would be Lin Ling's turn. Everyone was looking forward to it. They did not know if Lin Ling would be able to surpass another rank. After all, up until now, Lin Ling was the only one who had not used his full strength. I forfeit. Unfortunately, just as everyone was looking forward to it, Lin Ling spoke with a smile. His words were like a bucket of cold water that extinguished everyone's enthusiasm. Among them, Masters Jr. he was the most affected, because he wanted Lin Ling to enter the top 3 and be favored by Master. Then he would help Xing Xiuyin to wash away the infamy of being a coward. This don't you want to persuade him? Masters Jr. he could not help but ask Indra and the others. Why should we persuade him? Lin Ling thinks that he is no match for him, so he forfeited. If he continues to fight, he will only lose face. But shouldn't martial artists face difficulties head-on? If he forfeits, others will think of him as a coward. What's the point? Masters Jr. he continued to persuade them. However, Indra and the others did not seem to care at all. This was because they knew that Lin Ling could defeat thousands of troops. However, there was no point in continuing the fight. As for being favored by martial ancestor Tai Yi, Lin Ling did not care about it. If he really wanted to clear his master's name, he would do it on a more glorious occasion. That would be the time when Lin Ling would leave Tai Yi Nebula sect. He forfeited just like that. What a disappointment, coward. Sigh, this is normal. After seeing Zhu Yunfei's strength, the others would not dare to fight for first place. It seems like the rankings have been decided. Everyone was discussing among themselves. Although some looked down on Lin Ling, they felt that everything was normal. Zhu Yunfei and the others felt that everything was normal. Lin Ling was indeed smart. If he really dared to fight, he would definitely leave in disgrace. Even Zilong had the same thought. If there was an exception, it would be Yi Lingtian and Yi Ro. They felt that Lin Ling was not just that. An exciting nebula competition had finally come to an end. Of course, to Lin Ling and the others, this competition was a little boring. Therefore, after they had received their rewards, they left. The people glanced at Lin Ling, and thought that Lin Ling and the other 2 felt embarrassed and did not dare to stay any longer, so they left. They did not care about this. Instead, they kept congratulating Zhu Yunfei and the other strong people. Zhu Yunfei was in high spirits. He knew that the Tai Yi Patriarch was a strong person from the era of the deities. Being able to meet him today would definitely benefit him greatly. The Flame Emperor had also said that the Tai Yi Patriarch was very close to one of the 9 states' 10 martial gods. Therefore, being able to curry favor with the Tai Yi Patriarch would only bring benefits and no harm. Thinking of this, Zhu Yunfei smiled proudly. He looked around, trying to find the woman with the same bloodline. However, the woman had already walked into the distance. Most importantly, not far in front of her was Lin Ling and the others. What? This scene made Zhu Yunfei's pupils tremble violently. Yi Ro did not worship his light. Instead, she went to chase after Lin Ling and the other cowards. He suddenly felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. The crowd's words of worship were like mocking laughter at this moment. It made him feel as if he was wearing a huge green hat. He got first place, but he lost that woman? How could this be? How could this be? He kept shaking his head, completely unable to understand. Chapter 3246. The Increase in Fire Talent. Lin Ling di Shirtian Minglu, you have guts. Zui Yunfei could not figure it out, so he could only place all his anger on Lin Ling and the others. At that moment, Lin Ling and the others were walking towards the western mountain. The girl chasing behind them made them frown. Senior Lin Ling. The one chasing after Lin Ling and the others was Iyuru. Why are you following us? Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and looked at the beauty with a cold expression. Me. His appearance made Iyuru a bit embarrassed and she did not know what to say. Lin Ling, what kind of attitude is this? She is a true disciple of Miaoshen and she is a girl. Treat her better. Me. Although martial uncle he was puzzled as to why Iyuru was following them. He could not help but reprimand her. No, I was too rude. Me. Iyuru quickly waved her hand, as if she was afraid that Lin Ling and the others would be angry. In reality, she also knew why Lin Ling was angry. She knew that Lin Ling was the son of the demon, and he came here to avoid the limelight. Naturally, he did not want to be the focus of everyone. It was also because her senior sister, Ye Shui, was currently hiding somewhere in the 9 provinces to avoid the limelight. The reason why she looked for Lin Ling was because she heard from her senior sister that Lin Ling's spirit formation Dao was unfathomable and broke the rules. So, she wanted to ask for advice. After that, she said her purpose. Of course, she did not mention the spirit formation Dao. She only said that she encountered some problems in martial arts, and wanted to ask Lin Ling for advice. Lin Ling pondered for a bit, and knew what Iyuru was thinking. In addition, martial uncle he was here, so he could not refuse. Then come with us to the western mountain. However, we do not provide food. If you want to eat, solve it yourself. Me. After leaving those words, Lin Ling strode forward. Seeing this, martial uncle he helplessly patted his head. This guy was too arrogant. No matter what, Iyuru was still a beauty and a powerful beauty. No problem, I am good at cooking. I can cook for you, Senior Lin Ling. Me. However, Iyuru did not care. Instead, she was overjoyed and followed Lin Ling. This made martial uncle he was dumbfounded. Compared to the tranquil West Mountain, the Grand Change Nebula sect was extremely lively. Zui Yunfei, Zilong, and Yi Lingtian, who were ranked in the top 3, were obviously the center of attention. Even some of the experts in the Saint stage praised them. They also got to meet the Grand Change Patriarch as they wished. This was a great yin. The Tai Grand Ancestor was considered an extremely ancient figure in the Yen state. If one could become his last disciple, one would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort on the path of martial arts. Unfortunately, the last disciple seemed simple, but after so many years, there were only a few people who could become the last disciple. Is Fuyuyu. Although Zui Yunfei and the others did not become his last disciple, they were at least one step closer. Moreover, they had received guidance from the Tai Patriarch. What a pity for Lin Ling. He actually gave up. If he continued to fight, he might have been able to enter the top 3. While people were envious, they also thought of Lin Ling. Some people were gloating, while others felt pity. The West Mountain was as tranquil as ever, as if it was a mountain peak that reached the heavens. Even the wind was incomparably clean, especially at night, when the stars twinkled. It was as if one could touch an ancient myth. Iyuru stayed here and was responsible for the food and shelter of Lin Ling and the others. This surprised Master He. He never thought that such a famous woman would have such a gentle personality. She was the type of wife and mother. Even Xiaoyu was very close to Iyuro. Most importantly, Iyuro's cooking skills were very good. She was able to move Xiaoyu with her cooking skills. As for Lin Ling and the others, although they were sages, it did not matter if they did not eat or drink. However, delicious food was sometimes a pleasure, so they would not refuse. Tsk Tisk, second brother, this girl is not bad. Sakura quietly looked at the busy Iyuro and said with a smile, "What? You like her?" Lin Ling turned his head and looked at him strangely. Sakura hurriedly waved his hand and said, "I don't want to touch these love affairs now. I still want to improve my strength." "What about you, Minglu?" Lin Ling looked at the white-haired youth beside him. The latter shrugged his shoulders and said, "I also live by martial arts. I have no plans for the relationship between men and women for the time being. You two are really blockheads. Lin Ling rolled his eyes at each of them. Lin Ling's son was not young anymore, but these two guys were not married yet. It really made people anxious. One had to know that if Sakura and the others were in Lin Ling's previous world, it was possible for them to be grandfathers now. However, the two worlds were different. With the age of Sakura and the others, if they were in the previous world, they would only be 25 or 26 years old. After all, this world lived by martial arts and surpassed the limits of the human body. As the lifespan continued to increase, people aged slowly. Big brother Lin Ling, it's done. At this moment, a soft voice came from outside the house. Moreover, bursts of meat fragrance also drifted over, which made Lin Ling and the others walk out. That night, under the quiet night, the few of them chatted and laughed wittily. Although Yu Ro had a gentle temperament, when she spoke to Lin Ling, there was more or less a trace of reverence. Mainly, she knew that Lin Ling was the famous son of the devil in the 9 states. Lin Ling's attitude towards her was also neither cold nor indifferent. After all, there was no friendship between them. If it was Yeshua, it would be more appropriate. They could talk more. After dinner, the group chatted for a while more before they entered into cultivation. On the path of martial arts, if you don't advance, you will fall behind. This was a principle that everyone knew. Lin Ling also sat cross-legged in the house to cultivate. A diamond-shaped crystal block appeared in his hand. This crystal block was extremely mysterious. Its surface had a fiery red brilliance flowing around it, as if it was drifting in the air like fog. The fire element level crystal. Until now, Lin Ling still did not know how this treasure was formed. However, he knew that it could be used to raise the level of the fire element. Of course, Lin Ling's fire element level was currently 0. Only his demon sword level had reached 60%. Therefore, he did not plan to create another fire element level crystal. Instead, he planned to use it to raise his innate talent and raise his cultivation level. He silently chanted the Chaos Divine formula in his heart. The crystal in his hand quietly dispersed. Clouds drifted and enveloped Lin Ling's entire body. At the same time, the space-time divine steel turned into a mini version and floated above Lin Ling's head, rolling and rotating. That ancient aura also quietly emanated out. It was extremely surging. When the fire element level crystal's power enveloped the space-time divine steel, it was as if a god had taken action, unlocking layers of seals. Time quietly passed just like that. When Lin Ling opened his eyes, ancient runes appeared in his pupils. The space-time divine steel silently merged into his head. This made him realize that the space-time divine steel's innate talent had reached the level of a 7th grade desolate body. This improvement was not small. Chapter 3247. A big operation. But now he had come to the Yin state. This was the oldest divine prefecture in the land of the 9 prefectures. There were traces left behind by gods everywhere. A 7th grade desolate body was not enough to dominate. However, it was enough to greatly increase Lin Ling's strength. Currently, his 3 Dantians had all reached the 7th grade of desolate body. Only his lightning-type Dantian was still ordinary. It could only provide dense realm essence. His realm has also broken through? After that, Lin Ling checked his Dantian and discovered that his fire attribute Dantian had entered the 8th stage of the half-saint realm. But because of the limited resources, the other 3 Dantians were still in the 7th stage realm range. If I attain the mastery of the half-saint realm, then I'll be able to open my 5th Dantian. Although the other Dantians didn't improve, it still made Lin Ling happy. Then Lin Ling pushed open the door and walked out. Outside the house, Xiaoyu was talking to Little White Rabbit and Little Deer. Do you guys want sweets? Why don't you eat sweets? It's delicious. Unfortunately, Bunny and Xiaolu did not give Xiaoyu any face. They shook their heads, causing Xiaoyu to pout, her face filled with displeasure. Xiaoyu's cute appearance had undoubtedly amused Lin Ling. Xiaoyu Little White Rabbit eats carrots. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. Brother! Xiaoyu immediately rushed over and hugged Lin Ling's thigh with her 2 little hands. She almost climbed up his thigh and onto Lin Ling's shoulder. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He picked up the little girl, and placed her on his shoulder. He looked over and saw a woman busily preparing lunch for everyone. It had to be said that her gentle patience had completely moved Lin Ling. Iyuru. Lin Ling made a sound. Big brother Lin Ling. Iyuru immediately turned her head and looked at him with some doubts. If you encounter any difficulties in the path of world spirit techniques, as long as I am able to help you, I will do my best to help you. Really? The spoon in Iyuru's hand subconsciously fell to the ground. Her face was full of surprise. Although the Great Change Nebula sect did not lack some powerful boundary masters, in the face of Miaoshen's true inheritance, the boundary masters were simply not enough. Therefore, in the Great Change Nebula sect, the only person she could humbly seek advice from was Lin Ling. Of course it's true. Seeing Iyuru's excited look, Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Inside the house, Sakura and Minglu both smiled at the same time. Lin Ling, this fellow, had finally begun to give pointers to others? In the following days, Lin Ling was extremely free. When he was free, he would visit Yu and the others. Occasionally, he would cultivate and give Yuru some pointers. Of course, Lin Ling was also secretly paying attention to the Heavenly Court. However, he discovered that the Heavenly Court hadn't stopped searching for them. Moreover, he received news that a few more people from the God-slaying alliance had been captured. The news of Iyuru living in the West Mountain had undoubtedly spread to many people in the Great Change Nebula sect, especially Zhou Yunfei. He was undoubtedly furious. Until now, he still couldn't understand why Lin Ling and the other two had the right to do so. As for the people of the Great Change Nebula sect, the way they looked at Zhou Yunfei had quietly changed. A huge green hat was shining brightly on Zhou Yunfei's head. This made Zhou Yunfei finally realize that Lin Ling and the other two had already given him a huge threat. On this day, Martial Uncle He arrived and brought a piece of news. All the major sects in the Yen province have gathered to prepare for a crusade against the great demon sect of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. Therefore, before the operation, all the sects in the vicinity have to gather. The Great Change Nebula sect has said that all the half-saints will be mobilized. Great Demon Sect? Hearing this, Lin Ling and the others' faces changed. Lin Ling really didn't know much about the Great Demon Sect of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. He couldn't help but look at Meng Lu. Meng Lu's face was somewhat solemn as he quietly sent a voice transmission. The Great Demon Sect is said to be a demon from the era of the gods. They once fought against the gods. They are cruel and ruthless. They once stirred up a terrible vortex in the myriad worlds and destroyed tens of thousands of worlds. Like the Creation Alliance, their destructive power is extremely strong. They are also known as the vermin of the 9 prefectures. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded and looked at Martial Uncle He. I don't know the specifics of the operation. Master just asked everyone to gather. Martial Uncle He said immediately. Martial Uncle He, do you know if the other 9 prefectures' 10 evils will appear? For example, the Immortal Temple. Lin Ling asked urgently. I don't know about this. Perhaps we will only know after the operation begins. Martial Uncle He shook his head. The operation this time was very big. All the famous forces in the 9 prefectures were mobilized. The same was true for the major sects in the Yen province. It was said that the Wangu clan and the Flaming Emperor were also mobilized. This also let him know that this operation was a big one that would shock the entire 9 prefectures. Of course, as an outer elder of the Great Change Nebula sect, the success or failure of such a big operation had nothing to do with him. He was only interested in participating. Okay, then let's participate. Lin Ling, Sakura, and the rest looked at each other and nodded. Although the participation this time was a little dangerous and it was inevitable that they would encounter people from the Heavenly Court, fortunately there were many people participating. The Heavenly Court might not be able to detect them. Most importantly, Lin Ling did not want to miss any news about the Immortal Temple. Then let's go to Iyuan Villa to gather. Master, and the others have already gathered on the other side. Okay. Following Martial Uncle He, Lin Ling and the others left. When they arrived at the Great Change Nebula sect, they found that a large number of people had gathered there. They were led by seniors in the Sage Realm, and the others were young people in the Sage-to-be Sage Realm. When Lin Ling and the others appeared, many people looked at them. This was because after the competition, Lin Ling and the other two went into seclusion again. They did not show any pride or complacency. This kind of behavior was extremely puzzling. Are they also qualified to participate? At this moment, an arrogant voice quietly floated out. The person who spoke was Zhuo Yunfei. At this moment, he was looking at Lin Ling and the other two with disdain. There was a trace of anger in the depths of his eyes. People immediately sensed the smell of gunpowder. However, today's order was issued by the sect. Zhuo Yunfei treated himself as an elder and openly questioned Lin Ling and the other two. This would probably cause dissatisfaction among the sect's elders. They immediately looked around. Unfortunately, although the seniors here were strong, they did not have much authority. Even martial uncle he did not seem to have the right to speak. After all, Zhuo Yunfei had met their master. In the future it was hard to predict. It was possible that he would be a closed-door disciple. However, martial uncle he still said, Zhuo Yun sect, this is the Great Change Nebula sect's decision. You can't make the decision. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because our master and the other elders are one step ahead. I can't do whatever I want, but at least I have more authority than you. Sure enough, Zhuo Yunfei was not afraid of martial uncle he at all. Zhuo Yunfei, why are they not qualified to participate? They are the top 10 in the Sage-to-Be realm. What right do you have to talk about them? At this moment, a crisp voice was heard. It was a soft voice. Apparently, she knew that Zhuo Yunfei was targeting Lin Ling and the other two because of her. These three guys don't even dare to challenge me. They have no courage. Such people are just dazzling for a while. Sooner or later, they will be surpassed by the other junior brothers. If they participate in the action, they will only embarrass the Great Change Nebula sect. However, who knew that Zhuo Yunfei would immediately shout angrily after Iyuru spoke? Chapter 3248. Yuan Villa. That's just your words. Iyuru was angered by Zhuo Yunfei's words and said coldly, Iyuru, I'm about to reach the Sage realm. I know you haven't accepted me yet, but I can tell you that you and I both have the aura of the Dragon Clan. We will definitely be together in the future. Now, I won't rush you, but I'll tell you in advance that although you're a true disciple of Miao Shen, this is the Yan province. The Flame Emperor has the final say. No one can pursue you except me, unless you plan to be alone for the rest of your life. Noticing Iyuru's attitude, Zhuo Yunfei no longer paid attention to Lin Ling and the other two. Instead, he said domineeringly and turned to leave. He actually spoke to Iyuru with a tough attitude in front of everyone. This showed that he was really angered by Iyuru and intended to use a tough attitude to get Iyuru. This guy. Zilong and the others couldn't stand it, but when they thought of Zhuo Yunfei's strength, they finally fell silent. Dream on. Hearing Zhuo Yunfei's domineering words, Iyuru snorted coldly and walked towards Lin Ling. Idiot. Lin Ling looked at Zhuo Yunfei's back and laughed sarcastically. He could also see that Zhuo Yunfei liked Iyuru, but to use such means to pursue a girl? It had to be said that Zhuo Yunfei's head was kicked by a donkey. He was a trash who only knew how to cultivate and didn't know how to be romantic. Let's go, don't pay attention to that clown. Sakura said. His words shocked everyone. They didn't expect Lin Ling and the other two to be so bold. They didn't care about Zhuo Yunfei's threat at all. After Lin Ling and the other two left, many people pointed at Lin Ling and the other two. They were all saying that Lin Ling and the other two were overestimating themselves. They didn't know that Lin Ling and the other two were lying low here. The small Grand Change Nebula sect couldn't stop them at all. He followed martial uncle he and walked on the ancient continent. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The warriors in the sky were like locusts flying past. They were all half-step saints. They must be the experts from the major forces of the Yin province. It had to be said that this scene was extremely spectacular. Looking from the ground, it was as if there were countless fishes swimming in the sky. From time to time, excited voices could be heard. Clearly, those powerhouses were extremely proud to be able to participate in this operation. This could be considered a huge operation that shocked the entire Yin province. Yo, little guy walking? Are you frightened by our grace? Of course, there were also some arrogant and complacent people. When they saw Lin Ling and the others walking, they suddenly felt a sense of superiority. Hee hee. Seeing this, Indra smiled. His powerful strength exploded as he punched towards the sky. In the days after the competition, he had also worked hard on his cultivation. Now that he had reached the 9th level of the half-saint realm, the power of that punch was not small. Those arrogant fellows in the sky were immediately intimidated. Ha ha! Seeing this, Sakura laughed out loud. As for those fellows who fell from the sky, their faces darkened. They had never expected that the few people they had randomly met would be so powerful. However, they were so powerful, but they did not fly arrogantly. Instead, they walked. Such a style of doing things was too unpredictable. Then, they looked at the powerhouses who were flying in the sky one after another, and could only leave with their tails between their legs. Not long after, they arrived at a Yuan villa. Lin Ling and the others realized that the villa was bustling beyond their imagination. Not only were there people from the Great Change Nebula sect, but there were also people from the nearby forces. It was as if the younger generation of these forces had gathered here to participate in the mission. Moreover, through the whispers of the crowd, Lin Ling and the others finally found out that the gathering at Yuan Villa today was because the #1 beauty of Yuheng City was coming. Perhaps, this was the reason why everyone was gathered here. Lin Ling, you're finally here. As the crowd entered the villa one after another, a voice came from afar. It was Xia Tianyi. At this moment, Martial Uncle he had already left. It seemed that the elders had another place to gather. Yuan Villa was a gathering place for the younger generation. Therefore Lin Ling and the others also walked towards Xia Tianyi. Tsk. It's so lively. I heard that for this mission, many powerhouses who had been living in seclusion have surfaced. There must be a lot of young people in the half-saint realm. Xia Tianyi looked at Lin Ling and the others and laughed. Isn't Zilong the #1 half-saint realm in the Yin state? So no matter how many half-saint realm youths there are, it seems useless. Sakura suddenly became curious. Tsk, he just gave himself that title. It's undeniable that not long ago, he was indeed the #1 in the half-saint realm. But in the end, didn't Zhou Yunfei surpass him? Therefore, in the land of the 9 prefectures, the #1 position can change at any time. This is because the people we are facing are not just the young geniuses of the divine land, but people from all over the world. Speaking of Zilong, Xia Tianyi suddenly smiled disdainfully. Lin Ling nodded. How vast was the land of the 9 prefectures? The strength of the powerhouses could change at any time. Today you may be the #1, but in the future, others will surpass you and become the #1. Without mentioning others, Zhou Yunfei was an example. Didn't he also defeat Zilong? I heard that this time, the #1 beauty of Yuheng City will also come to the Yiyuan Manor. Tsk. I didn't expect that our luck is so good to be able to see such a beauty. Xia Tianyi said again. Lin Ling asked curiously. Isn't the Yiyuan Manor the gathering place for the half-saint realm youths? It's not strange that she can come here. Of course not. The Yiyuan Manor is only one of the places. There are several other gathering places for young geniuses in other places. Therefore, it's extremely rare for that beauty to come to the Yiyuan Manor. Are there other gathering places like the Yiyuan Manor in other places? This time, the operation is actually so big? That's right. All the famous forces in the land of the 9 prefectures are here. The Flying Dragon Organization, Fuhang Manor, Divine Weapon Mansion, Heavenly Court, Wangu Clan, Miaoshin's True Disciples, Duan Clan, Wangu Clan, and so on. Moreover, I heard that someone from the Wangu Clan is coming to the Yiyuan Manor. It's a guy called Wangu Wuji. I heard that he's very strong. Now that you mention it, it's getting more and more interesting. Hearing that, Lin Ling and the others' eyes lit up. They talked as they walked, and gradually, they entered the manor. The manor was very quiet, and there was a huge lake in the middle. The water of the lake was azure, and it looked like a mirror. Lin Ling saw that the lake was extremely extraordinary. It was filled with rootless water, and it was the purest water in the world. When he was cultivating in the rainforest, he had also cultivated with the help of the rootless water. At that time, even a drop of rootless water was a precious treasure. However, there was so much of it here. While waiting quietly, Lin Ling heard that there were a few people who were most famous in the gathering of the Yiyuan Manor. The first was Wangu Wuji from the Wangu clan. The second was Yuheng City's #1 beauty, The third was Zui Yunfei. The fourth was Shen Muzi. Chapter 3249. The number one beauty in Yuheng City. TSK. If the people here were placed in the Qing province, the rainforest sacred land, or even the myriad worlds, each and every one of them would be a godlike existence. However, in the Yiyuan manner, they are only ordinary existences. Di Shirtian sighed. Humans are like this. When they see an existence that surpasses them, they will bury their sense of superiority deep in their hearts. Lin Ling nodded his head. At the same time, a large number of people entered the manor. The person in the lead was a skinny youth. He wasn't tall, and he was about 1.6 meters tall. However, his aura was extraordinary. The manor instantly fell silent. Wangu Wuji had arrived. The Wangu clan was the number one clan in the Flame region. Behind them were the 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures. Everyone in the clan was said to be the descendants of gods. In the Flame region, no one dared to underestimate them. It was the same even in the Miao prefecture. Is he Wangu Wuji? He is at the peak of the half-step sage realm, but he gives off an unfathomable feeling. After a moment of silence, everyone started whispering to each other. Lin Ling and the others narrowed their eyes. Isn't that the youth who killed the bone-shattering devil elephant with us in the western mountains? So his name is Wangu Wuji. Di Shirtian also stared at the skinny youth in shock. As for the skinny youth, he sat down beside the lake. His gaze was cold, and it was as though he was looking down on the world. Everyone who met his gaze quietly lowered their heads. Only a few people did not do so. For example, Zilong and Yi Lingtian. Of course, Zui Yunfei was no exception. Zui Yunfei's lips curled up into a smile as he thought to himself. I am one of the Flame Emperor's men. Wangu Wuji is from the Wangu clan. Wangu Wuji naturally saw the brazen smile on Huang Xiaolong's face. Everyone immediately became expectant. Could it be that the 4 most famous youths were going to clash and produce intense sparks? However, Wangu Wuji was still expressionless as he ignored Zui Yunfei. Zui Yunfei was so angry that his teeth hurt. Was he not allowed to enter Wangu Wuji's eyes? On the other hand, Wangu Wuji's gaze landed on a corner of the lake as he stared at the 3 youths. For the first time, a smile appeared on his face. At this moment, many people's eyes flickered, and they also cast their gazes over. Only then did he realize that the 3 people Wangu Wuji was targeting weren't even at the peak of the half-true saint realm. Even Zui Yunfei, Zilong, and Yi Lingtian's expressions changed when they realized that Wangu Wuji was staring at Lin Ling, and the other 2 from the western mountain. What is going on? Maybe Wangu Wuji is mocking Lin Ling, and the others for being weak. Zui Yunfei really couldn't think of a reason, so he could only comfort himself. That should be. Zilong nodded his head. Wuji only Yi Lingtian was frowning. He felt that things were not that simple. Wuji's Wuji nation is sage continent Wuji. Was sage Wuji. Was Wuji Wu the main reason? Was that he was an expert at the saint realm in the past. Unfortunately, his cultivation had declined greatly because he failed in his cultivation. Many people even believed that he would definitely become a cripple. However, he'd made a comeback and forcefully attained the peak of the half-saint realm. One had to admit that this was a ferocious man, because if one failed in their cultivation at the saint realm, then it would be difficult for them to rise again. This was also one of the reasons why he could become one of the 4 strongest people. After he sat down, a large number of figures arrived from the sky. Upon closer inspection, a rainbow hung in the air, extremely gorgeous. More than 10 beautiful figures slowly floated over with bare feet. These women were all extremely beautiful, not one bit inferior to Yuro. Their every movement was like heavenly music floating in the air. Most importantly, there were dozens of such beautiful women. The side of the ancient lake immediately went into an uproar. The eyes of the youths widened. They were people who had traveled through tens of thousands of worlds and had seen countless beauties. However, none of the beauties they had seen in their lives could compare to this. Isn't it said that Miaozhou has the most beauties in the 9 provinces? Are they from Miaozhou? Many youths were somewhat excited. They even flung their hair in an attempt to attract the attention of these beauties. There were even youths who cultivated the Tao of lust. They couldn't bear it anymore. They hid in the small bushes beside the ancient lake, and secretly did some wretched things. They are all very strong. Most importantly, they cultivate the same attribute and cultivation realm. If they form a human formation, the power of the spirit formation will definitely be extraordinary, Lin Ling said with admiration in his heart. Second brother, can't you stop talking about martial arts for a day? Can't you appreciate their beauty? Beside him, Sakura said helplessly. Because everyone was admiring the beauties, but Lin Ling thought of the spirit formation. It really made people speechless. The beauties floated down to the ground. Their delicate little feet stepped on the grass on the ground. It made people feel a heartache. They were afraid that the grass would cut the little feet of the beauties. However, those young beauties didn't care about the gazes of the crowd. Instead, they looked at the sky. Almost at the same time, an exquisite and delicate body stepped on the rainbow and walked down step by step. Only then did people notice that there was another beauty. The most frightening thing was that this beauty was actually prettier than all the women before her. She had a peerlessly beautiful face that was unforgettable with a single glance. Moreover, she had a delicate body that was even slightly fat and slightly thin. Her every movement carried a chaotic charm that made people feel that she was no longer a woman of the mortal world, but simply a goddess. She's the #1 beauty of Alioth. I heard that this is a disciple that the Alioth school recruited not long ago. But this disciple's skill surpassed all the other beauties, and in the end, she seized the title of the #1 beauty of Alioth. It should be her. One must know that if one wants to become the #1 beauty of Alioth school, not only does it depend on appearance, it also depends on strength. Actually, it wasn't hard for people to guess the origin of that beauty. Even Lin Ling was staring at the woman that caused the sun and moon to lose their light. His brows slightly creased. Lin Ling, what's wrong? Meng Lu noticed Lin Ling's expression and couldn't help but ask curiously. She gives me a very familiar feeling. I've definitely seen her before. Lin Ling's expression became more and more solemn. He clearly sensed a familiar aura from that beauty. Although that beauty hid it very well, she still couldn't avoid Lin Ling's perception. No, it's a dragon. Finally, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Moreover, he looked at Iyuru because the latter also had the aura of the dragon clan. However, Iyuru didn't seem to have any reaction. She hid it very well. However, this woman is someone I've seen before. Moreover, she has the aura of the dragon clan. Who exactly is such a person? Lin Ling secretly pondered. Finally, his pupils fiercely trembled. Among the people he knew, the most famous woman who had the aura of the dragon clan was none other than that woman. I didn't expect that she would also come. Moreover, she hid her identity. What exactly does she want to do? Moreover, she was clearly crippled by me, but all these years her strength didn't decrease. Instead, it increased repeatedly. She's really amazing. Chapter 3250. Why did she come? Could it be that there was something that attracted that lady's attention? Why did she come? Lin Ling had a feeling that the battle with the Great Devil sect wasn't as simple as it seemed. While Lin Ling was deep in thought, the ancient lake was bustling with noise and excitement. As the elites in the sage realm, there was no lack of fights. Everyone wanted to see who was the strongest among the sage to be experts in the 9 prefectures. TSK, these fellows are really powerful. Sakura said to Lin Ling at the same time as he stared at the ancient lake with blazing eyes. But soon after, he realized that Lin Ling seemed to be in a daze. He couldn't help but push Lin Ling. Second brother. After calling out a few times, Lin Ling came back to his senses. Why are you in a daze? These sage-to-be experts are sparring. Sakura said as he looked at Lin Ling strangely. Lin Ling shook his head and looked at the ancient lake. The battle on the ancient lake was beyond Lin Ling's expectations. The battle was extremely intense and many sage-to-be experts from the Yen prefecture fought one after another. Some won and some lost. However, there was no doubt that Shinmuzi was the center of attention. This person was once at the sage realm, and no one was a match for him. In the end, after an intense battle, everyone looked at 3 people. They were Yuhing's #1 beauty, Cui Yunfei and Wangu Wuji. Perhaps only the 3 of them could compete with Shinmuzi. Shinmuzi wasn't interested in ordinary sage-to-be experts. He smiled and suddenly looked at Zhuo Yunfei. I heard that Zhuo Yunfei is one of the Flame Emperor's men, and is extremely powerful. I wonder if Zhuo Yunfei is interested in a fight? Everyone looked at Zhuo Yunfei as soon as these words were spoken. Many people were looking forward to it. Hehe, you are still no match for me. Hehe. Who knew that Zhuo Yunfei's arrogance was so strong that she looked down on Shin Muzi? However, Shin Muzi didn't care. He smiled faintly and said, I have seen too many people like you since I recultivated. There is no point in talking. Let's fight. It had to be said that after Zhuo Yunfei recultivated, his temperament was indeed steady. If you don't lose within 10 moves, it's my loss. Zhuo Yunfei walked towards the ancient lake. With each step he took, the entire ancient lake exploded, and water soared into the sky. At the same time, he also erupted with a powerful innate talent. Most importantly, his physical strength was actually extremely terrifying, with flames gushing out. At this moment, Shen Muzi's expression changed violently. Zhuo Yunfei's natural talent was extremely formidable, and he even possessed a cultivation realm. Coupled with his physical strength that couldn't be underestimated, all of these factors had caused Zhuo Yunfei's strength to surpass all the half-saint realm experts. 10 moves. However, Shen Muzi also made his move. A terrifying power erupted, reaching as much as 70%. Rumble. The two of them collided on the surface of the ancient lake, and the battle became more and more intense. Even an early-stage Saint Realm expert would not be able to stop their attacks. However, Zhuo Yunfei was indeed powerful. Each of his attacks was more ferocious than the last. Furthermore, he was counting down with each attack. 1, 2, 3. His attacks were like quicksilver spilling onto the ground, unstoppable. I admit defeat. At the 8th move, Shin Muzi finally spoke, and he stepped away from the ancient lake. Such a straightforward admission of defeat naturally caused everyone to gasp. Shin Muzi had admitted defeat in less than 10 moves. Moreover, although they could see that Zhuo Yunfei was very powerful, he had only just gained the upper hand. Shin Muzi had not lost at all. Our natural talent, Cultivation Realm, and Cultivation Realm are comparable. However, he has the additional strength of his physical body, and he has the power of 600 realms. If we were to fight, I would lose sooner or later. Shin Muzi seemed to know that everyone was confused, and he smiled faintly. Of course, there was another hidden meaning in his words. That was Zhuo Yunfei could not defeat him within 10 moves. However, he had a calm temperament and was too lazy to fight for face. After all, it was an unchangeable fact that he was inferior to Zhuo Yunfei. At this moment, Zhuo Yunfei was floating on the ancient lake, and he was undoubtedly in high spirits. Zilong and Yi Lingtian had ugly expressions on their faces. During this period of time, Zhuo Yunfei's strength had increased again. He must have obtained some benefits from martial ancestor Tai. However, Zhuo Yunfei did not leave. Instead, he looked at a skinny youth. Although he did not speak, his gaze said everything. Wanguwuji. Everyone turned to look at the skinny youth. Without a doubt, the only person who was qualified to spar with Zhuo Yunfei was that person from the Wangu clan. However, the skinny youth closed his eyes, as though he did not care about anything. What? Do you want me to invite you personally? Zhuo Yunfei's face turned ugly when he saw the skinny youth's attitude. The skinny youth's attitude made him very unhappy. Reporting to the Wangu clan, I usually do not fight. If I do, I will not fight. Finally, Wangu Wuji opened his mouth. Although his eyes were still closed, his words were filled with dominance. I usually do not fight. If I do, I will not fight. Although these words were extremely arrogant, it was normal for it to appear in the bloodline of the Wangu clan. Sure. If you can defeat me, there is another person who will spar with you. Zhuo Yunfei's voice was low. However, in order to test himself, he had to endure it. The other person he was referring to was the #1 beauty in Yuheng City. When Wangu Wuji heard those words, he finally opened his eyes. His pupils were purple, and he didn't seem to move at all. Instead, his body floated out. It's time to fight. Without a doubt, Wangu Wuji's appearance caused the atmosphere in the Yuan manor to reach a boiling point. Zhuo Yunfei was the same. He had heard of the Wangu clan a long time ago, and today he could finally experience it for himself. You only need one move. Before Zui Yunfei could say anything, Wang Guwuji spoke first. His words caused Zui Yunfei's eyes to tremble. He had to admit that Wang Guwuji was strong. However, he wanted to defeat him with one move? Wasn't he looking down on him too much? I hope you can do as you say. Flames appeared on the surface of Zui Yunfei's body, and the roar of a dragon could be heard. His body tensed up, and he pushed his combat strength to the limit. He did not dare to underestimate Wang Guwuji, but he knew that it was impossible for the latter to defeat him easily. Boom! He took a step forward, and the space around him exploded. He made the first move. Wang Guwuji placed his hands behind his back, and his skinny body seemed to have grown taller. It was as though he was looking down on the world. Most importantly, he did not make a single move against Zui Yunfei's attack. Chapter 3251. Since when did he become the big brother? The two figures drew closer and closer to each other. Right at that moment, Wang Guwuji finally made his move. The surroundings around him turned blood red, and silence filled the air. He didn't seem to move at all, but a claw that shined with a cold light swept towards the sky with an unstoppable force. The might of this claw could be said to be terrifying. It actually swept away Zui Yunfei's full-strength punch, and even left 3 clear claw marks on his body. I don't like exchanging pointers because I have to conserve my strength. Exchanging pointers is the most boring thing in the world. At the same time, Wang Guwuji's voice resounded through the air. Zui Yunfei stood firmly in the air, and his robes were torn apart. The 3 clear claw marks on his body were exposed to everyone's eyes. One move. It was indeed one move. Moreover, everyone could sense that Wang Guwuji was holding back. After all, this was a spar. If Wang Guwuji had used his full strength, Zui Yunfei would have been dead by now. Ultimate desolate body. Zui Yunfei exclaimed in shock. He nodded his head solemnly and said, I've lost. I admit defeat. The ultimate desolate body was an extremely rare existence. At the very least, it didn't exist in the mortal world. It only appeared in legends. No wonder you couldn't even take a single move from me. Since you only saw my talent, you are truly trash. Who would have expected that Wang Guwuji would laugh disdainfully after Zui Yunfei said those words? Zui Yunfei's eyes widened, and he wanted to retort. However, he didn't know what to say. Who asked him to lose? He gritted his teeth in anger, and walked back to the ancient lake. The people from the Grand Change Nebula sect didn't mock Zui Yunfei. After all, it was normal for Zui Yunfei to lose against Wang Guwuji. Wang Guwuji said that he wouldn't fight a single battle. That means that he is going to fight the #1 beauty of Yuheng City. Someone suddenly exclaimed. Many people turned to look at the #1 beauty of Yuheng City. However, the beauty merely smiled. She didn't show any signs of wanting to fight. Instead, she looked at the crowd and said, Compared to me, it would be more interesting to have someone fight. I really don't have the qualifications to fight him. The moment these words were spoken, the entire ancient lake was in an uproar. Yuheng's #1 beauty was one of the 4 strongest half-saints in the Yuan villa. She actually said that there was someone more powerful than her? This also caused people to look around and search for him. This beauty, you must be joking. But in the end, no one could find someone more powerful than the #1 beauty in Yuheng City. So someone said with a smile. He obviously thought that this beauty didn't want to fight, so she was looking for some excuse. Big brother Lin, how long are you going to hide? However, the beauty did not care about what everyone was saying. Instead, she smiled at Gu Hu and spoke softly. Brother Lin? Everyone was even more confused. Who is Big Brother Lin? That beauty called him so intimately. Could it be that she has an affair with Big Brother Lin? What an infuriating Brother Lin. On the side of the Great Change Nebula sect, many people began to speak one after another. Interesting. This is getting more and more interesting. Who is this Big Brother Lin? Zilong, Yilingtian, and the others were also curious. They weren't as envious of Big Brother Lin as they knew that this beauty wasn't someone they could lay their hands on. If she calls him Big Brother Lin, he must be extraordinary. Zui Yunfei also spoke up. He was filled with anticipation. That's right. I also think that this woman isn't a match for me. There is only one person here who is a match for me. Therefore, I hope that he will spar with me. At that moment, Wangu Wuji spoke up. He didn't care about the big brother Lin that the beauty was talking about. In his opinion, this so-called big brother Lin was just an ant. On the contrary, he was looking forward to seeing someone fight. After all, that person had snatched his broken-bone demonic elephant and saved his life. Come out, brother Lin, Wangu Wuji said coldly. Brother Lin? Previously there was big brother Lin. Now there is another brother Lin? Moreover, brother Lin is highly regarded by Wangu Wuji. Before everyone could recover from their shock, another commotion broke out. Brother Lin? If Wangu Wuji is willing to take the initiative to speak up, this person is definitely not simple. Even Zhuo Yunfei's heart skipped a beat as he stared at Wangu Wuji. When he realized that Wangu Wuji wasn't joking, he revealed a solemn expression. Wangu Wuji's expression was completely different from before. Therefore, Zhuo Yunfei knew that Wangu Wuji was serious. Big brother Lin, do you think that the two of them are the same person? Zilong, who was standing at the side, was shocked as well. I don't think that's possible. After all, there aren't many half-step true saints in the 9 prefectures who are comparable to Wangu Wuji. How can such people appear in the Yuan manor at the same time? Yi Lingtian shook his head. Both of their gazes began to search around. Beside the ancient lake, Sakura and Menglu smiled faintly as they looked at Lin Ling. They naturally knew who Lin Ling was. What a slut! Lin Ling stared coldly at the number 1 beauty in Yuheng City. He knew that the other party had intentionally invited him to appear. Since both of them had invited him, there was no way he could avoid it. Brother Lin, come out. Wangu Wuji opened his mouth once more. As you wish. Lin Ling finally nodded his head. Although his voice was calm, it was like a bolt from the blue when it landed on the ancient lake. Lin Ling? Oh my god. He's not talking to you. Don't get it wrong. If you offend these experts, you'll be in big trouble. Zilong and the others couldn't help but speak up. They felt as though they had been cursed. Lin Ling, what does it have to do with you? Zhuo Yunfei shouted angrily. Lin Ling is big brother Lin? Brother Lin? Isn't Lin Ling someone that even I don't dare to face? It's not that easy to be a big brother. It seems like someone doesn't want me to fight. In that case, I'm too lazy to fight. Alright. When Lin Ling heard that, he looked at Zhuo Yunfei mockingly and walked back. Zhuo Yunfei heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that. It seemed like he had mistaken Lin Ling for someone else. Big brother Lin, since you're already here, why are you going back? Brother Lin, since you're already here, why are you going back? Brother Lin. Just as he felt as though a boulder had been lifted off his chest, 2 voices rang out from afar. Zhuo Yunfei's eyes widened in shock. Big brother Lin? Brother Lin? Both of them are Lin Ling? Zhuo Yunfei, if you continue to spout nonsense, I'll kill you on the spot. Wangu Wuji's cold voice rang out. He didn't give Zhuo Yunfei any face. Zhuo Yunfei's face turned pale when he heard that. The Great Simplicity Nebula Gate exploded. Chapter 3252. It was a draw. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling walked out. His calm demeanor made it seem as though he had appeared out of nowhere. Who is that person? Countless question marks appeared in everyone's minds. As for the number 1 beauty of Yuheng City, she revealed a smile that could topple countries. Big brother Lin, you can do it. Don't worry, I won't lose. Lin Ling smiled as he looked at the beauty. However, there was a trace of coldness in the depths of his eyes. Even until now, he still had no idea what the woman was up to. However, he knew that things would cross when he got there. As long as he continued walking, he would find out. Lin Ling turned to look at Wangu Wuji. Wangu Wuji smiled at Lin Ling for the first time. How about we decide this in a single move? Wangu Wuji spoke first. This was exactly what Lin Ling was thinking. He did not want to reveal all his trump cards in front of so many people. I feel that you will lose if we decide this in a single move. I really like your forceful tone. The two of them looked at each other with smiles on their faces. However, their voices were extremely cold. From afar, it looked as though 2 gods were staring at each other. It was also as though 2 wolf kings were facing off in the wilderness. The stifling atmosphere made it hard for many people to breathe. They knew that this was the true battle between sages. Zhuo Yunfei, Zilong, and Yi Lingtian's expressions were extremely ugly. Lin Ling, who was ranked 4th, actually had such a domineering aura. How could they, who were ranked in the top 3, endure this? A storm seemed to be about to arrive at any moment. Their clothes flapped loudly in the wind. Finally, Wangu Wuji made his move. He used an ordinary speed to shoot towards Lin Ling. However, it was like the calm before the storm. The moment he exploded, there would be no stopping him. Lin Ling's expression turned extremely solemn. He could feel a powerful energy enveloping his entire body. Wangu Wuji was at the peak of the half-true saint realm. He possessed the ultimate desolate body, and his cultivation realm had reached an unimaginable realm. It could be said that this half-true saint realm youth had no blind spots. This was also the first time Lin Ling had encountered a flawless expert after fighting so many sage realm experts. He's probably hiding his trump card. Obviously, he doesn't want to expose it in front of everyone. I'm the same. Then, let's fight with our full strength. He has the ultimate desolate physique while I have 3 7th grade desolate physiques. He is at the peak of the sage-to-be realm while I have the 4 dantians. He has the power of rank while I have the rank of demonic sword. His physical strength has probably reached the power of 800 worlds, which was also his strongest advantage in defeating Zhui Yunfei. However, I have the power of 1,000 worlds. Lin Ling quickly analyzed the situation. He extended his right fist out from his shoulder and pounced forward. His fist also seemed calm, but if one looked carefully, they would discover that the space around his fist was completely distorted. The corners of Wangu Wuji's lips curled upwards when he saw this. Battle intent surged through his body. Last time, when he saw the bone-shattering demonic elephant, he knew that this young man was extremely extraordinary. He had always wanted to spar with him, and today, he finally met him. His blood began to boil. There was no point in bullying an ordinary sage-to-be realm expert. If he wanted to fight, he would fight someone at the peak of the sage-to-be realm. Good timing. Wangu Wuji roared, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. 2 figures approached each other from afar, and collided with each other like 2 meteorites. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the 2 figures. At this moment, the eyes of the number 1 beauty in Alioth City flashed with a strange light. Boom! An unprecedented explosion rang through the air. Under countless gazes, the 2 figures collided in the sky above the ancient lake. One of them threw out a punch while the other threw out a claw. The space around the 2 of them started to churn like waves. It was extremely terrifying. The water of the ancient lake was completely evaporated. He's so strong. Zhui Yunfei and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling wasn't defeated by Wangu Wuji's attack. Boom, 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 boom. Formless shockwaves rippled through the air as they collided. If they were in the myriad worlds, the shockwaves alone would be enough to destroy the entire world. In the end, a blinding light appeared, and the 2 figures were sent flying. They smashed into 2 sides of the Yiyuan Manor, causing the entire manor to explode. The shockwaves didn't stop there, and they destroyed countless mountains in the distance. Boulders rained down from the sky. How terrifying. Everyone's hearts trembled in fear. It turned out that the 2 of them were the strongest sage-to-be realm experts in the Yiyuan Manor. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. After a short while, a figure flew over from afar. He smiled faintly as he said, "It seems like you won't be able to return. You've lost." That person was Wangu Wuji. However, his robes were tattered, and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he had suffered some injuries. Is that so? As soon as the words left his mouth, another figure flew over with the speed of 100 worlds. His robes were also tattered, and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. However, there was a proud smile on his face. It was Lin Ling who had returned. Wangu Wuji's eyes widened when he saw Lin Ling's appearance. He knew that Lin Ling had definitely hidden some trump cards up his sleeves. The outcome of the battle between the 2 of them was, in fact, determined by whose final trump card was stronger. Otherwise, both of them wouldn't be able to defeat each other if they used their full strength. It seems like we won't be able to determine the victor without at least 100 years. Wangu Wuji couldn't help but laugh as he looked at Lin Ling. His gaze was filled with admiration. In my opinion, We won't be able to determine the victor without at least 300 years. It was the same for Lin Ling as well. Ha! When Wangu Wuji heard Lin Ling's words, he couldn't help but roar with laughter. As a member of the Wangu clan, he had looked down on the overlords of the 9 prefectures ever since he was young. No one had ever managed to catch his attention. However, there was someone who had managed to do so today. That person was someone who didn't have any reputation. However, Wangu Wuji believed that someone like that wouldn't be ordinary in the 9 prefectures. When the crowd heard Wangu Wuji admit that Lin Ling was a genius, an uproar broke out. Did that mean that the young man's strength wasn't any weaker than Wangu Wuji's? He doesn't even seem to be at the peak of the half-true saint realm. After a moment of shock, someone let out a heavy sigh. Even though he was only at the 8th stage of the half-true saint realm, he was already able to fight Wangu Wuji to a draw. What would happen if he was at the peak of the half-true saint realm? The outcome would be unimaginable. It was no wonder Wangu Wuji had placed so much importance on him. It turned out that he had the qualifications. The difference between Zui Yunfei and the young man was like the difference between the clouds and mud. As for the people from the Great Change Nebula sect, they were dumbfounded. They suddenly remembered their courage. In the past, they had thought that Lin Ling was a coward who didn't have any courage when Lin Ling gave up on the battle. Now they knew that it wasn't because he didn't have any courage. Many people subconsciously turned to look at Zui Yunfei. Zui Yunfei's face was extremely ugly, and he wished that he could dig a hole and hide in it. As expected of Brother Lin. Chapter 3253. The operation began. Lin Ling naturally rejected this action. However, just as he was about to move, the woman's voice sounded in his heart. Son of the devil, Lin Ling, if I announce your name, I wonder what kind of turmoil will occur in the Yen state. This sentence undoubtedly stopped Lin Ling from acting rashly. The beautiful woman seemed to be wiping the sweat off her husband who had just returned from battle. Her caring actions and gentle eyes undoubtedly broke the hearts of the people around her. Plop. Even more people knelt on the ground powerlessly. They could only glare at Lin Ling with hatred. However, when they thought of Lin Ling's terrifying strength, they felt helpless. Thank you. Lin Ling suddenly smiled evilly. Under everyone's gaze, he hugged the beautiful woman in his arms. Although he didn't know what the other party was scheming, Lin Ling wasn't someone to be trifled with if the other party dared to force him. Being forcefully hugged by Lin Ling, the beautiful woman's delicate body subconsciously tensed up. Her charming face flushed red, but she had to continue acting. She could only reveal a bashful look. Longyang, do you still remember when you poisoned me? I was the first man to taste you. TSK, the aftertaste is endless. Lin Ling whispered into the beautiful woman's ear. That's right, this beautiful woman was Longyang, who had repeatedly tried to kill Lin Ling. When Lin Ling spoke, Longyang's eyes immediately flashed with murderous intent. She recalled the scene from that day. However, that scene made her entire body feel weak. At that time, Lin Ling was indeed very fierce. However, who could she blame? Because she was the one who poisoned Lin Ling. The two of them seemed to be secretly opposing each other, but in the eyes of the crowd, this was a public display of affection. However, when the crowd was extremely jealous, an ancient voice suddenly came from the sky. All right, the operation begins. Everyone head south. Those who have reported their names, head north. Then names sounded in the sky. Those whose names were reported all headed north. Obviously, those whose names were reported were the strongest existences in the half-saint stage. Among them were Lin Ling, Di Shirtian, and the others. As for Longyang, she also headed north. Moreover, she seemed to be in a hurry, so everyone immediately set off. Lin Ling and the others were still somewhat confused about this big operation that alarmed the 9 states. However, they could only move forward according to the order. Longyang had been following not far from Lin. Although she had a seemingly gentle smile, in reality, she concealed an unknown murderous intent. Big brother, you guys go first. Little you follow big brother. I'll be right there. Sensing the faint murderous intent behind him, Lin Ling pondered for a moment before he spoke indifferently. Okay. Big brother, be careful. Di Shirtian and the others also knew that Lin Ling seemed to have something important to do. Lin Ling stopped and flew to the other side. A moment later, someone in the crowd also did the same and flew in the direction Lin Ling left. She was Longyang. Obviously, she also knew that Lin Ling seemed to have something to say to her. In a dense bamboo forest, Lin Ling stood there quietly with his hands behind his back. His entire person was like a stone statue. A moment later, as if talking to himself, he said, "What attracted you to this big operation? What made you disguise yourself and join another sect?" In the past, Longyang was also like today. She hid in a sect in the spirit state, making it difficult for people to guess her actions. After the voice floated out, a beautiful figure walked over from the bamboo forest. She smiled and said, "If I announce the name of the son of devil, I wonder what will happen to the yin state." The person who came was Longyang. "Go ahead and try." Lin Ling finally turned around and looked calmly at Longyang. However, although he was calm, there was a storm-like madness in his eyes. This made Longyang's heart tremble subconsciously. She really valued Lin Ling. This was a person that the God-Slayer Alliance relied on. Without this young man, the God-Slayer Alliance would not have been able to destroy the gods. If this person went crazy, the price would definitely be unimaginable. "Okay, I won't announce your identity this time. However, I will need your help in this big operation." Longyang pondered for a moment, and said coldly. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and did not say anything. He just looked calmly at Longyang. His gaze undoubtedly made Longyang's heart continue to pound. She had a feeling that at this moment, she was like a deer making a deal with a dragon. "Although you've hidden your strength, my intuition tells me that it's impossible for me to kill you. However, you're not a fool. If I attack, I can guarantee that it won't take long for my identity to be exposed. Therefore, I won't kill you for now." After Lin Ling smiled, he finally said slowly, "However, you've hidden your identity in the Yuheng sect. This means that you're also avoiding someone. If I announce your identity, I'm afraid that even if you don't die, you'll still lose a layer of skin." "You bastard." Lin Ling's words were like peeling off Longyang's outer clothes, causing her to fly into a rage out of humiliation. It was obvious that she was indeed avoiding someone. Moreover, this person's background was definitely not small. Therefore, she used the son of the demon to threaten Lin Ling. In reality, Lin Ling was also threatening her. Therefore, we can't say who's helping who. We can only say that we each have our own needs. Therefore, I hope that you can tell me about this big operation. Seeing Longyang's expression, Lin Ling also revealed a confident smile. "You'll know. For now, I don't want to say any more." Longyang gritted her teeth and was determined not to speak. "Up to you. However, when I need to know, I hope that you'd better tell me." Lin Ling finally looked at her and strode away. Only Longyang was left in the bamboo forest. She stood there rigidly until Lin Ling completely disappeared. Only then did she relax as if she had fought hundreds of rounds. Talking to Lin Ling was really like a transaction between gods. At the same time, on the other side, a large number of experts had gathered in the sky. These people were all martial ancestors. At this moment, they were looking at the words that kept appearing in the sky. Those were a large number of names. When one of the old men saw a few names, he suddenly frowned. Shouldn't the people who are heading north from Yuanvilla be the top 3 half-step saints in Grand Simplicity Nebula sect? Why are Lin Ling and the others here? The old man was clearly very puzzled. Grand Simplicity martial ancestor. It seems like you're not familiar with the disciples of your sect. Those people have done something shocking before. Someone was still looking at the name list, but he smiled faintly. What did they do? The old man was even more puzzled. That guy called Lin Ling fought to a draw with Wangu Wuji of the Wangu clan. Therefore, we decided to let him head north. As for the people beside Lin Ling, we reckon that they aren't weak and are qualified to head north. That person turned to look at the old man and said. The old man's body trembled. "You're lying. How can he fight to a draw with Wangu Wuji?" Chapter 3254. Jiang Wujia. Lie to you? Maybe you're right. I might be lying to you, but there are so many people in Yuanvilla. Could they be lying to you too? The person laughed. He did not understand why Tai old ancestor was reacting so strongly. As soon as he finished speaking, the Tai patriarch shuddered. The first thing he thought of was Xing Shiyun. He had once thought highly of Xing Shiyun, but because of a failed mission, he had abandoned himself and left Tai Starry sect. Tai old ancestor looked down on this disciple. However, he had not expected his disciple to be so powerful. Master, Zui Yunfei is no match for Wangu Wuji, but Lin Ling is on par with him. Could he be the one who defeated the realm-devouring beast during the test? A man beside Tai old ancestor frowned. Although his tone was calm, there was a hint of jealousy in his eyes. It's hard to be sure. The talent he has shown so far seems to be a fire talent. Tai old ancestor shook his head. Who could it be? The man seemed to be deep in thought. Calm down. Time will prove everything. Maybe it's not him or Zui Yunfei. Maybe it's someone else. Tai old ancestor looked into the distance. He did not seem to care, but in fact he wanted to know who the mysterious young man was. At this moment, laughter came from not far away. This must be the number one sage under Tai old ancestor, Jiang Wuxia. As soon as this voice came out, gazes from all around looked over one after another, and their eyes carried a trace of surprise. Jiang Wuxia was an extremely famous person in Yin State. It was not because of his cultivation, but because he had the ultimate desolate body. In fact, there were not many people who had the ultimate desolate body in Tai Nebula sect. There were less than 3 people who had the ultimate desolate body. Jiang Wuxia was one of them. Most importantly, he was the youngest. For this reason, Tai old ancestor thought highly of him. He was the disciple he was most proud of. He was also the first person in Tai Nebula sect to have the ultimate desolate body at the Sage Realm. Tai old ancestor felt proud when he saw all the experts in Yin State looking at him in surprise. You are. As for the man, he looked indifferently at the person who had spoken. I'm sure Feilong from the Heavenly Court. I wanted to visit Brother Jiang when I went to Tai Nebula sect. However, I had something important to do, so I delayed it. I hope Brother Jiang won't take it to heart. The person who had spoken was very young, but he was at the Sage Realm. Old ancestor Tai recalled the day when the half-saint stage young men were taking the test. Indeed, people from the Heavenly Court had come looking for the son of the devil. They were extremely arrogant. In the end, old ancestor Tai had to show up, and those people from the Heavenly Court left with their tails between their legs. Heavenly Court. As far as I know, wasn't the Heavenly Court destroyed by the God-slaying alliance? Jiang Wuxia chuckled when he heard that. Brother Jiang, you don't know. The Heavenly Court is a new Heavenly Court, and the one behind it is martial god Wentian. Because it was just established, it needs the talents of the 9 prefectures. I wonder if Brother Jiang is interested? Jiang Wuxia pondered for a moment and coldly refused. Tai old ancestor laughed secretly. He was very satisfied with Jiang Wuxia's attitude. Seeing this, Shi Feilong didn't get angry. He spread his hands and didn't say anything else. However, with his knowledge and experience, he could still sense that Jiang Wuxia had been moved. That was because that rejection had taken a full breath of thought, and not an immediate rejection. Why would Jiang Wuxia be like this? Shi Feilong looked at Tai old ancestor and understood. Jiang Wuxia could not say anything in front of Tai old ancestor. Tai old ancestor has a good relationship with one of the 9 states' martial gods, but he is not as good as martial god Wentian. No wonder Jiang Wuxia was moved. Shi Feilong guessed inwardly. The people around were talking in 2s and 3s. Everyone who had appeared was a big shot in Yin State. There were Baiyun Villa, Firefox Valley Tianluo sect, Jintao Temple, and so on. Although these big shot sects couldn't be compared to the Flying Dragon Organization, Fuhang Manor, and other major forces in the 9 prefectures, they were only below them. Compared to the 9 prefectures, they were far superior to many other forces. Even the 9 prefectures' god emperors couldn't compare to these big shots. They're here. Suddenly someone spoke, causing everyone's gazes to look into the distance. They saw a large number of experts coming from all directions. They seemed to have come from all over the Yin State. The weakest experts were at the peak of the Sage-to-be realm. Many of them were sages. This was a gathering of sages. If it were in Yu State or Spirit State, it would be impossible to see this. Then those people bowed to the big shots of the Yin province. The old ancestor of the Tai sect glanced around, and found a few people from the Great Simplicity Nebula sect. They must have come from the Yuan villa. Zhuo Yunfei and the others lowered their heads. They looked like frosted eggplants. Looking at Lin Ling and the others, they were talking and laughing. Even though the sages were here, they did not have any stage fright. This made Tai Old Ancestor take a good look at the three young men for the first time. Compared to Xing Xiuyun, these three disciples were much bolder. Their composure was also better than ordinary people. It seems that I have underestimated them. Forget it, forget it. I will slowly compensate for my previous neglect in the future. Xing Xiuyun escaped from the Great Change Nebula sect. Now he has done a great thing for the Great Change Nebula sect. Tai Old Ancestor thought to himself. Although Tai Nebula sect was a big shot in the 9 states, it was also a sect in a precarious situation in Yen state. It was not easy for it to stand still for thousands of years. Therefore, if Tai Nebula sect had descendants, their sect in the deity era could last longer. Everyone is here. At this moment, an ancient voice rang out, and it caused the entire place to fall silent. Lin Ling, Sakura, and the others looked around. They knew that the experts of Yen State had gathered. A big operation was about to begin. However, they found that the big forces of 9 states, such as Fu Hang Manor and Flying Dragon Organization, were not here. They guessed that the more powerful giants must have taken action on the other side. However, their guess was not wrong. This operation is one of the biggest in 9 states for many years. Chapter 3255. Jealousy. A year ago, the same thing happened again. Martial Ancestor Kundi and Martial Ancestor Wu Liang died by the Wanghua Lake. They were unharmed and their eyes were taken away. This incident finally alarmed the Yen state. After some speculation, it was confirmed that the Great Devil sect was behind it. Therefore, in order to eliminate the 10 evils of the 9 states, some martial ancestors called upon the experts of the Yen state and the 9 states to join forces and launch a fierce attack on the Great Devil sect. Even if we cannot eradicate them, we must drive them away from the 9 prefectures. Right now, the Great Devil sect is entrenched in the Heavenly King Mountain area, and there are even more powerful big shots from the 9 prefectures attacking. However, the Great Devil sect has the most people among the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. Therefore, we have decided to let you guys attack the Great Devil sect from another direction. The experts in that direction are not very powerful, so you guys should be able to deal with them. The Great Devil sect has 5 Great Devil Elders, and the place you are going to is the territory of one of the Great Devil Elders. However, although you have a lot of people, you still have to be careful. After the operation is over, our alliance will reward you according to your merits, and the sect you belong to will also be honored. I hope you can work harder. When the voice ended, everyone's emotions rose. Even the sect masters were secretly clenching their fists. No one wanted to be inferior to others. At this time, they naturally wanted to win glory for their sect. After that, all the half-saints and saints returned to their respective sects. It was the same for Lin Ling and the other 2. The Tai Patriarch and the others stared deeply at Lin Ling and the other 2. Finally, a smile appeared on their faces. Obviously, Lin Ling and the other 2 had greatly improved the reputation of the Great Change Nebula sect in the Yuan villa. This made them extremely proud. You're Lin Ling, right? Not bad at all. However, before the Tai Patriarch could say anything, Jiang Wujia spoke in the tone of a senior. He did not know what to say, but he stared at Xiao Yu and said, "This mission is extremely dangerous. It's better for this little girl not to come along. She'll be safer in the sect." "No need. She likes to follow me, and I don't intend to let her leave." Upon hearing this, Lin Ling also spoke calmly. His tone was neither haughty nor humble, which undoubtedly made Jiang Wujia's eyes narrow. He thought that Lin Ling would more or less respect him, but who knew that Lin Ling's attitude towards him could be said to be completely expressionless. But in terms of seniority, he, Jiang Wujia, was Lin Ling and the others' martial uncle. However, Jiang Wujia could sense the presence of the Tai Patriarch and the others, so he suppressed his anger. "You guys are Xing Xiuyun's disciples, right? I've heard that you guys fought Wangu Wuji to a draw in the Yiyuan Manor." Seeing Jiang Wujia's silence, the Patriarch of Tai finally spoke. This was the first time he had mentioned Xing Xiuyun's name. Generally speaking, Lin Ling and the other two would definitely be very excited if he personally asked. At least, that was what Zhou Yunfei and the others thought. However, Lin Ling Trio's reaction was still very calm. Lin Ling smiled and said, "It's not a big deal. It's just a tie. That's all." Zhou Yunfei and the others narrowed their eyes when they heard this. The elders behind the patriarch of Tai frowned. What of that? It sounded so simple. Moreover, the three of them were not excited at all when facing the patriarch of Tai. This made the elders extremely unhappy. Hee hee, young people, you are ambitious. However, the patriarch of Tai did not flare up. Instead, he praised them. At least from this point of view, Lin Ling's trio was much better than Xing Xian's group. Get ready to set off. If you guys complete the mission, Tai Nebula sect will reward you handsomely. The patriarch of Tai reminded them. Lin Ling, Zhou Yunfei and the others nodded. When they looked into the distance, they saw that the crowd was already moving forward. However, at that moment, a sweet voice suddenly rang out. Lin Ling, I'll go with you. Long Yang strode towards the Great Change Nebula sect. Behind her, dozens of beauties were also following her. What? This scene caused the crowd to tremble. In particular, some of the younger generation frowned. This was because they had already received news that the most beautiful woman in Yuheng was coming. Therefore, they had gathered here to catch a glimpse of her beauty. In the end, the beautiful woman did not disappoint them. Moreover, the dozens of beauties that she brought along with her moved many people. However, the beautiful woman was now planning to go with a sage-to-be junior and take all the beauties with her. As a man, he could not tolerate such a thing. Most importantly, the young man was only a sage-to-be. Perhaps he had some strength, but there were many sage-to-be experts present. A sage-to-be could only stand aside. The patriarch of Tai was also shocked. Yuheng sect, a sect in Miao Prefecture, had a stronger origin than Tai Nebula sect. This was one of the reasons why the beauties could become the focus of attention. Now even the patriarch of Tai Nebula sect could not catch the eye of Yuheng sect. On the contrary, a disciple of the sect had succeeded. Junior brother Lin, what happened? Even Jiang Wuxia started to frown. He was a powerful genius in the sage-to-be realm. However, he had not been invited by the beauties. On the contrary, his junior brother had succeeded. This made him very uncomfortable. However, Lin Ling did not even look at him. Instead, he looked coldly at Longyang and said, "Get lost." That one word shocked the void. Get lost. This was the dream of others, and this young man had asked those beauties to get lost. Bastard. Some of the young men's eyes were red. As long as the beautiful woman gave the order, they would immediately attack Lin Ling and the other two. However, Longyang apparently did not care about Lin Ling's angry shout. Instead, she said aggrievedly, "Please don't drive me away. We have reached an agreement to go to Heavenly King Mountain together." Get lost. That lovely and moving appearance caused many people's eyes to burn with jealousy. Some impulsive people even charged into the ground and fiercely smashed their fists on the ground, causing rumbling sounds to ring out. Unfortunately, Lin Ling and Longyang were enemies. Naturally, he knew that Longyang's actions were actually harmful to him, forcing him to become the enemy of all men. However, at this moment, no matter how Lin Ling explained, it was useless. Moreover, Lin Ling did not bother to explain anything. Whatever tricks Longyang wanted to play, he would just play along with her. Well, since you have made up your mind, let's go together. Go. In front of countless people, Lin Ling stepped forward and forcibly held Longyang in his arms. His palm pinched the flesh of Longyang's waist fiercely. It had to be said that Longyang's waist was very slender and felt very good. This action also caused a flame of anger to burn in the depths of Dragon Lady's eyes. However, since she dared to harm Lin Ling, she was naturally mentally prepared. This was because she had encountered such a thing before. Chapter 3256. Splicing Demons. Let's go, beauty. With you by my side, I don't think this big operation will be boring. Yes. Lin Ling ignored the gazes of the crowd and walked forward with Longyang in his arms. Ha ha ha. Yes. Behind him, Sakura and the others laughed loudly. Their laughter seemed to resound throughout the world. Obviously, They knew who the beauty was and knew that she was deliberately trying to harm Lin Ling. And this kind of laughter naturally made everyone even angrier. Who is this guy? Yes. A young man in white frowned. He came from the White Cloud Villa, and was the strongest genius in the Sage Stage. His name was Hua Ge. He's from the Grand Change Nebula sect. Damn, he's just a half-saint. Look at how arrogant he is. Not only did he take away the most beautiful woman, but he also took away all the other beauties. Yes. Another person also replied. He came from the Firefox Valley and was called Firefox Ichiro. In fact, it was not only them. The others also spoke one after another. Even Shi Feilong from the Heavenly Court snorted. He was a genius from the Heavenly Court, but he was not favored by a beauty. This was too unfair. However, anger was anger. In the end, they could only watch the group of beauties in front of them leave with a young man in a blue robe. It had to be said that the scene was extremely beautiful. Lin Ling and Longyang walked together. Lin Ling still had a smile on his face, but his voice was extremely cold. Longyang, you're really bold. You provoked me again and again. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you here? Yes. Lin Ling, there's a reason for this. It's because one of my enemies is watching me. So, I have to find some people to bewitch him. Yes. To Lin Ling's surprise, Longyang spoke seriously. Do you think I'm a fool? Do you think I can bewitch that person? Yes. It won't be of much help. But, it will at least be of some use. I guess that person must have some doubts at this moment. After all, it's impossible for someone of my status to know a junior of the semi-sage realm. Truth and falsehood, falsehood and falsehood. By the time he comes to his senses, I might have already left. Fine, maybe you're right, but is this the first day you've met me, Lin Ling? Don't you know who I, Lin Ling, am? I know, and I know that you will definitely kill me. But in the Yen province, you are the only one I can trust now. However, since I borrowed you to avoid the enemy, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Your mission this time is to eliminate a demon elder on the side of Mount Tianwang. And I know his whereabouts. I can help you find him faster than others. At that time, if you complete the mission, your reputation in the Grand Change Nebula sect will also be greatly improved, and so will your sect. Longyang, don't tell me you don't know that if I, Lin Ling, were to surface, I would attract the attention of many people. You can rest assured that there are countless people named Lin Ling in this world. The Heavenly Court may not think that you are the son of demon, unless someone in the Heavenly Court knows you and sees you in person. However, the former Heavenly Court has been destroyed by you, and most of the people in the new Heavenly Court don't know you. If I'm not wrong, Wen Tian Martial God should know you, but he won't come in person for a nobody. The two of them were talking secretly. After hearing Longyang's words, Lin Ling's eyes continued to flicker. He didn't believe Longyang. Involuntarily, he looked at Sakura and the others, asking for their opinions. At this time, Longyang spoke again. Lin Ling, you're the person I want to kill the most in my life, but not now. So, in the short term, you don't have to worry about me. Moreover, I have other enemies now, and I can't spare any time to deal with you. Do you think I'll believe you? Lin Ling looked coldly at Longyang and said, whether you believe or not, that's your own business. But I'm sure that if you kill me now the next moment, the name of the son of demon will be announced. You should know my methods. Alright. You and I both have misgivings. Let's postpone our life and death feud. Lin Ling finally made a decision. The two of them seemed to be talking coldly, but in fact, both of them revealed a friendly smile. Those who didn't know the situation would really think that they were a couple, especially when they saw the group of beauties behind Longyang. Their eyes burned with flames. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to know the jealousy of the crowd as he laughed loudly and started drinking with Sakura and the others. Not long later, an ancient mountain appeared in front of them. In the sky above the mountain, demonic chi was rolling like an invisible mouth, wanting to swallow everyone who came here. However, the people present weren't weak. Adding on the fact that there were so many people, their reactions were calm. Then, the people began to split up and formed small teams. They began to search the area in a carpet-style manner. 9 regions 10 vicious Great Devil sect. This was the sect with the most people among the 9 regions 10 vicious Great Devil sect. Its destructive power was extremely powerful. It was said that the master of the Great Devil sect was a devil god who had fought with the gods in the past. In the current 9 regions, there were only 4 gods left. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the Great Devil sect was. Although the crowd was divided into small teams, the number of people in these teams was actually not small. There were even mini teams that were formed by combining several small teams. Lin Ling and Sakura formed a small team and followed the crowd. At the same time, a map appeared in Lin Ling's hand. It was given to him by Longyang and recorded the location of one of the Great Devil sect's devil elders. Although he didn't know where Longyang got this map, but Longyang had always been mysterious, so Lin Ling wasn't surprised. Kill. After entering the Heavenly King Mountain, they naturally met the devil dwellers of the Great Devil sect. These devil dwellers were very strange. Some looked like humans, some looked like demons, but their fighting power was extremely strong. Lin Ling also saw that these devil dwellers seemed to be pieced together people. For example, there was a devil dweller who had the body of a crocodile but the upper body of a human. He seemed to be pieced together. The crocodile was the divine beast Green Wild Emperor Crocodile, and the human was a Saint Realm expert. However, this expert seemed to be dead and was only acting under orders. This Great Devil sect is really powerful. Looking at those ferocious devil dwellers, Lin Ling was secretly surprised. In the past, Li Xiaoyao had never seen this kind of method. In his era, the Great Devil sect had not completely risen. That's terrifying. Sakura, on the other hand, looked at the other side, only to see the earth collapsing. A monster towering into the clouds was galloping over at this moment. This monster had centipede feet, densely packed, and its body was like a dragon. And in front of the dragon's head, there was a human head. Obviously, this unknown monster was pieced together by countless divine beasts and humans. This method was somewhat similar to the bloodline of the Golden Emperor. And this kind of devil dwellers was also extremely difficult to deal with. After a few clashes, they killed a lot of people. But fortunately, Lin Ling's side had more people and in the end, these devil dwellers were eliminated. Among them, in order to test the strength of the devil dwellers, Lin Ling also took action. He didn't use any methods and relied on his physical strength to clash with the 4 Dantians. Chapter 3257. Framed. Night gradually fell. The demonized land was silent. Occasionally, the painful groans of fierce beasts could be heard from afar, letting people know that there were demons killing wild beasts in the distance. Under such circumstances, those with weak wills would definitely be frightened by the doomsday-like atmosphere and flee. The large group set up camp at the foot of a mountain to relieve the fatigue brought about by the battle during the day. Lin Ling, Xiao Yu and the rest were also in a corner, drinking wine and recovering their strength. Lin Ling, right? Senior sister is looking for you. After drinking a few cups of wine, a woman walked over with a smile. This woman was also extremely beautiful, especially her figure. It was extremely hot, causing people to be reluctant to look away after a single glance. It's so late? Why is she looking for me? Lin Ling frowned, feeling that something was wrong. This, I don't know. Senior sister said that you'll know when you go. The woman said delicately, Senior brother Lin Ling, please don't make things difficult for junior sister. If you don't go, senior sister will definitely punish me. Second brother, go and take a look. That kind of delicateness was undoubtedly fatal to Sakura, so he couldn't help but advise. Lin Ling was still frowning. After pondering for a while, he finally nodded, but secretly transmitted his voice. If anything happens, you don't have to care about me and leave immediately. We'll gather with the sound transmission talisman. Okay. Menglu nodded. They didn't have any friends in this place, so they had to be on guard against any unexpected incidents. Lin Ling also stood up and followed the woman forward. Not long after, a pink tent appeared in front of them. From inside, the laughter of women could be heard. After seeing the tent, the beauty in front of Lin Ling smiled and led Lin Ling towards the tent. Wait, since you're already here, ask your senior sister to come out and talk. Lin Ling suddenly said. He was still vigilant because if Longyang really wanted to find him, she would face him alone. However, there were obviously many women in the tent, which was not in line with Longyang's style. Senior sister fought a lot during the day, and is a little tired now. Why don't you talk to senior sister yourself? Senior brother Linling, I beg you. As long as you see senior sister, my mission will be considered complete. The beauty didn't seem to want Linling to leave. She pulled on Linling's hand and rubbed her full breasts against Linling's arm. However, Linling shook her off and said coolly, "Then lead the way." "Thank you, senior." That beauty was obviously very happy. She brought Linling into the tent. The women's tent was obviously blocked by a barrier to prevent perverts from using their heaven's eye to peek in. This also caused Linling to be unable to detect the scene in the tent, unless he forcefully broke the barrier. However, doing so was tantamount to being a hooligan. Therefore, after entering the tent, Linling realized that the scene in the tent was different from what he had imagined. Not only was Longyang not there, but there were 3 women. They were not wearing clothes and seemed to be waiting for something. When they saw Linling, they immediately screamed, "What are you doing? Help, there's a hooligan." This caused Linling's face to change. He looked to his side and saw that the woman who had led the way had also unbuttoned her clothes, revealing her fair and jade-like breasts. However, she covered them with her hands and also cried out in alarm. As soon as she cried out in alarm, the surroundings suddenly became lively and noisy. "Junior sister, what happened?" Many men's voices rang out in the distance. "Senior, save us. He wants to do something improper to us." All the women were shouting. The woman who had led the way rushed out of the tent and shouted to the outside, "Bitch!" Seeing this scene, how could Linling not know what was going on? However, he was too lazy to do anything. He walked out of the tent casually. Obviously, he knew that this was a premeditated plan. Moreover, the people who had carried out this plan were not Longyang, but those who had targeted him. "It's you. Well, you people from the Grand Change Nebula sect are too bold. How dare you humiliate the disciples of the Willow Leaf Gate in broad daylight? How should you be punished?" As soon as he walked out of the tent, many young men shouted angrily. Among them were Hua Gu from the White Cloud Villa, Huahu Ichiro from the Firefox Valley, Shi Feilong from the Heavenly Court, and many others. However, to their surprise, Linling was calm in the face of the anger of the crowd. Instead, he revealed a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. This kind of attitude was somewhat beyond their expectations. It was as if Linling knew about their conspiracy. The fact was that Linling had taken away all the beauties today. This caused the crowd to regard him as a thorn in their side. In addition, Linling was only at the weakest stage to be realm. Therefore, they did not take him seriously. However, this was an alliance of the major sections. Without a good excuse, they did not dare to act rashly. Therefore, they came up with this plan to frame Su Ke. Seeing Linling's calmness, the disheveled women immediately cried as if they were victims. "Junior brother Lin, you've gone too far." The cries attracted a majestic voice. A man strode forward and appeared in front of Linling. He was Jiang Wuxia from the Grand Change Nebula sect. "How have I gone too far?" Seeing this, Linling finally spoke. "In broad daylight, in front of so many people, you forced yourself to do these improper things. Don't you think you've gone too far? You're bringing shame to the Grand Change Nebula sect." Jiang Wuxia shouted angrily. "Senior brother Jiang, he's from your sect. Please uphold justice for us." The women looked at Jiang Wuxia as if they were begging for help. Jiang Wuxia nodded his head as if he had placed righteousness before family. This undoubtedly made Linling's eyes turn cold. The sneer on his face deepened. "Junior brother Lin, what else do you have to say?" Jiang Wuxia also looked at Linling. "Of course I have something to say." Linling nodded his head and said calmly, "First, it's dark now. How can it be broad daylight? Second, with their looks, even if they were given to me, Linling, I wouldn't want them. Third, even if I really did those things, it's none of your business." "It's none of your business." Linling's voice became louder at the last sentence, causing countless echoes. Jiang Wuxia was stunned, but the veins on his forehead were bulging. After all, he was the last disciple of the Grand Change Nebula. He could be considered Linling's martial uncle. However, Linling did not give him any face in front of so many people. "Brother Jiang, this junior of your sect doesn't seem to take you seriously at all. The others also started to sow discord with a sneer on their faces. Linling, I'll give you one more chance. Do you admit to your crimes or not? These words undoubtedly aroused Jiang Wujia's anger. Who do you think you are? You just arrived and didn't ask me the whole story. Instead, you helped an outsider. Do you still expect me to give you face? Again, it's none of your business. Chapter 3258. Release the tiger back to the mountain. Linling couldn't be bothered to explain anything, because it was useless to try to pin a crime on him. Catch him. This man is arrogant and openly affects the unity of the group. We must catch him as an example. That's right. That's right. This man is scum. He will definitely affect the operation. That's right. Brother Jiang, what do you think about this? That's right. Angry shouts came from the crowd. Jiang Wujia looked at Linling and shook his head. I can't help you with this, Linling, he said indifferently. You'd better surrender. That's enough. Obviously, he had represented Tai Nebula in handing over Linling. The others silently took a step forward when they heard this, and they revealed smiles of success. As far as they were concerned, this kid at the half-saint realm was still alive. Haha, a bunch of trash. I'll remember you. Don't think that today's matter is over. There will be plenty of time in the future. I'll settle this account with you slowly. Now goodbye. That's enough. However, Linling was still as calm as ever. His entire body's boundary essence erupted. In the next instant, he disappeared from where he stood. The surrounding air exploded. When they looked at Linling again, Linling had already appeared in the distant sky. His speed was so terrifying that it surpassed the speed of all half-saints. It was the speed of 90 boundaries of the physical body. Everyone's pupils trembled violently. The speed of 90 boundaries of the physical body? Not to mention the half-saints, even many sages didn't have such speed. For a moment, everyone looked at each other. Was this the half-saint kid they thought they could catch easily? See you later. At the same time, Linling's cold voice came from the distant sky. It was as if he was mocking them. They had been thinking about how to frame Linling, but they had forgotten that even if they succeeded in framing him, could they catch Linling? Bastard! Numerous furious cries sounded out at the same time. You're only at the sage-to-be realm, yet you have the speed of 90 boundaries. You're very powerful. It's a pity that you're facing a sage realm expert. Everyone, you only have to wait for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. I will definitely capture him alive. After a moment of silence, several arrogant voices rang out. They came from the White Cloud Villas Huagu and Huahuichiro. The two of them were geniuses in the Saint Realm. Their speed had long surpassed the speed of 100 realms. I'm counting on you. Everyone was overjoyed. With the two of them taking action, they would definitely succeed. Where do you think you're going? The two of them roared, and the space around them twisted. They shot toward Linling at a speed that exceeded 100 realms. Kid, do you have anything to say before you get caught? Two voices came out of their mouths at the same time. In front of Linling, two handsome young men also appeared, causing waves of screams in the mountain range. Those women who had framed Linling before were now shouting in worship. Trash! However, Linling only smiled disdainfully. Around his body, a violent wind appeared and a torrential downpour descended. The art of wind and rain myriad realms. Previously, Linling had only used his physical strength. Now he used the power of a higher realm. In an instant, his speed increased to 50 boundaries speed. In front of Huagu and Huahuichiro's eyes, Linling disappeared. Everyone will meet again someday. I'll take revenge for today's matter in the future. His speed had almost reached 150 boundaries speed. Not to mention the initial stage of the Saint Realm. Even the intermediate stage of the Saint Realm would find it difficult to achieve such speed. At the foot of the mountain, there was complete silence. Everyone's mouths were wide open. That guy could still increase his speed? Was he still a sage-to-be realm junior? Especially the women. Their bodies trembled subconsciously. Although Linling's cultivation was only at the half-saint realm, the words he left behind before he left made them have a feeling that they seemed to have provoked an existence that they shouldn't have, releasing the tiger back to the mountain. This guy. As for Huagu and Huahuichiro, their faces were extremely ugly at this moment. Previously, They had wanted to seize the credit and capture this sage-to-be realm junior alive. Who knew that even though they were fast, Lin Ling was even faster. This caused their handsome looks to be as if they had been slapped hard in the face. Both of them were trembling with anger. They could only walk back to the foot of the mountain helplessly. Brother Hua, don't be afraid. He has entered the Heavenly King Mountain alone. He will definitely die. Someone who could not eat grapes scolded the sour grapes. That's right. The others nodded. Most of them were experts at the Saint Realm. Now that a sage-to-be realm junior had left in such a carefree manner, they would definitely not lose face. Beautiful lady, you should know what kind of person he is. This guy is extremely daring and reckless. Fortunately, we exposed him for you. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Suddenly, Hua Ji's gaze fell on a beautiful lady in the distance. She was Longyang. Thank you, everyone. Longyang seemed to be in a state of shock. However, she quickly smiled gratefully. There's no need for that. We are just unwilling to let you be deceived by others. Huichiro immediately spoke up. His heart was filled with joy. He might be able to win her heart if he helped her this time. Unfortunately, they did not know that Longyang knew that Lin Ling was not that kind of person. What a bunch of idiots. That fellow's strength is unfathomable. Aren't you provoking a porcupine by provoking him? A skinny young man who was standing in the distance sneered coldly. He was Wangu Wuji. He had fought with Lin Ling before. Although it had ended in a draw, he knew that Lin Ling had concealed his strength. At that time, Lin Ling had not revealed his talent or martial arts. Therefore, he guessed that if Lin Ling used his full strength, even initial phase true saints would not be a match for him. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many people here, Lin Ling would have killed these clowns a long time ago. Interesting. If that fellow can return alive, he will definitely stir up a storm in the Yen province. Wangu Wuji did not bother about those people as he turned around and left. Everyone was still talking excitedly. It was as though they had caught a spy. It was as though Lin Ling had already died in the Heavenly King Mountain. After all, it was extremely dangerous for a person to enter the Heavenly King Mountain alone. Swoosh. At this moment, Lin Ling was shooting into the distance. The ground beneath his feet was disappearing at the speed of time. The speed of 150 realms of speed allowed him to face a Saint Realm expert, as if there was no one around. At the same time, a voice transmission talisman appeared in his hand. He was looking for Xiaoyu and the others. He only remembered the grudge he had for what had happened in the past. However, he did not care about it. After all, he did not want to follow those people. The mission this time is to find one of the 5 great demon elders of the Great Demon Sect. Longyang has already given me the location of that great demon elder. Lin Ling took out the map that Longyang had given him. On the mysterious map, there was a dot of light moving around. That dot of light was the location of the great demon elder. Lin Ling did not know how Longyang had gotten her hands on the map. However, the fact that the dot of light could record the location of a great demon elder was truly amazing. Something's not right. Chapter 3259. The Terrifying Elder Demon. He took out the sound-transmitting talisman and compared it. His expression changed dramatically, because he found that Sakura and the others were very close to the Elder Demon. Moreover, Lin Ling found that the Elder Demon was approaching Sakura and the others. Obviously, Sakura and the others were in danger. Lin Ling couldn't help but speed up and shoot forward. At this moment, on the other side, under the ancient mountain, the gray sky seemed to be suppressing. Countless demonic beasts flew in the sky with a terrifying aura. The sound of each demonic beast caused a huge storm. Not only were there many demonic beasts, but each of them was extremely powerful. Looking carefully, these demonic beasts all had a characteristic, which was that they were pieced together. For example, there was a huge rainbow eagle. Its wings were like rainbows, extremely dazzling, but its head was actually a woman's head. That pair of eyes even blossomed with a demonic light. For example, there was a snake bee as thick as a finger. It actually had human eyes. On the ground, several figures looked at the sky with a solemn expression. There are too many of them. We're surrounded. These few people were Sakura and the others. Rumble. Sakura turned into a skeleton, holding a long halberd. As he waved it, the void cracked, and a huge tortoise and phoenix were swept away. Meng Lu also floated up like the god of the underworld, and many demonic beasts lost their souls. However, there were only 2 of them. Even if their combat strength was comparable to the first layer of the half-saint realm, they couldn't exhaust the number of demonic beasts. Brother! Xiao Yu hugged the little white rabbit and led the little deer, looking at the sky with tears in her eyes. She was very scared. Roar! At this moment, a demonic beast with a dragon's body and phoenix wings swooped down and swept Xiao Yu away. Xiao Yu! Xiao! Sakura and Meng Lu shouted at the same time. They wanted to help, but there were too many demonic beasts around, and they couldn't leave. Xiao Yu was entrusted to them by Lin Ling. If something happened to her, how could they explain it to Lin Ling? Lin Ling once said that even if the sky fell and the earth cracked, nothing must happen to Xiao Yu. Whoosh! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, a cold light flashed and actually cut the dragon-winged demonic beast that was pouncing over into 2 halves. At the same time, an old man appeared beside Xiao Yu. He carried Xiao Yu and shot towards the other side. Just as he disappeared, a pair of pitch-black pincers appeared on the ground. With a cracking sound, it was as if they could crush everything. Fortunately, Xiao Yu had been rescued. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. What crawled out from the ground was also a bird. It had the claws of a crab, the tail of a poisonous scorpion, and a pair of wings that were as hard as iron. They're all seniors. Sakura and the others took a look at it and couldn't help but be overjoyed. Grandpa! Xiao Yu also revealed a smile. The person who had saved her was none other than Do Afterimage. Fortunately, I rushed over. If I was a step slower, young master would have scolded me to death. Do Afterimage revealed a gratified smile, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had been secretly following Lin Ling. After seeing Sakura and the others leave, he also followed up and saw this scene. However, the crisis wasn't over yet. Do Afterimage's gaze also looked towards the sky. The sky was dark and countless birds filled the sky, making people tremble with fear. However, those birds seemed to have stopped swooping down and hovered in the air as if waiting for something. This also made Sakura and the others quickly land beside Xiao Yu. One person turned into a huge skeleton, and the other turned into a white-haired god of the underworld, guarding there. Crow! An ear-piercing sound came from the sky. A terrifying thing happened. A huge human head floated over. This human head belonged to an old man. His hair was white, but his appearance was extremely ferocious. He revealed an evil smile and his mouth was actually filled with rolling devil clouds. The surrounding birds, under his smile, were actually torn apart, and then on top of that human head, they were constantly pieced together. A large amount of feathers and blood also sprinkled down from the sky. That cruel scene directly made Sakura and the others frown, because they saw that some birds were torn into 2 halves, but they seemed to be still alive and floated over to be pieced together. What kind of terrifying thing is this? Humans. Finally, a demonic beast that didn't look like anything appeared. On that huge human head, various organs of demonic beasts appeared. There were dragon claws, phoenix wings, 5 colored feathers, and so on. Not only did it look terrifying, it was also extremely ugly. Your Yen State's martial arts alliance came to destroy our great devil sect. You really don't know life from death. Since you dared to come, none of you can leave. However, your talents are not bad, just right to be my subordinates. That human head let out a low voice, and those words made Sakura and the others tremble. Could it be that they were also going to be pieced together as demonic beasts? Thinking of becoming the head of a demonic beast, and then being controlled, they immediately felt a chill in their hearts. They couldn't wait to commit suicide. Waiting to be captured. That human head opened its mouth and a terrifying power sealed the earth, making Sakura and the others unable to move. Then countless palms floated out from the human head's mouth. Some were skeletal palms, some were full of wrinkles, as if they were going to tear Sakura and the others apart. Meng Lu, protect Xiao Yu. I also want to, but I can't move. I don't know what power this monster used to seal my boundary. Damn it. Di Tian and Meng Lu both became anxious. This person is one of the 5 great devil elders of the Great Devil Sect. Beside them, The afterimages let out a dignified voice. Devil Elder? Damn it, our luck is too bad, to actually meet a Devil Elder. Hearing those words, Sakura and the others' pupils fiercely trembled. Great Devil Sect, a devil god who had once fought with the gods during the gods' era. How could the Devil Elder under him be someone that Sakura and the others could fight against? Brother, are we all going to die? Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with tears. She obviously knew what had happened. Brother Linling isn't here. Where did he go? He said that he would protect me like a big brother. Xiaoyu's cute cheeks were filled with more tears. Hearing those words, Sakura and the others sighed in their hearts. Previously, they left the mountain because they knew that there were changes in the mountain. According to Linling's agreement, they had to leave immediately. Right now, they didn't know how Linling was doing. Perhaps Linling also had his own troubles. Xiaoyu, don't blame brother Linling. He has always been protecting us, just like our flag, but he is only one person in the end. It's impossible for him to take care of everything. He will also get tired, Sakura said. Hearing that, Xiaoyu's eyes flickered and nodded. Grandpa said that brother Linling is a real man. He has principles and values relationships, so I don't blame him. It's just that when I die, I can't see brother Linling. Xiaoyu is unhappy. How can we not be like this?